Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship here. I am Nick DiChiria, excited to be bringing you coverage of this. It's going to be some exciting stuff here in Plover, Wisconsin. Of course, we had a long day of coverage, over almost 7 hours on the live feed, and today even longer. Lots of events going on, lots of excited and familiar faces and new faces alike. Everyone wanting a stake in the game here. We are just live on the Eagle Eye pages today, not USA Dart. So if you were tuned in or know someone was tuned in yesterday, send them on over this way to have them take a peek here. And then, of course, in just a little bit's time, USA Darts will be live as well for the Waterbury event in Connecticut. So excited to see how this one pans out today. For our morning events here, we got some good ones in front of us. We got the men's non-pro doubles 501. We got the pro doubles cricket and the women's singles 501 to start us off here in the morning. And then in the afternoon, we're going to have a couple more events and then some team events in the evening here. So we'll cover those as we get closer to them. So give us a like, give us a share. Let everyone know that you are tuning in for our first match here. Feltz and Wilkinson, Coleman and Miller to start us off. Paul Rogers in the chat. How's it going, sir? Welcome in. Thanks for tuning in. See everyone starting to sneak on in. But yeah, pro doubles to start us off in the morning here. You can see some fist bumps and looks like things are underway. Scotty Miller just making sure the board is all set to go here. Excited to see some doubles. We got some singles action yesterday, and it's interesting to see how a singles performance can translate or not translate into a doubles type thing. And then, of course, in the evening, the team event, always one of the most interesting things to see. So this is Scotty Miller starting us off here. Had a decent day yesterday. Wanted to take it all the way back, but pretty solid performance. Mary in the chat. Mary, how's it going? Welcome in. Hello, hello. This is Travis Wilkinson up at the line here. Oh, wanted to answer the trip on the last. Doesn't connect. Gives himself a little bit of a slap there and just tries to walk it off. So this will be a little bit of an opening early on. Line saying good morning. Hello. Welcome in. Thanks for tuning in. Of course, it's been so much fun bringing you guys coverage here. Just sent some photos on the Facebook feed before we got started from yesterday's action. Took some out there and ran around for a little bit when right before we went live. And the room is ecstatic. And today, same thing. Grab some photos that'll be shared around tomorrow. And I mean, it's just cool to see everyone having such a good time and being in such high spirits. Everyone's just so excited to be out here. The better Feltz finds a good round there, getting the score back in line. Sky finds the first trip, so if he gets another one, he's going to pop that 19. Doesn't connect. You still might pop it. He's thinking about it. Decides to go up on the last. You have the higher ground. Nothing wrong with doubling down and just making sure you keep control of it. So good stuff to see there. Oh, going right at the close. Does the cover shot. Going back downstairs after the first one. I like it. One at the close, two at the point mentality. Nothing wrong with that per se. I do think with it being the 20s, you can kind of safely shoot the 3 marks there and hope that your opponent doesn't fall behind with a 9. But nothing really wrong with that shot by any means. It just depends on how many 20s are hit. Well, you're absolutely right. Actually, I got paid $20 to say that. I'm going to be honest. Yep, 20s are going to go here. Can we get another number open? Doesn't click. So basically a washed game with a 1 mark handicap, if you ask me. Of course, best of 3 all day today. That's what we're going to be seeing. So just going to be quick and easy formats. It's going to be some quick and easy games. It's going to be all about trying to win it and win it quick. But a lot of these will go the distance. You'll see more often than not here. especially in the pro bracket, you're going to expect to hold your throw every time. Now, in doubles, it's a little different, right? Because you have to be flowing well with your partner. You have to be making sure that everything's functioning and all the gears are moving in the right direction. Chat saying, I see Todd Wigman over there on the board with the big head. That's the Thunder Bunny himself. Always great to see Todd. 17s are closed, but pretty much just, again, a squared up game here. No clear advantage one way or the other. Also, I see Benny Dersh. Yeah, actually talked with him earlier this morning. We were talking about potentially getting him in the CSC if possible in the future, and talking about our old Darts Live days because we were in the same Darts Live team league back in like 2018, 2019. So we were just catching up, and I don't think we've actually ever talked in person. We have talked online before plenty of times, so it's cool to get a chance to chat with him. Super class act, and just excited to be out here. Neck and neck. What's Scotty gonna do here? First start trip. Stays for another. Might switch. Does switch and finds it. Scotty Miller with our first 9 mark of the day, and what is going to be one of many 9 marks. We saw some near perfect games yesterday with only one missed dart in cricket last night. We saw some amazing finals. Of course, congratulations to Casey Jones, Abby Spot for their wins, and Bob McCoy as well. Those are 3 winners from yesterday. I will say there's a couple matches that are like really still burned in my brain from last night, and absolutely if you guys have time to look back, rewind yesterday's feed. Oh, look at this shot. Good shot there. Find an 8, huge, getting 1 bull away from taking the first leg here. But if there's a moment that you guys have to go and watch that extra match in between coverage today or whatever else it may be, go back, watch that women's final. Casey Bates, Abby Spots. Casey Bates has only been playing for 4 years and put on a thriller of a performance. It was exciting to see. You can see Scotty takes it there. Miller and Coleman take leg number 1. Again, it's going to be a best of 3 format here, so key is for Travis to start off well. Take a moment to get dialed in. Of course, just a reminder, guys, here, we're at the 5-star lanes in the OP Sports Bar. They're 2-1 here, right? You can see the bowling alley right behind the dartboard there, which is actually why the cameras are behind, so you can get a good view of the fact that we're actually in a bowling alley. It's so cool. The aesthetic is amazing. There's literally an indoor volleyball court as well, with 2 courts, actually. A whole game room over here, full bar as well. It's super cool venue, and it's really eye-opening because I've streamed out of this place so many times through the CSC in the past, and on top of covering it, this tournament remotely last year, seeing it in person, it has certainly been an experience so far. Paul saying most of the Wisconsin dart crew are stand-up people like yourself. Well, joke's on you. I'm barely a stand-up citizen. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, everyone's super nice when I come out to Wisconsin. They're always treat me well, and it's literally my first time ever was for Whammo, and so coming back twice this year has been exciting. I'm hoping to come back many times next year, as it's one of my favorite places, and of course, love me some Quick Trip. Not sponsored, just really like Quick Trip. Versus saying, go Travis. I do like with everybody in the room, it's like playing a game of I Spy at the moment, trying to see who's there. I know a lot of people, especially today, because we're just streaming on the Doug's page and the Eagle Eye page. It's a lot more of an intimate crowd that are familiar with this tournament, familiar with the people out here. So everyone's kind of spying, saying, "Oh man, who's there?" If you didn't get a chance to make it this year, book it on your calendar next year as soon as those dates come out, because it is exciting to be in an event like this. Everyone's having a good time, and I'm saying that earnestly. I'm not even like paid to say that, right? I could tell you how it is and be fine with it, but I went out there and I went and talked with most of the players and tried to meet as many people as I could, and they were all in high spirits. Paul saying he'll bring me some insomnia cookies next time if I go to Booyah. I actually have one in Orlando. I like it, although I've been recently a fan of crumble cookies. Do you recommend if you have one of those near you? Jenks in the chat saying morning. Good morning, sir. How you doing? You can see in doubles, I mean, averaging a combined 467, 475. Solid performance here, and it's only going to continue, right? This is a second round matchup. And so you're going to expect that standard to continue to grow for the pro bracket. But I mean, playing that well as a combined team is hard, right? Because there's three people that shoot after your throw every single time. Of course, if you want to follow along with the brackets, they're all online, CompuSport.us. You just type that in on your mobile phone or on your computer there. Once you go there, you can just go to that tournaments section. Look up Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship. It'll pop right up. From there, you can check all of our brackets from last night, today, and all of our future brackets for the rest of the weekend. Follow along. You can follow your favorite players on there as well. Get notifications when they are on the board. Of course, board 15 is our streaming board, so that way you can also see what matches are coming up next. Yeah, Matt, there's always killers at this tournament. This is such a star-studded cast. I mean, any tournament in Wisconsin, you expect to see high-level talent, but especially this one in particular. Fighting on the 17s, Coleman finds 5. Currently, his team is averaging combined 5, but going against the throw, they are slightly behind. So this is some interesting moments here, right? You want to get rid of those 17s, but you need to expand that point differential. And yeah, you're going to be stuck on the 20s now, if you ask me. Gets 3 there. Travis not happy with that go. I think that's about the bare minimum on that go around, right? Because now you're basically requiring 2 trips to take the look if you want to have point advantage. So Scotty starting downstairs at these 17s here. First one goes over, so he's moving over to the left. They're going to try to angle it in. Oh, now he really has no coverage. You might have to just move off it. Yeah, nothing wrong with that transition there. If you don't have a shot, you don't have the angle, don't force it. That's simply the case. Nothing wrong with that shot there, but unfortunately doesn't connect with the big trip. Travis gets the close. 36-point difference. So Coleman has a chance for the 8 mark. See what he's able to do. Finds the first dart right in the center of that bed. Oh, and he doesn't connect on the second. It was a well-thrown dart. Gets the 5. Would have been keen to probably see him take a look at the 20 on the last there, try to even things up and put some pressure back on Travis, especially because they're at match points here. But hey, still a good attempt at it. And yeah, now Travis is going to load up the 20s there. Takes a look on the last one, doesn't hit, but gets that point line back in advantage for him. See a couple of you guys tuning in. I've sent this over to the Smash Darts page. I see a bunch of you jumping in. So what's going on? For you guys, I'm going to tell all the players on the stream board to throw a couple extra doubles because you guys are tuning in here. So, of course, we are live here for the Doug Sports Pub Dart Championship over on Eagle Eye Sports and at Doug's Sports Pub. 6 mark there for Scotty. See Benny Dersch and Bob Anderson having a laugh over there. Oh, gets the close on the 16s. Back up top. Love to switch back up there. Going over to the 15s a bit is such a do or die. You have to hit it shot. So the better felt's making the better decision. See, Coleman finds the 15 and finds it again. Has the point lead. Going up and just catches low. What a good shot there, but doesn't quite find the last piece to that puzzle. Paul, that is Scotty Miller on the stream. Oh, look at that shot from Travi Patty. Good stuff there. If you guys are just tuning in, give us a like, give us a follow. This is the sister company to USA Darts, so we work in combination with them to try to bring you as much coverage as possible. We were tired of not being able to do every single event, so we expanded our operations here. Of course, if you noticed, my voice sounds way worse than World Series because I'm Nick DiChiria bringing coverage of this one. Feltz needs 3 bowls to make it 1-1 and go to a last leg decider here in the second round matchup. Gets 4 of them. Extra credit for the man. And now it's 1 apiece here. Let us know who you got, who you're cheering for. This is, again, best of 3 here. So they're going to diddle for this last leg. This is the pro doubles event that we're watching here. Lots of great shots in the room. Plenty of talent. We got Hinsey over here. Chris commenting on Travi Patty. We got Benny Dersch over there. Bob Anderson, Scuba Steve Diker, Matt Bella. I could go on and on. We got Abby Spot, Casey Bates. More and more and more. There's so many talented shots in the room. I'm not even going to try to list them all off memory here. You're going to see them. It's Wisconsin. It's a dart tournament. You're going to see good darts. That's just how it works, guys. I mean, that's literally the rules. Here we go. Game number 3 here. A little bit of fist bumps, love and respect between all these players. And now we're underway. You can see the pins are lined up behind. Let's see who knocks out this strike and gets on to the next round. It's like the only bowling pun I'm probably going to make today. Not really good at bowling, unless you count Wii Sports. If that's the case, I'm goated at bowling. Good correction on that last dart there. Scotty's second dart kind of got away from him. And he's talked about it, right? He's literally said, hey, I'm getting back into the sport. We talked to him at TOC as well when him and Mike Scarborough went for second place in the elite finale. He said he's just getting back into form, and he's just been loving the game and just excited to be playing it once again. Oh, no. Travis not going to be happy with that. T-Dub, head down, walking away. So Coleman, huge opportunity to really make this hurt. Awkward first start. Does correct on the second, though. So 2 house advantage and some points, but not the brutal as brutal as it could have been, right? So this is a huge moment. Feltz needs to take advantage of the situation. And try to pound the 18s or 17s fully. If you get less than a 7 mark here, it's not going to be enough. That's simply the case. Needs close. Gets the close here, but full control. Scotty gets to come up and can basically just go close, close, close. If he so chooses, he can load up the points as well. Love throwing those first start trip 20s. I mean, who doesn't, right? Who throws a first start trip 20s like that was terrible? No, it's awesome. So we'll see. Does not connect on the first. Does correct on the second. Will he take the look? decides to stay, playing a little bit more conservative here. It is a last leg decider, double elimination. So no matter what, whoever comes out on top, the other team will not be knocked out by any means. Travis only finding two. Definitely a wrong time to find a lax leg. Coleman finds the 18s on the first. Oh, and the 20s. Can he do another one? Oh, gives us a 6 mark there. Well ahead now and starting to find some dire straits here for Phelps and Wilkinson. Mike saying howdy. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. First start was well outside of where he was trying to go and did try to correct on the second two. But yeah, this is looking like it's going to go towards Coleman and Miller if things continue the way they are. Assuming something drastic doesn't happen here. First start's good. And finds the 15s as well. Yeah, massive advantage now. 4 houses and a significant 100+ point lead. Basically locks this one away. Unless it's just perfect darts from here on out and then some. Doug saying, I've had the pleasure to shoot leagues with Scotty Miller when he lived in the St. Point area. Our Doug's team actually won NDA Vegas Division I cricket team back in 2003. Geez, Scotty, you are an old man, says Doug. And there we go. Coleman finds it there, winning that one 2-1. Some good shooting over here. As we're excited to be bringing you coverage of this Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship. Taking a look around the room here. We got a full room, hundreds of players here. And there's 38 boards. You can see everyone's over here walking around saying hi, shaking hands, and throwing some great darts. This is some exciting stuff that we're seeing. You're also going to be seeing other events that we're covering right now as well. We're covering the men's non-pro doubles 501, the pro doubles cricket that you just saw, and the women's singles 01 currently. So that is what you're going to be seeing. Then we have some afternoon events lined up for us, and you're going to have nonstop darts today. It's literally nonstop darts. So we're just going to take a look here. We'll zoom in on one of the other boards, get everything settled in and dialed in. Let me know where you're tuning in from, where you're watching. I'm excited to be bringing you coverage of this, guys. I mean, seriously, it's a fun tournament. The vibes are immaculate. If you couldn't tell from the photos we posted earlier, everyone's here is having a good time. It's Wisconsin. They're having a good time, and they're not going to sell at a Busch Light. Those are the two known things out of Wisconsin Dart Tournament. Yeah, excited to be continuing our coverage here. Give us a like, give us a follow on Eagle Eye Sports. Not only today will you be seeing great darting action, but the rest of the year into next year as well. As myself, Jeff McMahon, Will Stewart, plan on bringing you more and more coverage on these platforms here and plan on continuing to grow the sport. Alexander, I'll let them know and try to see if I can get them over the board. But basically, they just kind of assign them as they go. I'm in the pro shop at the front of it, right? So there's a little bowling pro shop. They have me set up in here. So I'm a little ways away. It's a little hard for me to get over there. But I'll send them a message and see what happens. See if we can get something going here. If you guys want any players in particular, or if there's someone you're cheering for in particular, let us know, guys. I mean, seriously, we're excited to see more dart action, see more people, see more familiar faces. So it looks like we will have just a moment here before our next match. They're going to get it set up on the board right away. Let's take a moment to actually hear from Matt Bella, who just came off a big Elite Finale win with John Pilgrim. So let's go ahead. We had a little chat with him. Oh, John Pilgrim joins at the right time. Yep, we're going to have a quick talk with Matt Bella and Garrett Rakowski. As soon as our next match is ready, it will be here on the stream for you. So don't go far, folks. Nick DiChiria covering this one.
Well, hello, everybody.
everybody. I am Nick DiChiria, joined by Matt Bella here at the Plover Tournament. Matt, you're coming off a big win at the finale in Kansas City, Missouri for the TOC. Can you talk to us about what that win was like for you and really, like, now that you've had a chance to resonate with it?
I don't think I have gotten over it yet. It was just a unbelievable experience. I don't know what to say. John and I shot really well together. We carried each other really well, and we had a little luck along the way, you know?
Absolutely. And now you're coming off a great tournament performance. I mean, do you expect that to carry over? Is it on your mind at all when you're playing this weekend here?
No, you got to have a short memory with this stuff. I mean, just day by day, keep it going. Hopefully you stay hot, but sometimes you don't.
Exactly. Well, a lot of the people, I would say this is one of the player favorite tournaments. So we go to a lot of different events. All the players are excited for this one in particular here. Can you tell us a little bit about your history of Plover and coming out here for the Doug Sports Pub Dart Championship?
Well, this is my favorite tournament. I'm from Plover. This is like a home field advantage for me, although it doesn't always work out that way. But it's just a great time here. Everybody gets along, and it's just a great time. Everybody's got to come experience this once.
So let me ask you this, right? We have a lot of different talents in here. We have a lot of different great shots to watch and surprising amount of pros as well. For a lot of the people that are going to be watching online, what advice would you give them if they get to see some of these talented darts for the first time ever, if they want to get into the game of darts?
You got to have a short memory. Don't let a bad round get you. Just focus on the next round. You know, short memory.
And then last question for you here. What's going to be your event you're looking the most forward to this weekend?
All of them. I just have a great time here. I mean, it's local for me. I don't have far to drive home. You know, it's just a great time. I love them all.
Well, hello, everybody. We're here at the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship. I am Nick DiChiria, joined by the Bullets, Garrett Rakowski. Garrett, how's it feel to be here in Plover?
Man, this is one of my favorite tournaments for sure. Soft tip. It's all I do, of course. But I've been throwing this tournament for 5 or 6 years now. Not always my best, but, you know, just the competition that comes here, it's awesome. I love being here.
Well, we're excited to see you here once again. Now, what's your expectations for this weekend? Are you excited? What's the event out of the lineup that you potentially look the most forward to here?
The event I look forward to the most is the Pro-Am event. And the reason why is because I'm shooting with one of my buddies named Kevin Ustby. I still can't say his name. Known the guy for 10 years, but still can't say his name. But anyways, I've known him since I was smaller. So him and I have played once or twice, but never a Pro-Am event. And the way he's throwing, the way I'm throwing, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. Of course, I love throwing with Joey Beecroft too and everybody else. So, you know, it'll all be fun.
Well, it's always a good time here. And let me ask you this, right? So there's going to be a lot of people that have their eyes on this. I actually see a couple of youth players out there currently. What advice would you give to one of those youth players that might see some of the big shots like yourself, Matt Bella, and whoever else end up getting a chance to see? What advice would you give to those young shots?
The main advice that I've followed throughout my 5 years competitive playing would be that you just have to remember it's a game, have fun with it, and if you have that talent to take it to the next level, then keep practicing, keep putting your time in. Things will fall in place. Keep challenging yourself. You know, if you're getting your teeth kicked in, find a way not to do that. That's what I did.
And then one last question. First off, we just want to congratulate. Your hair is fixed from Whammo, so we're doing good there. But I see you shaved the facial hair. Can you tell us a little bit of the reasoning behind that? Hot topic.
So, Rob, I'm still waiting to see the picture of your head shaved. I'm waiting, and I still haven't seen it. I think you're 6 days late now. I mean, you're the one that brought up this. He's the one that said, "Hey, Garrett, let's do this." And I said, "No." And he talked me into it. I shook his hand. We were sitting at a dart tournament, of course, of all places, KDC in Kenosha. And I finally said, "Fine, we'll do it." And I haven't seen his picture yet, so that's why I called him out the other day, and I still haven't got anything. But yeah, you know, we're doing a No Shave November from here, so I mean, this is only 5 days now, but it'll get a little frisky by the end of the month.
Well, I'm excited to see what you bring to the table, Garrett, as it's always a pleasure to see you. And of course, everyone, keep watching for our coverage here of the Plover Tournament here at Doug's Sports Pub Darts Championship 2023. Well, guys, it looks like we hit a quick wave of bad internet here for a second. You can see everything just kind of froze up on me. Not sure what quite happened there, but if you're still here and listening to my not so sultry tones, we're getting this sorted out real quick. So don't mind us. We're going to get everything sorted here in quick fashion as we can. So don't mind this. We're just going to go ahead and go back over. We're going to show you a little walk around of the venue here in a second and get everything going. So again, Nick DiChiria here bringing coverage of this one. Be back in just a moment, folks. Here we go, guys. We got another good match coming up here. Sorry if you guys got kicked off there for a second or if the stream froze up. Literally for a hot flash, our stream we completely lost internet for like, I'm not kidding you, maybe 5-10 seconds. And then I just had to quickly reset everything there, but we are still live, up and going. Hopefully it didn't go far because we have more pro doubles action. They decided to go ahead and just auto assign the next available match, so that way you guys had no wait if possible. Feltz and Wilkinson, Kafflish and Larson to be in this match here. Excited to see how this one pans out for everybody, and hopefully for Feltz and Wilkinson get some redemption on the board, as they unfortunately got beat in a game 3 scenario. So you can see they're just getting those last few warm-ups in. That's Larson up at the line there. Sean Cafflish, gentleman very familiar with, right? We've seen him on the CSC in the past, seen him at TOC, and of course, just a class act shot. I mean, all these guys are going to be, right? But excited to see him and see Larson play both for the first time on the stream this weekend here. I'm Nick DiChiria, bringing coverage of the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship 2023 in Plover, Wisconsin here. Let me know where you're tuning in from, who you got, who you're cheering for, and besides that, what you're excited to see, or maybe even just talk about the weather, whatever you feel like, honestly. As long as it's not fantasy football, because I'm having a bad time, guys. I'm really struggling. Sean and Will already bullied me enough for not knowing enough sports, enough movie references, enough that. Well, guess what? They don't know. I'm secretly a huge fantasy football guy, always have been. And this is the first season in a very long time where I'm rocking dead last place in both my leagues. And to be fair, I was predicted to be one of the best teams in those leagues. I had top tier drafts. And then between injuries and the Bengals just being disappointing this season, it's been rough out here. All right. It's been rough in these streets. All right. It looks like they're just about ready to get underway here, guys. Excited to see all of you tuning in. Of course, yesterday we had the USA Darts page going as well for this one, but it's actually currently live, I believe. Jeff McMahon over there for the Waterbury in Connecticut. Excited. You guys might be confused, right? You're seeing Eagle Eye and USA live, and no Will. Will's having some much needed time with the family. He's been gone for several weeks in a row, and the goal is to expand our team and expand operations here. Matt saying, should probably switch over to a 13-inch board for a little more fun. Depends on your version of fun. Some love it, some hate it. I am not allowed to state my opinion. I'm just kidding. I could state my opinion, but it's just, I don't know. I've always preferred real steel or the 15-inch board. The 13-inch has never quite done it for me, but some people swear up and down by warming up on it. Here we go. Travis Wilkinson to start us off. Best of 3. This is a loser's side matchup here. Sean Cafflish and Larson had a first round loss to the Hensley Rip duo, and then went into loser side and beat out Johnson and Phillips to now get into this match here. Wilkinson and Feltz, we did just see on our stream, but prior to that, their first round match was against Ludke and Hennings. So no easy matches here in this pro bracket. I'll tell you what. The better Feltz finds 7. Matt say I don't mind unless I'm on the stream. Oh man, it's the rubber mats out there, the bullshooters. It's the rubber mats, has to be that or something in the water in Kalamazoo. There's not a like Michigan joke in general, by the way. That was just me saying a poorly timed expression. As unsurprising, I don't think before I talk. It's amazing I still have this job. Honestly, a miracle. And he'll call me the young Joe Buck of darts for nothing. That's probably an insult, though, right? Sean here needs to find a foothold. Does find a 7 there. 2-point advantage and closing that gap. Neck and neck, but advantage to Feltz and Wilkinson. Again, as we talked about in the last match, we expect these pro players, right? These pro division players to hold their throw. That is the expectation. You have to. Oh, look at that. 9 mark there. Good shot from Feltz. Oh, a little bit of traffic on the highway. Gets caught up in the traffic jam, only finding 3. Yeah, you can see Travis is just going to go right at it here. Finds it on the second. Regrouping for this third dart here. Big old single 16 on the last. I think he stopped himself because he's gonna pop another 20 if he could, but then realized that it was he didn't necessarily need to, and close probably would have been more advantageous. But hey, let's see what Sean's able to do on these 16s now. Find 7 again, staying in the match as much as they can, but 20s versus 16s now. I mean, that's starting to get to a huge point differential in each triple. Larson finds a trip on the last, but trying to make a final stand on the 15s in this leg number 1 here. '15s are gone. Get them out of here. Sign, seal, delivered on that. Both teams in a combined 5s right now, which again, to just reiterate, it's not easy as a team to average in the 5s as it is in comparison to a single player doing it, at least relatively so, right? Because when you're on a team, you have 3 other people shoot before you get another chance for doubles. Huge shot there. Leaves a backdoor opportunity and could try to force an error here. Phelps just needs to stay determined and focused on this. Gets 3. Done like a professional there. Otherwise, it would have been a 4 bowl shot the other way around. So good stuff. Up 1-0 and on match point for themselves there. Sean Cathlish starting us off. Sorry about that. Abby Scott came in here, wanted to say hello. And so had a little chat with her talking about her win last night over Casey Bates. Hopefully going to be able to get Casey in here on the mic with me to do a little live interview over one of these matches and talk about her performance in that final, which was phenomenal. Literally out of the 3 finals, I can tell you for a fact, the women's one was, in my opinion, the most entertaining. And this is coming from somebody that watches a lot of darts. I'm not saying that for any other reason other than the fact that I legitimately, you can tell in the excitement from the voice too. I loved watching that final. Of course, all 3 of them were great. I mean, the non-pro final, most of the games were in the 6s for the gentlemen playing in that. So that was Casey Jones and Luke Pritzel playing in that one. And then Eric Bobzine and Bob McCoy in the pro finals where we got to see some double dips going on. 3 in the bed there. Great shot from Travis T-Dubs. Loading it up. Trying to get this 2 straight if they can. It's all up to Larson to make sure they hold those 20s well. Oh, aggressive close. You might as well stay on it now. Oh, and he threw it high. You can't do that. If you're going to take that shot, you can't do that. He second-guessed himself after not tripping. Because he knew that it would leave a basically a 9-mark response, right? And so he second guessed it, but you were already there and then threw it high. Clerical error at the moment. You can see Thaddeus rocking out over there. Oh, but Feltz might not punish it. He won't punish it. Gets away scot-free. Sean now, you just pop those 16s and then load up the 20s. Getting the 15s is extra credit on this assignment. Gonna go ahead and pop the 16s, then back up to the 20s more than likely. Yeah, I love that shot there. If he tripped that first start, there's a good opportunity for him to take those 15s, but since he didn't, just needed to stay up there until he did trip. Make sure that there's no 9-mark opportunity for Travis here to be able to snap right back in and get control. Instead, he's going to have to load all this up. Doesn't quite load it up, but 7 marks a great attempt. And will not have control. So Larson here can just pop 3 15s if he so chooses. Go for a trip first on the 20. Let's see the approach. Goes low on the 15s. Hits on the second. Going to pop a 20. Oh, no. Grabs the bull there. I mean, again, it's okay, but you definitely never want to leave your opponent a game shot. At any point, someone can go double-double and take the shot here in the pro division especially. Oh, doesn't connect on the last 2 bulls is not enough, and you needed at least 4. You needed to get that point advantage because Sean's going to hit these 2 bulls and bring it to a last leg decider here. And bada bing, bada boom goes the Catfish. Making it 1 apiece here. Time for our diddle. Thank you all for tuning in. Excited to be bringing you coverage here. If this is your first time watching on Eagle Eye Sports on Facebook or on YouTube. We're also on there as well. Please give us a like and a share if you can. Maybe even a follow if you so choose. Again, this is our sister company to USA Darts. You're going to hear me spiel this a few times because I know we got a lot of newcomers to this platform. But basically, we have this platform as a secondary to USA to cover as many events as possible and also to branch out into new avenues. We're talking about some new niche sports. Of course, cornhole is a big one. We've talked about disc golf, chess even, which is a sport in the summer and or more of a competitive activity than a sport. But we can argue the terms and the semantics of it all. Travis to start us off. And it looks like he'll start us off well with a 7. Oh, look at that. Sean Catfish starting off with a 9 mark there. I love to look at the 20s. It's such a baller shot because if you hit it, you look great. Puts the pressure on Feltz now because, yeah, you can close the 19s, but you need to get a playground first, in my opinion, here. You can't just shoot right at him. And that's what he's going to do. Going up to those 18s now. Finds the trip on it. And then finds 7. Good shot there. Yeah, the better Feltz hitting what he needs there to respond to Cavlish's 9. All right, Larson here. First trip 19. No, doesn't find it. 7-8 versus 7-0. I mean, these guys are playing some great darts. It's unlucky that 1 didn't count for him there. Travis did a quick switch to the 19s. I personally think that you can stay up there for the first 2 before taking that look. Play a little bit safer here. It's a last leg decider on the loser side of the bracket, so you don't want to lose first thing in the morning here. You want to be able to kind of cruise through and play your events consistently throughout the whole day. Our next events here will be starting at 1 p.m. Central, 1:30, and 2 p.m. Central. Basically have 30-minute stagnations and all the start times here. Everything's running smoothly here. I mean, last night for our evening events, every event, including the luck of the draw, was done before 2 a.m. So not too bad of a night here, as we were excited to be bringing you coverage of that. Mostly done by 2 a.m. for the most part. So pretty quick and well run. Seems like everyone's been having a good time, and spirits are high in this dart room. See, Phelps is not happy with that go. Oh, and it might hurt bad too. Yeah, he had plenty of room. He might just say to load it. No, he does do the switch. I mean, it is the right shot to go there for a switch there, but with just how well the place those 2 darts were, you kind of almost expected the third one to go in automatically if he stayed there. Sometimes it's not even about the textbook correct shot. It's about the shot that feels the best in the moment. Oh, Travis needs this last dart to connect into that bed. And it gets away from him. You can tell he kind of pulled it. Sean pops those 18s. And then back down to the 19s. They're 100-point lead now. Does still leave a 9 mark shot. Trip 17 for the 19. So I guess technically an 8 mark. Again, not here to argue semantics, guys. Oh, look at that. First one's in. Second one's in. Oh, I'm so bad at math. He needed a 9 mark to get the point advantage. You can tell. You can tell it was a late night for me last night and an early morning here in Wisconsin. Sorry, 3 in the bed there. And you can tell I needed to hit the bed sooner than I did last night. Larson trying to do the quick switch and got well away from him there. I'm surprised they didn't go back to the 19s after the second dart there. Travis is just wiring his darts right now. I guarantee you, no matter what happens, even if they do end up winning this match, Travis is going to come back here and say, why'd you put me on the stream twice? Well, I didn't have that control, first off. And second off, it's for all the fans out there, Travis. It's for all the fans. Sean just going right at those 17s. Finds on the second. Back over to the 19s here. Doesn't quite hit that huge dagger, but a solid go for Cavlish. Again, they're still within striking distance. Phelps and Wilkinson aren't far off in this at all by any means. Oh. Just a 4 mark there. 4.38, currently playing the 5-1 at the moment. Throwing a 5-1 in the pro doubles in the losers side. Oh, there we go. Larson finds the 16s on the last. Good shot there. Not quite the capstone on this, as it's still, again, a moment of perfection needed for Feltz and Wilkinson. Victoria saying, I have fun watching this live stream. Well, that's the goal. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for tuning in. If you didn't have fun watching the live stream, well, then why would you be watching it, you silly goose? Just messing with you. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. Wilkinson needs something special. Steve's saying, I have fun listening to Nick DiChiria talk to himself. Well, listen, all right? I'm telling you, I was an only child. I already kind of did it anyways. So when they said, hey, here's a microphone, you might as well start recording, I was like, sure, I guess. Plenty of practice. Oh, Cavalish doesn't quite close it out, but basically seals this one away unless a critical error happened on Larson's go. So better Feltz is going to go up here, but it looks like they might be bidding adieu for the AM events, and we'll have to relax, get some lunch, get some liquid aiming fluid in them, and then go on to the afternoon events here. Currently covering the men's doubles 501 non-pro, the pro double cricket, and the women's singles 01 here. Larson pops it. 2-1 win, and an unfortunate exit for Feltz and Wilkinson, as I know that they definitely had more in the tank and wanted to keep going. So unfortunate moments for those guys, but of course, congratulations to Cavalish and Larson, as we are up and going. Excited to be bringing you coverage of this one, folks. It's been a lot of fun watching all these guys throw, all these ladies throw. It's going to be some good stuff. I'm going to take a brief peek here at the bracket to see what we got coming up next. Believe we're going to begin the ladies up on our board next. Let me double check that, though, because we're going to be jumping between all the different brackets. So it looks like we're waiting in just a moment here to see what our next match is leading us to. So I'm going to get us set up here and excited to continue bringing coverage. For Paul saying, great job, Nick. Well, thank you very much, Paul. Appreciate that so much. And appreciate all you guys tuning in. Seriously, not often that they let me come out of the woodwork and just start playing. I just got an update. Looks like we might be getting the Anderson-Dersch match. So let's go ahead and take a look here at our bracket. Yeah, so we're going to get Anderson and Dersch going up against Rakowski and Beecroft. Ooh, this is a juicy one. We're not going anywhere. Scratch that. We're going to get them on the board. They're already there throwing. Oh, this is going to be a juicy one. Vinny Dersch making his first true live stream appearance. Of course, we did kind of zoom in on one of his side matches earlier. Oh, this is going to be a good one. Excited to see how this one pans out. So these guys are going to put up some great numbers here. I mean, who do you guys got in this? How do you pick a favorite in this? This is basically equivocal to what I would consider a finals match, and very likely could be a finals match in this bracket. I mean, if you guys want to follow along, CompuSport.us, you go over there on your smart device or on your computer. Once you're on there, go to that tournaments section, type in Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship. You'll be able to follow along all the brackets there from yesterday, today, later today, and tomorrow. You can follow your favorite players there. You can literally get notifications when they're up on the board. Number 15, the board that says streaming on the bracket. That's how you know which one we're featuring. This is to get into the King Seat match here. And then we have Towney and Bloom on the other end waiting for their opponent, either Miller and Coleman or Hensey and Rip. So lots of good shots here. Porky saying, got to go with my regular doubles partner, Garrett Rakowski and Joey Beecroft. So understandable there. but you're biased. You're biased. You like him. We do have to try to see at some point if we can get a look at Garrett Rakowski's shoes. Carlos, I think Vinny's actually been dialing his throw a little bit, trying to not take as long. I've heard that he's been doing better with it this go, and he's been working on it. He's trying to get back to the mix. He's like, I'm not in dart shape. And I when I was talking with him earlier, he's like, I'm not in dart shape. I looked at him, I said, I'm not in shape. And we had a laugh about it. Excited to see him in the scene and hopefully at more events all together. Yeah, there's so many likable guys in the room, so many great talents. Seriously, if you are a brand new player and you want to go get good, I don't care if you're over in Wyoming. I don't care if you're in, Hungary. I don't care where you are at. If you ever get a chance, go to Wisconsin, sit in the room and watch some darts there. You'll get better just by being in the room with how much talent is out here, how much passion is going on for these players. It is seriously something else. And also, Wisconsinites are, and again, I'm not even from Wisconsin. I'm from Ohio and live in Florida, but they will give you the masterclass in sportsmanship. We've been seeing it every single one of the finals, every opponent's handshakes or hugs, laughs and smiles, no matter if they win or lost. So it's exciting and refreshing to see, because while it certainly is expected of any player playing at a high level or any level at all, honestly, it certainly is always refreshing when it does happen consistently and constantly here. Good morning, watching in from Wyoming. Nice to wake up to a live dart match. Yeah, exactly right. Excited to see that. We're going all day nonstop action. I'm gonna track down real quick. I want to see if I can find Garrett and Joey, as it looks like we got Anderson and Dersh at the board here. So I'm gonna put on the music for just a moment, find our guys. Literally the match is gonna start here in just a moment, guys, so don't go anywhere. Make sure bringing coverage of this one. Alrighty, guys. Tracked down Garrett over there. He was helping out the Booyah booth, watching it for Jeremy Byrne. So he was still working. He wasn't doing any slack off stuff. And then Joey was literally on the board just warming up the whole time. So warming up with just a couple boards over. So excited to see how this one pans out. This is basically a preview of two of the top four teams, in my opinion. It's hard to pick favorites, but if you're talking on paper stats, these are the teams I'm looking at. So excited to see how this one plays out here in the Plover, Wisconsin dart tournament. So just getting a second, getting their couple warm-ups in, and then we'll be underway here. Yeah, we were going to get ladies match, but they weren't quite ready for the next one, so we decided to bring it over for this one. But we are going to get coverage to the ladies in all of our brackets, trying to spread the love here. All right, last few warm-ups in. Sorry, I was just updating the scoreboard there. Realized I didn't have that one quite up to date yet. But just ready to go here. Excited for this one, guys. I can't understate this. I'm excited for every of the matches. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, you're just watching such high-level talent on the dartboard, watching some, true pros go at it. Super cool to see. When I was out there tracking down Garrett, I ran into DJ Feltz and Travis Wilkinson, and I said, "Sorry, boys, about being on the stream back to back." They kind of auto assigned and worked out that way. And DJ looked at me and said, "Oh, so it was your fault," and I had to laugh about it. They literally shrugged their shoulders and said, "It's a tough audience, tough crowd. They tried their best, and they're just going to try to pick it up for the rest of the weekend." But they honestly had showed some moments of brilliance, and were not out of any of the matches that they played on the stream. It's just that tough of a field, man. I mean, it's not that this tournament has the most high payouts every year. You're not making $1 million if you win an event. But what you are doing is saying, I got first at Plover. That is so much pride on the line here. This is such a prestigious tournament. Literally been around since the 80s. The old Chain of Lakes tournament, it had multiple different venues. I mean, we've been around for a long time here. Even used to be at the Elizabeth Inn as well. It's been at 5-star lanes now since about 2017 here. Huge shout out to Russ Wentz, the original founder of this tournament. And shout out, of course, to Bobby Opie and Doug Barry as well for making the magic happen. Bob Anderson starting off with a 7. You guys have been tuning into our coverage on the USA Darts side of things. We did see Bob over there have a great performance at the Tournament of Champions, winning the CDI event in style. Gasquet answers with 5. It's funny. Last night when he got knocked out, now he was still happy and kind to everybody, but you could tell when I talked to him, I was like that he wanted it so bad, and falling short of getting to that final definitely was one of those things kind of weighing heavy on his heart there. And today, it's completely different. He's just walking the room. He's feeling confident, kind, and just not showing any signs of weakness here. So super good to see, right? You don't always get to see players bounce back, especially when they do that close run, but it shows the signs of resilience that it takes to be a high-level shooter. Seven mark there. Beecroft find the 18s 6-0, plays 6-0 at the moment after everyone's had one chuck at it. Anderson finds 7. So now Garrett's going to be kind of stuck on those 18s there. Won't really get a look unless he feels blocked. Oh, Stacks on top. Needs to be careful about getting deflected. And it somehow manages to throw it right in the same spot. 3 in the bed there for the bullet. He had a 4th dart in the chamber. Would have hit there as well, just the way he was throwing. Great stuff. Benny Dersch at the line here. Oh, needed that second dart to find the trip to take a look at those 18s. Yeah, just kind of stuck there, and a bad moment to find a 2 mark as it now starts to shift the favor to Beecroft. If he gets a 4 mark here, even just a 2 mark, you debatably take that shot at the 20s. Needs to work that dart in. Does he take the shot or does he stay? Decides to stay. Does find the trip on the last. 62-point advantage now for Rakowski and Beecroft. So 4 mark needed for Anderson to regain control. First is good and room to grow. Find 7. And Bob Anderson, I mean, when we talk about his style of play, he is extremely heavy on pointing. So in this duo, right, I expect, especially with Anderson going first, he's just going to focus on loading up everything and let Benny do all the cool jumping around the board closes. That's going to be their game plan. That's going to be their strategy here. At least that's what I'm saying as the armchair general of this one. And a good recovery for Benny there. Had a locks last round and a great recovery, finding 7 on the board. 5-8 versus 5-8-3. What a great standard these guys are playing at right now. Joey, you're going to have to just load it up downstairs to get it back within range. Two mark will not cut it. Bob is going to be able to just shoot right at those 17s, get them away immediately, especially with just X on it. Getting that second number up, plus having a 104-point advantage, can basically lock you the game with as long as you don't make any clerical errors. Finds the 17s with ease. Makes the 16s look easy. Oh, doesn't connect on the last. But yeah, basically locks away this first leg here, barring a huge error on their part. See, a lot of you guys tuning in for this one. Give it a share. Let us know where you're tuning in from. And, of course, most importantly, if you are not following Eagle Eye Sports, please do. Cannot implore this enough. We're going to continue bringing coverage. This will, unfortunately, our coverage of the tournament will end at the evening here once the team events are done, which still means you're going to get plenty of coverage for today as Benny Dersch does take this one 1-0. But of course, we're going to be covering a lot more events and a lot more sports coming up here in the next couple months. And it's basically, this is our second platform, right? This is where we're going to be able to continue to bring more coverage constantly. This is we're doing literally 2 live streams at once. Jeff McMahon over there in Connecticut running his stream for USA Darts as well. Rakowski starting with 7. Great opening there. When you're watching these pro events, especially these pro doubles in a best of 3 format, you kind of expect hold after hold into a tie-breaking leg. It really comes down to the diddle on the tie-breaking leg for who wins matches at this level. At least that's what assuming that everyone's playing at the standard they're supposed to be playing at. Beecroft goes right at those 19s, not messing around here. Oh, wow. What a 9 mark there from Joey. Great shot there. Great bounce back for these boys after what was a very tough loss, and considering Anderson and Dirk just how well they played that first leg, to be able to come out swinging like this. This is awesome. Oh, Benny answers with a 9. Benny Dersh does it. Oh, Garrett going right at the 17s. Hyper aggressive. Tied scoreline. Decides to probably stay in those 16s and finds it. What a good shot there from Garrett. That's a huge risky shot, right? Not only going for that first start close. Yes, he has the 2 houses, but the points are even. But then going over to the 16s after hitting a single to stay on it for the last trip is monumental, because if you hit it, now you're 3 numbers and points up. Even a 9 mark doesn't feel like enough if you're Bob. Huge shot there. Oh my gosh. No way. No way. Bob Anderson with a 9 mark here. What's going on? 7-6-7 plays 7-6-7 after 3 rounds. Joey now needs to get the score. Gets the point lead. And decides to stay up there. 7 mark answer. This is what I'm saying. This is potentially what's going to be your finals match later on, because these teams, everyone on here has just been throwing well so far as of last night and now into today. You expect these guys to do well. You know their names already, and this is why you know their names. They are great and excellent dart players. Oh no, Benny needs a trip on the last. Brings it back within 6 points. Garrett, though, can pretty much lock this 1-1. Yep, finds on the first. You're not going to see any fatal errors here. Good marker on the bull to find the double. Goes a little bit left, but gets a 5 mark there. More than enough. No game shot available. And right now, I mean, you're Anderson and Dersh. You're like, I know I'm going second, right? But we're shooting a combined 6, 7, 5, and losing by 3 numbers. By 3 numbers. Are you kidding me? The standard for what it takes to be a pro, the standard for what that means nowadays means that you're a 5-0 at minimum now. And really, we're talking the 5-5 standard on tournament performance is the expectation nowadays. And there we go. Beecroft finds the first bull there. 6-7-5 beats out a combined 6-0 on the other side. What an incredible game that was. Bob Anderson to show first in the diddle. Oh, gets away from him. Gets away from him. That's not going to be a dart he's happy with. Joey can really punish that. Carlos saying the next level of live streaming is quote unquote drone view. Drones at each board brought to you by Eagle Eye Sports. So you say that, but do you trust me to drive a drone and not hit a dart player? I mean, maybe some on purpose, but still. You know, I'm not sure what Anderson's or Dersh's nicknames are for dart players. Garrett Rakowski is the Bullet. Joey Beecroft, I assume is because he has a B on his jersey, it's going to be along the lines of a B for his nickname. These guys simply are just known by their quality of play. The Bullet starts us off first here, though. Oh, he needs to find this 20. He doesn't find it. Oh, Benny's the Jet. Thank you, Jason Watt. Welcome in. Thanks for tuning in, sir. Anderson, while he did have an error on the diddle, can make up for it right here, right now. Five mark, bare minimum there. Good shot from Anderson after recovery from a lax diddle. Is it Garrett Rakowski Bullet and Bullet Bob Anderson? I'm giving some insider. I'm getting some insider information from the chat here. You guys are making me laugh with some of these nicknames as well. It's funny because like every one of these guys I've known and have watched since I started playing in the scene and getting in the scene before I did even streaming. I guess I never took a lot of time to think about the nicknames, and I'm trying to play catch up as the young buck in the scene here for the streaming side of things. So of course, appreciate any inside information you guys can get me. John and Kurt saying Bob's is F and Bob. The F stands for Finding Bob. Definitely nothing else. Rakowski finally gets his team course corrected. They're finding a 9 mark, loading up those 18s. Let's see if that's going to be enough to kind of get them back in the mix here. Anderson with the 2-house advantage can really still make this hurt. First start finds the 20s well. Yeah, you knew he was going to stay there. Now he's debating on what he wants to do. Taking a quick moment to analyze the data. Switches to the 19 for the cover shot there. Again, we talk about it. Bob likes that more conservative point style. And I think that does well for the fact that Benny can just go at those closes more often than not. It's a good team dynamic here. Joey regains the point lead with that dart and finds another 9 mark back to back for that team. 162 points scored. I mean, we know, and this is always a known thing, Benny's a methodical player, right? Takes a lot of time at the board trying to dial in, get the mentality right. Let's see if he's able to execute that plan he just drew up. Four mark there. He knows that he's finally handed the opportunity back over after a extremely lax start from Anderson and from Murkowski and Beecroft. Now Garrett can potentially first start trip, let him close around. Jason Watt saying they call him Jet, but he plays at a SNES the pace. Oh boy. Oh boy. Nothing but love for you, Benny. Bob is not able to regain that point lead here. I'm going to be honest. I don't think you're going to get a better opportunity to close the 19s and 20s here if you're Joey. You kind of have to take the look, right? You'd imagine. Pops the 19 first. Pops the 20. Back to the 18s now. Doesn't trip it, but does what he needed to do. Huge moments as this is starting to even up an advantage right now to Rakowski and Beecroft after a 1 mark open and then a 2 mark follow up. They then went back to back 9s to get themselves to this position. You trip, and then a big reaction there from Benny. Maybe, I don't know if he just doesn't feel comfortable with the lay or whatever that reaction. Maybe he just wanted an extra dart in his hand, but great shot. Takes a look upstairs and doesn't connect on it. Breaking the concentration, tries to regroup. Well thrown dart. 7 mark there from Benny. Gusky fires in 6. Keeping up a similar standard. Last leg, both teams were in the 6-0s. This leg right now, mid-5s. You don't call that falling off. You call this just consistently high-level play from these guys. That's what it is. Yeah, Bob gets a trip on the last here, but it's not going to be what he wanted. Again, Joey's another opportunity to do to continue that swing he started, right? He went for that 19-20 close into points last go, which got them to this position. Now is he able to continue? A bit of an awkward dart, awkward situation, moving to the side. Finds it in. You can see to the right hand of the player camera there, you see Jeremy Byrne watching along there. Voted best mustache, but worst smelling. Ooh, Benny wanted that one. You can see by the reaction. Oh, he really wanted that one. Great shot there. I mean, these guys are top notch and some of the favorites of this event for sure. Yeah, that's a bit of a misstep there for Garrett. These 18s have to go away here no matter what. Yep, you got the trip. You need to take a look at it, Bob. Does do so. 49-point difference is a very favorable. Worst smelling, Carlos. Worst with a T. Wait, they both have T's with an S. There we go. You guys got out of here late and came in early. On top of the fact that I'm talking to myself here and you guys along watching. Oh, what a great dart there from Joey, by the way. That was an excellent. I had to go way over to sneak it in between the uprights. What a great shot. Level of precision and expertise there from Joey. And it's a must hit. You can't hit less than 5 there. You have to be within a single mark of points. Flight slaying awkwardly. 17s, 15s, or 16s. They all seem like they could be correct shots in this given scenario, especially if he feels like he's blocked on the 17s. They're all valid. He did step over to the side here and gets it in. Huge last start there from Benny and the Jets. Garrett loads in 5, but not enough to gain any control here. Anderson and Dersh combined 5-5 after 10 rounds of throwing so far. Bob keeps the dream alive, though, for the other team. Just finding 3 at the moment. 90-point difference here. Means a 9-mark momentum shift could happen. Perfect spot. Can load it up from there. Oh, it goes a little bit right. Well thrown. Finds 5. Brings it back within 10. Still anybody's match. This is really a tug of war type situation here. And honestly, what is a war of attrition for these dart throwers at the moment? Oh, last one gets away from him. You can see Benny knows every dart is so important right now. There's no room for errors here. Oh, let's see what Garrett's able to do here. Finds a 9 mark at the right time. The bullet chambers it, fires it after lock and loading. All right, that's all the gun ones I got. That was too many gun jokes in a row. Great shot there from Garrett. Bob, though, needs a 9 to answer right back. Good spot for him in that bed. Oh, he's able to take the shot. He's moving over. And he answers right back with a 9 mark of his own. What a great shot there from Anderson to follow Rakowski. You can see having a laugh. He's happy about that shot. Oh, boy, what a great standard these guys are playing to right now. 27-point difference, too. Joey gets 3 bulls in. Finds the 4th. Bringing it back within a few points here. Putting some pressure on the shot and keeping the dream alive still. You never know until it's over. Benny has to sign and seal this one. Can he deliver it, though? Three bulls needed. 2-point difference. So you have to be tactful about the approach here. Yeah, you have to switch off now. Yep, and he does go immediately to the 15s. First start doesn't hit the bull. There's no reason to try to go for the double single there. And Benny, you have to stay on that because they can hit 2 bulls. You have to figure out how to get underneath that dirt. It's obviously laying at an angle he doesn't feel super comfortable with. Taking a moment, I like this to console the partner here. Step off the line, double check, say, hey, what do you want? Because obviously he's trying to decide what the best approach is. He needs to try to find another 15 here. And does find it, Benny Dersh. What a shot there. Oh my. Double needed to take a look at the 15s here. Still a game shot available. Just needs to get the point advantage back. Needs a double on this last. Oh, goes for the 15s, and if you're going to shoot it, it has to hit. But I wouldn't leave anybody a 3-bull chance here on a game like this. I think you needed to send the double, but at some point, someone has to take the risk in this, right? And that's what happened there. Not a bad shot from Garrett, but Bob, can he seal this one away? Needs one more bull here, and he doesn't get it. Oh my goodness, he does not get it. And he knows that no one expected that. After the huge clutch 9 mark he just hit in the previous go, to go up there and miss the bull on the last dart. Joey needs to compose himself. 2 bulls for the point lead, then a double 15. Gets the first bull. Gets the second bull to the 15s. And he goes low and he doesn't hit it. Oh my goodness. What a great shot there from Beecroft. You can see everyone's having left. They're like, all right, now we're even. Now we're even. He just needs 1 bull, 115 to take this 2-1. Gets the 15s with extra credit. Shout out to Mike Maloney for that dart. Here we go. Gets it. What a good shot there. Anderson and Dersh take it. You can see props and respect. That was a great match. Everyone should be happy. I mean, yes, there was moments for every single player to show their brilliance and to show some moments of struggle. And what it was a tactful, well-thrown game from everybody involved, and what is expected of this pro-level play for these guys. Super amazing stuff here. I do appreciate all the kind words in the comments. I do appreciate everyone tuning in. Eagle Eye Sports, we're obviously our new platform, and to have over 100 plus of you guys tuning in on there on top of our YouTube page. And then we also have our Facebook for Doug's Sports Pub going live here. It's been a pleasure. And of course, appreciate all the kind words for myself, as well as trying to make myself sound somewhat entertaining. It's been a long weekend here already, and a lot more darting action coming your way here. Gonna get our next match up on the board here in just a second. For those of you that are just tuning in, let's actually take a look at our players here. We did a little interview with Matt Bella coming off his big elite finale win worth over $10,000 for himself at the Tournament Champions. So we're going to have a little look at that interview. We'll be right back over. Nick DiChiria bringing you coverage of the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship 2023. Well, hello, everybody. I am Nick DiChiria, joined by Matt Bella here at the Plover Tournament. Matt, you're coming off a big win at the finale in Kansas City, Missouri for the TOC. Can you talk to us about what that win was like for you, and really, like, now that you've had a chance to resonate with it?
I don't think I have gotten over it yet. It was just a unbelievable experience. I don't know what to say. John and I shot really well together. We carried each other really well, and we had a little luck along the way, you know?
Absolutely. And now you're coming off a great tournament performance. I mean, do you expect that to carry over? Is it on your mind at all when you're playing this weekend here?
No, you got to have a short memory with this stuff. I mean, just day by day, keep it going. Hopefully you stay hot, but sometimes you don't.
Exactly. Well, a lot of people, I would say this is one of the player favorite tournaments. So we go to a lot of different events. All the players are excited for this one in particular here. Can you tell us a little bit about your history of Plover and coming out here for the Doug Sports Pub Dart Championship?
Well, this is my favorite tournament. I'm from Plover. This is like a home field advantage for me, although it doesn't always work out that way. But it's just a great time here. Everybody gets along, and it's just a great time. Everybody's got to come experience this once.
So let me ask you this, right? We have a lot of different talents in here. We have a lot of different great shots to watch, and surprising amount of pros as well. For a lot of the people that are going to be watching online, what advice would you give them if they get to see some of these talented darts for the first time ever, if they want to get into the game of darts?
You got to have a short memory. Don't let a bad round get you. Just focus on the next round. You know, short memory.
And then last question for you here. What's going to be your event you're looking the most forward to this weekend?
All of them. I just have a great time here. I mean, it's local for me. I don't have far to drive home. You know, it's just a great time. I love them all.
Well, hello, everybody. We're here at the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship. I am Nick DiChiria, joined by the Bullets, Garrett Rakowski. Garrett, how's it feel to be here in Plover?
Man, this is one of my favorite tournaments for sure. Soft tip. It's all I do, of course. But I've been throwing this tournament for 5 or 6 years now. Not always my best, but, you know, just the competition that comes here, it's awesome. I love being here.
Well, we're excited to see you here once again. Now, what's your expectations for this weekend? Are you excited? What's the event out of the lineup that you potentially look the most forward to here?
The event I look forward to the most is the Pro-Am event. And the reason why is because I'm shooting with one of my buddies named Kevin Ustby. I still can't say his name. I've known the guy for 10 years, but still can't say his name. But anyways, I've known him since I was smaller. So him and I have played once or twice, but never a Pro-Am event. And the way he's throwing, the way I'm throwing, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. Of course, I love throwing with Joey Beecroft, too, and everybody else. So, you know, it'll all be fun.
Well, it's always a good time here. And let me ask you this, right? So there's going to be a lot of people that have their eyes on this. I actually see a couple of youth players out there currently. What advice would you give to one of those youth players that might see some of the big shots like yourself, Matt Bella, and whoever else ends up getting a chance to see? What advice would you give to those young shots?
The main advice that I've followed throughout my 5 years competitive playing would be that you just have to remember it's a game, have fun with it, and if you have that talent to take it to the next level, then keep practicing, keep putting your time in. Things will fall in place. Keep challenging yourself. You know, if you're getting your teeth kicked in, find a way not to do that. That's what I did.
And then one last question. First off, we just want to congratulate. Your hair is fixed from Whammo, so we're doing good there. But I see you shaved the facial hair. Can you tell us a little bit of the reasoning behind that? Hot topic.
So, Rob, I'm still waiting to see the picture of your head shaved. I'm waiting, and I still haven't seen it. I think you're 6 days late now. I mean, you're the one that brought up this. He's the one that said, "Hey, Garrett, let's do this." And I said, "No." And he talked me into it. I shook his hand. We were sitting at a dart tournament, of course, of all places, KDC in Kenosha. And I finally said, "Fine, we'll do it." And I haven't seen his picture yet, so that's why I called him out the other day, and I still haven't got anything. But yeah, you know, we're doing a No Shave November from here, so I mean, this is only 5 days now, but it'll get a little frisky by the end of the month.
Well, I'm excited to see what you bring to the table, Garrett, as it's always a pleasure to see you. And of course, everyone keep watching for our coverage here of the Plover Tournament here at Doug's Sports Pub Darts Championship 2023.
Let's get started. First, let's talk about the dartboard and what all this means. So let's take a closer look at the dartboard. This kind of board is called a sisal board, used with steel-tip darts. Usually it's referred to as a steel-tip board. There are other types of boards, like electronic, also called plastic tip or soft tip, and these used soft or a plastic tip on the dart. But for this demonstration, we're going to use the steel tip board. On the dartboard, there are 20 numbers, and they correlate with each of these 20 segments. For example, let's say you throw a dart and it lands here. This segment is worth 20 points, also known as a single 20. If your dart landed here, it would also be worth 20 points. The same rule applies for all of these large segments. If your dart goes into any of them, it's worth a single of that number. Now let's say your dart goes into this smaller segment here. This is called the double ring, and any dart that lands in this outside ring is worth double that number. Now if your dart goes here, this is called the triple ring. Similar to the double ring, if your dart lands here, it will be worth triple the points of that segment. Finally, if you hit the center of the board, or the bullseye, it has a numerical points value too. The green or outer bowl is called a single, and it's worth 25 points. The inner or red bowl, commonly called a double bowl, is worth 50 points. Any dart that goes outside the double ring is outside the scoring area and counts as no score. Now, some of you may feel intimidated by the math here, but really, as you play more and more games, the repetition will help you memorize these segments until they are all as easy as a single 20, I promise.
Sorry, guys. Had to step out there for a minute. I was waiting out there and getting the ladies over to the board for the queen seat match, and all of a sudden, neither of them were there. I turned around, said hi to somebody, turned back around. They were both there, so that was completely my fault. My apologies there. As it's been a long weekend of streaming action. Marquise Womble going up against Kayla Lewison. So excited to see this. Kayla does take that first leg in style here. This is the women's singles event. So we have the women's singles, and then you have the men's doubles 01 non-pro and the pro doubles cricket that we have been covering. So after this, I believe we are getting the pro doubles king seats after this. Just a heads up of what's coming up next in the action here. But yeah, you can definitely tell as you see a great hat trick there from Womble. You can tell going out there, everyone's getting caught up in the fun and having the action. So promise I was out there in my best behavior. I went to the dartboard, threw a couple, realized I'm better at talking about darts than throwing them. And now I'm back in here with you guys. Kayla having a little bit of an off leg here. See what Womble's able to do. Stays true, tries to find the bull. Wouldn't have loved to finish, but when you're this far ahead, you're not worried about leaving the finish. You're worried about just continuing the race down. Then you can focus on the fancy tee-ups. Continue to add pressure. 202 plays 435. Fat Bull open out here. Thing is, with this type of format, it's all about just staying composed because one big round can turn things around. 102 gets it back within range, but if Womble sets up an out here, she'll be keen to make this 1-1. $116, not a bad leave at all. Gonna get at least 3, more than likely 6 at it. As a combination of trips will be needed here to be able to leave an out for 333. Just focusing on bringing it down here. Nothing wrong with that. Finds a hat trick. Great shot from Kayla, but 6 darts now for 116. Bull 16 bull is going to be the shot here. Bull. Single 16, back to the bull. Ooh, kind of slipped out of her hand there, went low. Not the ideal leave at 47. But again, open out. You just need to hit singles to get out of there. 183, so she's going to have to add pressure. Try to hit at least the low ton. Big bull here would be awesome. Finds a double, leaves 64 as well, so great leave. 47 has to go. 45 now, trip 15. Double 14 now is going to be the shot. And it connects it. And what was a must-hit dart there as Kayla, after a lax start, ended up adding in some pressure. 1-1 here in this Queen Seat match. Of course, I am Nick DiChiria bringing you coverage of the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship 2023 here in Plover, Wisconsin. On the other end of the bracket, there looks like they're getting into that top 6 range going on. Abby Spot is on the losers side, which is probably one of the favorites for this event. So surprising to see. She did beat out Jade Warzala in the first round. Which is, I believe, back-to-back first rounds. I think they got each other yesterday as well. And then beat out Becky and Christina, and going down to Kayla Lewison. Jason saying, are you the play-by-play commentator? I'm the whatever comes to my mind because I'm trapped in a room by myself commentator today. That's what it is. So first time doing a solo event in person. I've done a couple of these remotely before, but they flew me out here. And since we got this Eagle Eye platform going, they said, hey, you're used to talking to yourself. Want to go ahead and do it a dart tournament? I said, why not? Jason, coming from a professional like you, that means a lot. Appreciate the kind words there. Low ton there for Womble. Keeping things close knit here. But no breakaway advantage, so Kayla just going to focus on trying to bring it down, potentially leaving it out if she does hit a hat trick here in the open out format. First one's good. Let's see if she can follow it. Oh, what a shot this would be. What a shot it is. Kayla Lewison setting herself up. Now putting the pressure on Womble. Hits the bull. Another one. I think you need to switch to a trip, and she does. Does the smart switch there. There's a question of if you focus on just bringing it down or setting up there, but opponent is on a finish. I think you always have to take that look. 1-6-1. Finds the bull. Does go up to the 20. Doesn't connect. Going down to the trip 17. 74. Good position for her to be in. Oh, no. Clerical error. Womble does not leave a finish. So 6 darts for 74 now. He's averaging a 35 point per dart at the moment. Oh, finds the bull. 2 big 12s or just gets it in one. Double 12. Kayla Lewison is now your queen seat holder here. So good stuff on her there. But I'm sure with Marquise having some great shots in there, especially that second leg really powering through, that we're going to see more of her as well as we get some more coverage of the ladies. I believe coming up next here, we're going to be having our pro bracket continue. I believe we're going to be getting the king seat match of that. So excited to see how that one plays out. As you can see, starting to thin up a little bit here. A lot of people decided to sleep in. It's a little chilly outside. They got their jackets on even inside here. Trying to get a little bit of rest, and because there's also afternoon and evening events today, including the team event, which is a lot of players' favorite event, because of course, who doesn't like playing on a team? It's always fun and exciting. I always get picked last at like stuff like kickball, so I don't know what it's like to be like first choice on a team, but hey, you know what? You win some and you lose some here. Let's kind of take a look around the room and get some coverage of what's going on. We'll kind of see what's going on one of these boards over here. See who we got. See a lot of people still throwing in here, and I love the bowling alley aesthetic that we're throwing at right now. You can see there's so many friendly faces. You see at the corner there, you saw Scotty Miller, Scuba Steve Diker over there. Got a lot of great throwers in the room. And of course, there's 38 boards, and this is a bowling alley and bar and indoor volleyball court. They have everything. Literally tomorrow they have their Sunday volleyball league, which I wonder if that will distract or help any of the dart players, or if they might just start joining it. Who knows? Who knows indeed. So we're going to just go ahead and zoom in on this one for a quick moment here. Looks like we're getting some of the non-pro doubles 01. So that's going to be that split score format going on the sideboard over there. So I'm going to go ahead and get that king seat match, get those guys over to the board. Just going to throw up some music for you guys for the moment here. Again, appreciate all you guys tuning in, giving us the love and support. I'm Nick DiChiria, bringing coverage of this one. Be back in just a moment. Well, hope you guys didn't go far. We got a juicy affair here. Told you guys it was going to be a good one. The Pro Doubles Cricket King Seat. The Minnesota boys of Rick Hinsey and Ken Rip. And then Bob Anderson and Benny Dersch going at it in the King Seat. This is going to be an exciting match, right? I mean, this is exactly what you want to see in the King Seat. I went up to Bob and after his last match where we saw against Rakowski and Beecroft. And Bob, I was like, Bob, what was that I was just watching? He's like, honestly, I didn't even care who won. That was just fun. That was plain old fun. And Rakowski was like, man, that was back and forth. Everyone was in high spirits, whether you're on the winning or losing side of that affair. They were so happy to just be a part of it. They enjoyed every second of that. Man. Yeah, that was some great stuff. We're excited to see how this one pans out. You can see Bob Anderson holding down the fort, getting the rest of the guys over there. So I went out there and tried to corral them over. Everyone just trying to get themselves situated. You can see Scotty Miller over there to the left. Just want to give a huge shout out here to the sponsors of this event, Flight Faction and Booyah Darts. They actually have their booths set up. So if you guys are physically here or are coming in tomorrow earlier in the day, they will be set up over there by the bar. So you can go over there, get yourself some jerseys, get yourself some dart supplies. Currently, barrels I throw, I actually did buy from the Booyah Darts booth back at Whammo. So rocking those over there. Always great to see those guys. And a huge thanks, because there's one of the reasons that this event is having us out here broadcasting it, having sponsors like that. And of course, huge shout out to 5-Star Lanes, OP Sports Bar, and of course the Doug Sports Pub Dart Championship for having us out here as well. Been excited and continue to be excited to be bringing you nonstop action. Looks like it's just a moment here before the guys actually get over to the board. So I'm actually gonna go back over to that match we were just watching to the side. So don't mind that. In the meantime, we'll track down those boys, get them over there. And as soon as it gets going, we're getting to that. So if you're here right now, you're listening to my starting to get scratchy voice, just know the action's coming up in just a moment. So don't go far, folks. Nick DiChiria here, bringing you coverage. Back in the action here. Told you guys it wouldn't take too long, and plus we got to cover the end of the match that we saw for the crosses match. So sorry about that one, Brandy. Wanted to go over because I thought those boys were already there, and then when I looked and saw it was just Bob hanging out, I was like, all right, you're right, probably should go back over there. So got to catch the end of that one. Hopefully you didn't miss it. But yeah, Nick DiChiria here bringing coverage. This is going to be our king seat match here for the Hill. Anderson and Dersh, Hinsey and Rip. Excited to see, as we've seen Hinsey on the stream, all these guys, Ken Rip making his first appearance on the live stream this weekend. So it's always great to see coverage of this. Yeah, it looks like everyone's just getting dialed in and ready to go here. Let me know who you got, right? I mean, this is going to be a tough match. We just saw a classic, instant classic level of performance between Anderson and Dersh against Rukowski and Beecroft, right? So now on the other end, Hinsey and Rip, of course, a star-studded duo in their own right, will have to match it. We talk about 5-0 being the standard, right? The bare minimum. I combined 5-5 or more is what's going to be needed to come out on top. You can also see Hinsey's a tall fellow. His head's peeking into the camera there a little bit. He is a juggernaut. And you got Benny and the Jets over there. But yeah, super excited for this. Let you guys know what's coming up in this afternoon events here as these events are starting to wind down for the morning. We got the men's Pro-Am doubles cricket. Then we also have the men's non-pro singles 01 and the women's doubles 301. And Jacob saying, this should have been Tyler. Tyler actually ended up, I think he had to work this weekend, is what Rick told me. Because originally Tyler was going to come out. I think he couldn't get off of work because Rick asked me if I could play the Pro-Am, and I said, no, unfortunately, I'm here to work. And he's like, never mind, Tyler's able to play. And then I guess Tyler ended up picking up at work, and so is not actually here this weekend. You can see Hinsey does get the diddle here, looks like, from that celebration, I'm going to assume. And Jacob, to answer your earlier comment, that's going to be Jeff McMahon streaming over on the USA Darts page currently. Well, here we go. It's time for the king seat. Let's see who's going to earn that crown. We just came off the women's queen seat for the singles 01 there. Bob Anderson to go first. Fine 6. Oh, Hinsey wanted to load it up. Finds a 7 mark, though. Not a bad answer. I would do say so myself. So now what's Benny going to do with the situation? Going to start upstairs first. Oh, that's a great placement for him. He can make a lot with that happen. Oh, but catches underneath. He's trying to stack it up, and he does so in the last start. Another 6 mark there. Rip City Rip. Just a 3 mark there. You can see he's kind of scratching the back of his head, has to walk that one off, knowing that was a little bit of a missed opportunity. So Bob can capitalize on this. Again, conservative style play. Expect the first start to kind of go upstairs. No, he does go down. Walks back, deciding what he wants to do now. Could go for the 3 mark close. Could go back up. Decides to go back up, but that's well high. You can see the head shake there. He knows that neither one of those darts are an ideal situation for him at the moment. Moves aside, knowing that the 20 is the right shot on the last. Hensey fires in a 7. You see Benny, methodical as ever. If he gets that single, he might just have to go for this 3 mark. Finds a trip on the first. I would prefer him to go to the 19s. I think it's a safer route. Goes down, closes it. Now going back up. And collects an 8 mark there. Great shot from Benny Dersch. You see the standard, right? We're seeing 5.67 playing at 6.25. We talked about it. 5.5 or higher. Can definitely need that last start to connect there, bringing it within 100 points. Does get the close. Bob Anderson going back up. Finding the 18s there. Doing a little switch up. I like the shot. Huge shot there indeed. Putting the pressure now on Rick. Rick has to load up the 16s and hope for a miss. Finding 7. He just needs to keep up this momentum, right? Pound the 16s out, get over to the 15s if you can. If you get both, more than likely league number one's in your favor. With a short format, this is a blink and you miss it kind of match. Finding the 20s for extra comfort. And then hits a white horse there, bouncing all around. Huge 9 mark there. Great shot. Yeah, combined 6, 6, 7. I promise you guys, I'm not numb to it. This is certainly some amazing stuff. It's just truly the level of standard, especially right now that Anderson and Dersch are playing at, is incredible. And there we go. Bob Anderson does it. Combined 6-1-4 for Anderson and Dersch. Great shooting there in the league number one. So Hensey and Ripple get the start. And they know that they're going to have to take full advantage of going first here. They're going to have to pound the 20s upstairs. Big easy. Here's Hensey. It's 5, bare minimum open. The reason we say 5 marks a bare minimum open is because someone can still hit a 9 right behind you, but that's the only shot available to close with point advantage. So bare minimum, but a good shot. Bob's just going to work his way up into that trip. Needs to work to the right hand, doesn't want to get deflected. You can kind of see the dart did kick over to the right there, answering with a 5. What you got for us, Rip City? Huge shout out to Ken Rip. He was our pseudo security guard when I was doing interviews over at the DPFL event, as he's been on the travel circuit lately. Huge dart on the last. Not feeling confident in the 20s. Is able to hit a big dart close there. So man just going to keep working his way into those 18s. Needs to kick it through the uprights. Does so. Gain the point lead back, but only by 14 points. And with Rick Hensey behind you, you kind of expect to see at least a 5 here. So going to start right at those 20s, get the point lead, and see what he does after that. That's going to be interesting to see how aggressive he plays it. He's going right at it. Oh, what a shot right now. And look at that. A 9 mark from Rick Hensey. Textbook stuff. Just going 1, 2, and 3. Anderson firing the 6 does get the point lead, but it's not going to be quite enough. Look at that aggressive shot from Ken, knowing that they have the 2-house advantage, and pounds a little bit of extra points at the tail end of that throw. So all Benny can do is 9 mark on the 15s, his best case scenario. If he does so, it affords his partner a potential opportunity on the next go round. And again, you can see 5-3-3, and they're behind by 2 numbers, and that's insane to say, especially in doubles. And this game's been moving along quickly the way that they've been playing it. Needs to find one more. Just gets a single, so won't get the point lead. So Hensey can just pop those 15s immediately and go right at the bulls if he hits it on the first. Otherwise, he's going to go up the points. Finds on the first, up to the over to the bulls. Doesn't connect, so going upstairs to add some points. And hits a big trip there. I was just going to do what he can on the bulls and hope for a error from the other team there. But more than likely, this is going 1 apiece. No point lead. Ken Rip's going to be able to go right at it. Yeah, needed to go up. Didn't want to accidentally leave an outshot or anything of the sort there. So want to just go up and throw some points after the first start miss. This is where things start to get dicey. So that's that miss that we were talking about. Now, Benny, if he can load it up here, and then again, it gets them in range, and they're not in immediate danger of losing. If Benny pounds at least 4 bulls, if not 5, makes things a lot more interesting here. First one's in the double. There's room for more. Hits a single. Gonna try to drill it. And he does drill it. 5 bulls there from Benny and the Jets. I guess I would make Bob Anderson the Jet in this scenario. And Rick's going to spend all day now pointing. Needs at least a single, and he knows that this is such a huge moment. Oh my, oh my gosh, I'm speechless. He does find the trip. No outshot. He needed it, that dart. That was a huge last start there. Now Bob Anderson has to send the bulls again, but now they're pulling the game in their favor. You can see Hensey and Rip slowly losing ground. Oh, but that's hanging over the double. It's going to be hard for Bob to find some. Gets another single. Going to the side here. Needs us to connect. And it finds the double. Well thrown dart from Anderson. Amazing. 45-point difference. And this is the best chance they're going to get. They kind of got a little dicey here at the finish line, right? Benny Dersch, single bull, trip 20, trip 17. To take this 2 straight in the King C match, what a shot this would be. This is why you have that never give up, never say die mentality on those bulls. Finds the double, takes a moment, recomposes. 20s and 17s is what he needs. Gets the trip 20. Needs the trip 17 for the match. Oh, and it goes just low. What a great dart there from Benny. What a great dart there. Incredible. Rick is obviously not happy at the board state from the advantages they did have, but is happy to be able to at least get a shot to get back in here now. Gonna load up those 17s. Finds the first one with ease. And the second one, can he load them all up? Ooh, finds 7. $84 means a double is now the shot. Bob does a little shake of his head here, but he knows that he can still get the point lead, keep this battle going. Needs to kick it into the double like he did the last shot. Oh, and it doesn't quite connect. Now, what does Ken do? Ken can go right at these bulls. I think he does. First dart, if it hits the bull, you stay on it. Otherwise, you got to get away. Yep, now he has to go down. And he knows. He knows he did that look up because he knows that this point battle is not going to continue for another round or two. Oh, no. Oh, he only gets a single. 26 point difference here. 2 bulls, 2 17s. Benny getting another opportunity here for the match for 2 straight. A lot of frustration there. Benny knows that was such a good opportunity for him. Wasn't able to capitalize and cash the check. Hensey going to try to lay the hammer again on the 17. 7 marks is what he hit on it last go. Finds 7 marks once again. 4 bulls is now needed once again from Bob Anderson. This is dicey match right now. You can see the Anderson Dersh average is dropping, but that's just simply because they're relegated to throw only on the bulls at the moment. Gets the double, needs another one of those. Oh, and it just barely isn't in the double. Needs to stay focused. And finds 4. Does get the point lead back. 5-point difference. Kinrip cannot throw another lax round like he did in the previous go. He needs to make sure to get a nice secure point lead. Let Rick go right at the bulls. Kin going down. First starts right in there. There's a full walk-off. I wonder if he's thinking about taking a shot here. Yeah, I personally think he just sets up Rick. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. He's stacked on top of the dart there. Hits a 5. He can't turn around. Give it a smiling and clap. $80 points is a good number to be up by for Hensey and Rip. Needs 4 bulls now. And not going to be able to get the point lead and be able to throw for the close. So just going to load it up. At least another single bull. Or how about a double? 5 bulls there. They're just putting up such a fight. Such a fight. That's either 4 or 5 bulls every single go. This is incredible. Incredible performance. Oh. Rick needs to get at least a trip here. Finds the trip. Finds another. Went 7 mark, 6 mark on the 17s. Down 57. So 3 bulls needed instead of 4. Slightly easier shot. Easier is relative. You still got to drill it. And that's the first time Bob has missed a bull in quite some time. Needs to make sure to get these 3 bulls. Has to. What time to go, Wayward? It's a single bull. I think debatably in the last start, they're maybe just going for those 17s. Ken has been struggling just a tad bit here. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, Ken's just going to go on those 17s right there. Does take a shot back up and going back down now. Oh, does stay for another. Just a trip 17. Did not take him out of the running. 4 bulls. Once again, is a shot. This is truly a tug of war. Finds the first double. Makes it interesting. Doesn't connect, though. I mean, Anderson and Dershowitz hit so many bulls in a row to try to get this match that it's bound that they're going to start missing a couple darts here and there. And you can see the level of frustration, but they are mounting such a fight right now. This is just leg number 2 in a best of 3, right? Hensey, this is the first time in quite some time he's had a point lead going into the bulls. And yeah, and now you can see he can just go right at it and double. You know, he was so excited to shoot that. Absolutely thrilled to see something like that. So now it's 1-1. And they played that game for so long that they was like, it's 1-1, right? Yeah, it's 1-1. What a fight. There's a lot of times where people will ask what to do in those bulls versus the one house situation. And you see it so many different times with so many different matches. Watch what happened in that match and draw up your own opinion on the play. But I really think for the most part, everyone played that just about textbook. And it was just everyone playing out all cylinders to the best of their ability. Ken Rip wins the diddle. Hensey and Rip will start leg at number 3 here. Tiebreaker leg. Five mark there. Hensey starts off with bare minimum. I say bare minimum just because, again, going up until that bulls, both teams were in the 5-5s. And in leg number 1, we saw the 6-0 average should be the winning. So that's what you expect. A combined 5-5 is what's needed for this. Oh, Bob let that one get away from him. Recovers well. 6 mark for Anderson. And great last start there from Rip City. Guys, if you want to follow along with the brackets here and see what's going on, go to CompuSport.us. Go over to that tournaments section. You look up Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship, and from there you'll be able to follow along with all of the brackets for this event, yesterday's event, and tonight's event, and even tomorrow's event. That way you can see your favorite players, follow along, and see how they're doing in this tournament. What a 9 mark there. Hensey taking full advantage of that situation and firing on all cylinders. I mean, how many 7s and 6s did he hit on those 17s to keep his team in it there? And then that little push, that little 5 mark from Rip and a couple of trip 17s at the right time is all Hensey needed to be able to save that leg from what was a very terrifying bull comeback from Anderson and Dershowitz. Many people couldn't stave off. That's a basic 1, 2, 3 on the close there. 70-point difference. Meaning we need to see at least a 7 mark here, bare minimum, to get things pretty much evened up. That's a good spot for Benny. Clicks right into that dart. And hits a 9 mark. Great shot there from Benny Dersch. Hinsey wanted more, only getting 5. And I say only because of how well he's been playing in this. Bob's not happy to lay the dart, but he really has no other option but to stay on it, at least until he finds one trip. Get one more dart in there if you can, and then after that you can take an aggressive close or another number here. I love how emotive Ken Rip is when he's at the board and when he's throwing. He just throws up his arms. He's like, "Oh, all right." Or when it hits a good mark after having a strugglesome turn, he has an over celebration. He's so funny to watch, and he's a funny guy. I can tell you that all these guys are class acts on the board, but Ken is just ridiculously funny. Seven mark there. There's a question. If Bob hits the trip, does he go for that 20? He does like to just typically stay if he's on a number. So we're going to see what his approach is. That's a good start to this campaign on it. And finds another. Does take the look. Doesn't connect, though. But both teams just trying to chip away at the other's number. See who breaks the ice first. Rip said, "I'll do it." And then finds the 20. Ooh, and almost gets on the last as well. 6 mark there from Ken. Five marks not going to be enough from Benny there. And right now, their team's throwing a combined 5-7-5, right? But that higher ground advantage is just brutal for the 5-3-8 right now. Rick pops the 16s, needs to hit these 15s and does so. And basically locks this one away with a double bowl as well. An 8 mark there from the Juggernauts. Hinsey and Rip, which were almost out of it 2 straight after what was one of the most insane bowl battles I think I've ever seen, are now about to send one of the favorites to the losers bracket and to put themselves one of the other favorites in the king seat. Well, look at that. Ken Rip does it. Alongside with Rick Hinsey, 2-1 win over Anderson and Dersh, which I'm certain that we're going to be seeing them again here. So we're going to go ahead and take a moment, hear from our sponsors, and we'll be back with the action here in just a moment, guys. Well, I told you guys, oh my goodness. Hi, everyone. You can tell it's day number 2 for me. Welcome back, everybody. Nick DiChiria here, and I'm joined by a special guest in the booth, Casey Bates here, joining me alongside second place in the women's singles yesterday. First off, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking.
Yes.
Now, we got to see you in the final against Abby Spot, and what was certainly an incredible experience, right? Because out of the 3 finals, that was the one where I was yelling the loudest and most concerned that other people could hear me. As you were putting on a great performance. What was running through your head when you were playing a final like that?
Holy crap. I obviously knew who Abby Spot was coming into it. I know she's such an incredible dart talent, and I have so much respect for her. I just knew that I had to hold my own and play my own game. She throws a little bit differently than what I am used to, like in this like central Wisconsin area. So that was something that was kind of challenging. I had to keep reminding myself that it's fine, like whatever she does, that's fine. I need to do what I need to do, and that's just what I kept telling myself.
Well, you've been playing for about 4 years now, is what I was told. And so what got you into the sport, and why? Well, I mean, you obviously like it. Why do you like it so much?
I started playing because my husband, at the time boyfriend, had a team, and I started subbing. And then I was like, wow, this is pretty fun. So I should just do this full time now. And I bought a set of darts and I just jumped in, and I have never regretted it. I just love the game. When we switched to throwing, I originally started at Ponderosa Pines, and when I switched to throwing for Doug's Sports Pub, Doug, the owner, really took me under his wing and taught me a lot, and I have a lot of respect for him, and I really appreciate everything that he's done for me.
Well, Doug very lovingly referred to you as the Prodigy.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that nickname?
Cool. That's such a cool name. Like, that's so amazing. But it's there's a lot of weight that comes with that name. Like, I really you got to earn that name. Prodigy is a big deal, you know? So yeah, it's, I don't know. A couple people have joked with me a little bit today about it, and I don't know. It's an intimidating name.
It certainly is. Now, when we were watching you play in the final, one of the things I complimented you on was the fact that you showed no signs of nervousness when you were playing it. Now, was that just purely you were just coming off confident, or did you feel that confident? Were you feeling nerves at all?
When I warmed up, I felt really good. And I thought, I threw really great against Abby the first time. Unfortunately, I didn't win a game. She beat me 2-0, but I knew after that I can hang with her. So I think I really got a lot of confidence from that first game match that I threw against her, and that helped.
Well, we've seen a growth in the women's sport for darts in general, right? We're seeing more and more talented shots out of the woodworks. If there's a lady listening to this or watching that clip, what advice are you going to give them if they want to get into darts?
I would say don't worry about what women are doing or what men are doing. Just play to the best of your ability. I obviously I'm not going to compete with people like Mike Maloney or Rick Hensley or whatever, but I hate kind of looking at darts like a men's and women's thing. I just want to be the best that I can be, and I love going to tournaments and throwing in open brackets against anybody and everybody, and just getting all the experience and talking to people and learning their strategies and just being a sponge. I just want to be exposed to as much darts as possible. I love it.
Absolutely, of course. I mean, and that's what it's all about, is just taking the most of the opportunities given and just really enjoying it for the sport and the game that it is, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So, well, super exciting. Is there anything you want to say to anybody that's listening to your voice here? Any shout outs you want to do?
Shout out to Doug. Doug, you're the best. Thank you so much for hyping me up so much. I love you. You're my best friend.
Love it. Well, that's Casey Bates here talking about her second place win last night in the women's singles cricket event. And we wish you best of luck with the rest of the weekend and their future darting endeavors.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty, guys. Well, the next match will be up here in just a moment. So again, Nick DiChiria bringing you coverage of this. We're going to be getting some more action. Be back in just a moment. Alrighty, guys. Well, you just heard from Casey Bates. That was a great little interview with her. She was like, I'm more nervous for the interview than I was in the match. That's what she told me right before it started. So that was Casey Bates, their second place in the women's singles cricket last night. But now I'm joined by an even better lady, Travis Wilkinson, in the booth with me.
I am a really good lady. Thank you, Nick. Thank you.
Yeah, you can see we're good friends. We get along super, super well. So here we go. This is going to be a good match here. We got Kaflish and Larson, Rakowski and Beecroft. This is the 4th place of the pro match here. So we're going to get a nice look at these guys. As, of course, Rakowski and Beecroft had a heartbreaking loss against Anderson and Dersh in what was certainly an enticing affair. But they'll get another chance at it here if they come out on top. Of course, Kaflish and Larson, we also saw on the stream today. Who do you got in this match?
I honestly think Kaflish and Larson because
Because he just had 9 mark?
well, I mean, that helps too. But Kaflish is solid. Like he's like a underdog. I don't want to say underdog, but like no one really knows him that much. But he's very, very good.
He's so sneaky.
He's sneaky,
hoodies.
Exactly.
He's always him, and then Eric Bobsing's always like that too, right? They're always just in t-shirts or.
It's like you don't expect him to come out, and he just comes out in 9 marks, just like that. Like he's that good.
Absolutely. Well, right now, Larson and Kaflish looking well ahead in leg number 1 here. Again, best of 3 format, guys. So it's blink and you miss it. And I mean, Travis, how insane is it that in the standards of even a doubles event, if you're not throwing at least a combined 5-5 in the pro bracket, you are really not in the running.
And honestly, that's what you need because I was in the tournament and we were playing, and you lose with a 5. Like it's that rough. But it's awesome because there's so many good players that even doubles, there's still so many good teams and players. So like you're doubling them up, and there's still that many good teams.
Mm-hmm.
So it's awesome. I love it.
Yeah, I mean the turnout's been real solid here. I mean, because you're looking left, right, up, down, and there's just so many good shots. As Kaflish and Larson do take leg number 1 here. I mean, it's sometimes intimidating when you see a field like that. You're like, how many great guys do I have to get through?
I know, and it's getting more intimidating. Like because like we were talking about earlier, darts is getting bigger, and the better players are coming out, and like there's bigger averages, and you see those averages, and then it gets intimidating. And I don't know. It's kind of enticing at the same time. You're scared.
Absolutely. See, I saw the game and everyone getting better, and I wasn't getting that much better. I was like, I'm going to stick to commentary. Right. That's what I'm going for
it's
now.
It's like you want to go play, but it's like, oh, should I? Because they're really good.
Absolutely. I mean, it's serious. And it's also Wisconsin, man. It's dirty how many great shots you guys have out here.
It's kind of unfair.
Do you think it's because of like the winters and stuff of just being stuck indoors a lot more? Why do you think it has such a big dart population?
Honestly, I don't know, but the Midwest in general though is pretty big in darts. Like there's a lot of really good players just in like Illinois, Minnesota, Wisconsin, like Iowa. There's a lot of good darts.
Absolutely. Beecroft loading up the 20s there, getting a pretty significant point lead, but again we're seeing the standard 5-0s. Here we go.
Yeah, if you're not getting a 5, you better think about what you're doing.
Absolutely. No, Larson's probably the player. I mean, I obviously know who he is, but is probably a player I've least seen on one of the streams I've been on. Can you tell me a little bit about him?
Yeah, he obviously shoots from Stansfield and everything, and he is a very good player. But you're right. He's not on the streams. He's not like, I know we're used to like the TOC and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. He's not much into that. But I've known him for a while, and he can hit. And like obviously you can see he can hit, but he's very good.
I definitely think a lot of the people that aren't in the local community that are maybe watching on the stream or on CompuSport following along, right? I think a lot of them are thinking, who is it, Kaflish and Larson? These guys are exactly sleepers, but this is the 4th place match.
Exactly. There's not a lot of big names or anything, but they are very competitive. I promise you.
Yeah, it certainly is. As they're in a back and forth point battle, Joey can take a shot at these 19s if he wants. Is going to go right at him.
Yep. See, and that's the thing. Like, for me personally, if I'm shooting a really good player, I'm trying to end the game quicker because I don't want to like go into a point battle.
Yeah.
And they can point battle, so I want to try and close the game out faster before they can get ahead of me in points.
And we talk about that mentality, right? We talk about how when you should always expect, especially when you get into higher level play, anybody can hit a 9 mark at any given moment, especially in soft tip, right?
Exactly.
You have to play with that in mind. And when you're going against somebody that's shooting a 9 mark practically every time, as we're about to see one right here. Thanks for proving me right, Garrett. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Garrett.
Thank you, Garrett. Big fan. But when you see something like that, you're right. I mean, shortening the games because it becomes a test of endurance at that point.
Right. And if you know you're playing against a really tough player and you try and end the game quicker, you have a better chance, I believe, because if you go point for point with them, you're probably going to lose because longer legs, I mean,
it's harder.
It's harder.
The
average comes out
with a 9.
The average comes out when you're playing against 5-5s or something like that.
It certainly does. It certainly does. I mean, it just is insane. This is something that I think 10 years ago we did not see nearly as often or as consistent. Now that is in part because there's more streams than ever, so there's more coverage of things, and more documentation is what we talk about it, right? But on the other end, people are just getting better at darts. It's crazy.
Right.
It's gross,
and they're getting better and they're getting showcased more. Like you can see it now. Like before, like you said, you couldn't see it before.
Yep.
So now you can see it and they're coming out and they're doing it.
There's no such thing as like a hidden local shot. As soon as you play your first out of town tournament, it's known as we see another 9 mark. At least the 3rd in the league, if not like the 14th. I don't know. I lost counts. Once I start running out of fingers, I'm really in trouble.
We're gonna have to start a counter.
Yeah, I'll just bring over the one from the CSC. We'll have the little dynamite thing go off
the
and
dynamite
everything.
Thing on there. It's just full blown it.
Oh, look at this from Garrett. Why not another one? Rakowski firing in a bet on the 20s. If you want, you can say boom goes the dynamite. It's not like my thing, but like if you want to, you're allowed to.
I mean, I don't know if I should.
No.
Would Sean get that?
He would sue.
Yeah, I can't.
He would sue.
I like Sean too much.
That's fair. Hey, we found Sean's only fan.
Sean, if you're out there, I love you.
Oh, look at this from Sean. Oh, the other Sean.
The other Sean.
Not the Sean we're currently talking about.
I love that Sean.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, there you go. Man of the people here, Travis is. This is incredible. 614, 657.
So what would you do here, Nick?
Probably throw a 2-0.
Okay. What would you want to do?
You have to take the 2 mark close there, I think.
I think so too.
You're able to take it, and then he goes right. Ooh, but that was not a normal Joey dart.
I think that's what you got to do anyways. You got to go you got to make sure that's closed and then go for point.
Yeah. Well, and he needed those points because now the 9 mark can snap right back.
Right.
Larson knows that first dart he needed it in.
That might be a little pressure there. I mean, there was a lot of pressure. Like he could have had the lead after that round, but
yeah, I mean, that's the other thing, right? So you play way more than I do, and you're a way better player than I am, right? When you are out playing, how do you try to take some of that pressure off your shoulders? And these, I mean, this is an intense match for everybody on the board. Everybody's feeling a little bit of heat at the moment.
Honestly, like you just got to go up and your first dart. If you hit that first dart, then it that's where the pressure goes away. Like you have to hit 1 dart, and then once you follow, you can just keep following it. It helps a lot. But once you miss that first dart, it's like, oh god,
you're like, oh no, what's happening? I don't know what to do with my hands. Well, Sean only getting 4 mark will not regain the point lead here. So looks like Beecroft just needs those 2 15s and then has free reign to throw a couple extra points on the board here or go at the bowl depending on what he does.
Yeah, for him, it's probably not that much pressure, but I mean, like, obviously every dart is pressure in this situation, but see, that last point would have been huge, but now it's like
yeah, well, he needed at least a single there.
Larson can put up a lot of pressure here.
Yeah. Finds the bull in the first. I think I would go the single 16 for double 20. Yep, well, there we go.
Yeah,
hits the 20 and over to 16 now.
That's huge. That's a lot of pressure. But we know Garrett.
Yeah, Garrett normally would hit 3 out of 3, but it guarantees, at least with that shot, that if Garrett for some reason misses, gets a bad deflection.
He has to hit
it. It puts a lot more thought on the matter. That's
because
a good
3
mark.
To 3 right now, so it's
needs this last one. And see, that's what we're talking about.
The pressure, put the pressure on.
And this would be for the match, a 2 straight win.
This is. And Sean is definitely capable of doing this.
So. Oh, certainly. Again, it's about regaining composure. You don't want to do what your opponent just did here.
Right.
Sean, laser focus.
It's always nice if you hit that first double, though.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier, right? Oh, now he has to find it.
Now he's got to think about it.
That was a nervy second dart there. He's going to have to come in a little bit from the side. Just throw straight on in. Drills
and
it.
He hits it.
Oh, wow. What a shot there. Oh, my goodness. Sean Catholish.
Definitely a Sean move.
Oh, yeah. Hey, he wanted to make it suspenseful for you guys watching along there, for the fans. I know Garrett, obviously not happy with missing that hat trick, but he's just had so many close runs. He keeps getting stuck in those 4th and 3rd place finishes. I mean, that's something I
But-
definitely can't relate to. I always finish like nice, easy, like 2 and out. I have plenty of time to go play volleyball or whatever after.
Well, that's why I'm talking on the stream right now. So.
Well, hey, you had a tough run at it. Hey, at least you were playing with the better felts. That's what matters, right?
Better felts, absolutely. 100%.
Well, guys, the third place and the finals of the pro bracket's going to be coming up next here. It's not going to take long at all. We're going to be back with the action. Travis Wilkinson joining me in the booth. And, of course, I am Nick DiChiria. Be back in just a moment, everybody. Well, here we go, folks. We got the third place match of the Pro Doubles Cricket. Told you guys it wouldn't be long. We got Sean Kaflish and Larson going up against Anderson and Dersh. Of course, this is the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship 2023 over here in Plover, Wisconsin. I mean, here's the thing, right? We see Anderson and Dersh have an incredible run, barely losing out to Hinsey and Rip in that King Seat match in game number 3, which was seriously an incredible match. And then now we're seeing Larson and Kaflish, which, again, in the grand scheme of the dart scene, some people might say, who's that? What's going on here? But they are talented shots. They are good shots, and they are throwing their game well. And we've seen, I know Sean personally from the first time we saw him in the CSC. I mean, he's seriously a great thrower there. So him, and then Larson's been doing everything he needs to do to hold up his own in that match as well. So it's been some good stuff. Of course, I hope you guys have been enjoying. I see a lot of positive reception, trying to bring some different people in the booth here and kind of keep the rotating cast going on. Of course, we do now have a breathalyzer at the door, so that way they have to make sure they blow under the legal limit to get in to the commentary booth. New rules in place here at Eagle Eye. Of course, we just had an interview with Casey Bates on the stream. Super cool to be able to talk with her. She was super excited to be here. And then after that, we had Travis Wilkinson in here with me, which I've known Travis for a long time, even before I ever was in dart streaming, which is always cool because it's nice that there's the certain connections I have with the people that I met before I got into everything. And the first time I met him was at TOC 2018, maybe, no, it was 2019, I believe. So it's super cool to see him. But here we go. It's time for the third place match here. So here we go, folks. Let me know who you got, who you're cheering for. Anderson and Dersh going up against Kaflish and Larson. Kaflish continuing that same pace that we just saw out of him, loading up 7 to start. Well low on that first start for Anderson. Just going to have to walk back, shake it off, regroup here. Just a 1 mark there for Bob. Not the same level of play that we have been seeing out of him. Certainly surprising. Finds 5 there. Larson taking full advantage. Massive head start now. Benny taking his time to try to dial in. Well, how do you do, Benny? 9 mark there. Six mark answer is exactly what Sean needed. He needed to make sure those 18s were gone because Benny was trying to afford themselves to get back into it. Bob loading in 7 downstairs now. Definitely picking things up after a lax start. It's just so hard, right? Because with the level of talent, it's one thing if one player has an off round. It happens. These guys are human after all. Fun fact. Doesn't look like it. Sometimes they're machines, but they're actually human. But when you have back-to-back slow starts, that's when it can get really out of control. But because they were able to regroup, and that lax round there from Larson gives the opportunity now for Benny to get right back in the mix here. Wants to try to take down one of those other houses. Question is he the big bad wolf and will he blow it down? Goes to the 16 there. It means he did not feel comfortable with where his 17s were lying, but doesn't take advantage at all of the opportunity given. And a little cool down here for everybody. And I say cool down, they're thrown in the high to mid fours right now, but a little bit of cool down. So let's see who's going to be able to get the first real breakaway opportunity. Good first start there for Larson. Yeah, it goes over to the 16s. Doesn't close him. And I don't like that last start being there. I'm okay with the second one going, but again, you don't want to leave a 9-mark opportunity or an 8-mark in this case for Benny. When you're going against a player, especially a player that has the level of prestige that Benny does and is now getting back into it, at any point can flick the switch. First start's good. Needs to take a look at some of these closes. Does try to go for the 19s. It's okay to go back over to the 16s now. Finds a 7. Sean only ties the score. Uh-oh. Single 19, at least a trip 16 preferably, and the trip 20. Finds the trip 16. Bye-bye 19s. Gets a shot upstairs now, which would be huge. Ooh, right on the wire. Doesn't quite get in there. Bob Anderson knows that was a monumental dart to try to hit. Ooh, that was an extremely unlucky register there. Didn't count for anything. Definitely was at least on the same dart. Probably flicked off the wire there is what ended up happening. Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. Again, Benny knows how huge this is. 32 points is the difference now. So first dart triple lets you go for right of those 20s. And with the situation where you're going 20s versus 16s, you won't get too many shots where you're this close in range. Finds the first, needs to just go up to the 20s. Play it safe in case you hit a single. Oh, you need to hit at least a single, though, to make it a little easier. You still have to take the shot, I think. He looked at his partner and said, he said, close it there. Is what he just said, right? So now he's going back up. You have to take that shot. Even though you're kind of leaving what's really a 7 mark to bring it into a 1-point game. Oh, he goes back down. Here's the problem: is just that 20 firepower. Sean can really dig deep on it, right? But if you close it, then you're forcing your opponent to hit at least a 5 mark before going over to your 16s if they want the point lead. This could hurt. This could not. That's a favorable miss for the other team. 6 marks there, so not bleeding dry. Bob needs a trip here to get the point lead now. Ooh, bounces there. I think with that bounce, again, do you risk shooting at it knowing that you just flighted off and in that case had a good flight and risk having a potential bad one? Does take the shot, doesn't hit though. Ooh, Larson needs to hit that single 16. Does do it. Takes 2 darts at it, though. Almost breaks his arm off trying to get the dart out of the board there. So Benny here, going at these 15s. Honestly, if you hit trip, you're within 7 points. You go ahead and just pop that 20 regardless. I think that if no matter what, you probably shoot that 20 at some point during this throw, as long as you get the 15s closed first. I think I'd rather take a bull race than go for a 20 versus 15 battle. Finds the first. Finds the second within 7 points. Does go for that route. So 7-point difference. Game shot available. So Sean does need to get the trip 15. He's going to throw those 15s first. No version where he throws the bulls first here. Needs to just get those out of the way. Over to the bulls. So now won't be able to take it out. Single bull there. So 2 bulls away from winning, but leaves Bob Anderson 4 bulls. And we saw Dersh and Anderson hit so many bulls earlier. I would be shocked if he doesn't hit this. Just needs to work it in from there. Just a slight scooch over. Marked it up really well to find that double. And hits it. Well done from Bob Anderson there. You could tell, you almost knew when where that second dart lied. You can just see that there was the perfect flight path right in. It combined 5-2-7 wins that leg. Run to leg number 2. Sean Kaffler should get stuff going here. That was an extremely close game. Six marks, solid opening. Steve Diker in the chat saying, where is this tournament? Looks fun. Well, you're not invited. Doesn't matter where it is, Scuba. Of course, we are here in Plover, Wisconsin, and that's Scuba Steve. He was in here earlier. He was actually sitting on the couch right behind me earlier. I'm surprised when I saw that comment. Normally when he's in the chat, it means he's right behind me. So I actually did look behind to see if I was in danger or not. Kaffler and Larson started off strong. Once again, huge openings. Benny just getting 4 there. So now you just expect those 18s to go away guaranteed. Depends on how much more the bleed continues, though. Just a reminder, winner of this match will go to the finals to play Rick Hinsey and Ken Rip. And by the way, I just heads up, guys, we are going to game 3 here. 4-house advantage. Kaffler and Larson throwing a combined 6-6-7 at the moment. Well, that will do, Larson. No fancy fanfare needed there. You just need to get those close in the 15s. Now on to the bulls here. So not much Benny can do in this situation. Again, kind of chalk this up to a game 3 scenario and kind of walk on to the next leg here. Focus on getting practice for the diddles. Of course, not going to give up by any means. Throwing in a couple bulls there. But well ahead. Sean here. Gonna just try to knock it out of the park. Finds the double, just needs one more. Gets the single in there. So one apiece. We're going to a last league decider, and really it comes down to who wins this diddle. That's always the question at bay, is who wins the diddle has such a huge advantage. What's going to happen here? All right, last league decider, Sean Cafflish to start us off here. Let's see who comes out on top. I do have a special guest in the booth with me, a familiar voice if you guys were here last night. Scoop Steve Diker joining me. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Sorry about that. There's an echo in the room.
My bad.
Scooby, you sound a lot like me nowadays.
Yep.
That was funny. So what we've noticed in this match, in these first few legs, is one team is just coming out strong. The other team has fallen well short and has to come back in the latter half. And we've seen it in every single game. The team going first has had a 2-house advantage starting.
Yeah, it's a slow start for Bob and Benny for sure.
Well, I mean, they're a star-studded duo to be playing together. I mean, everyone that's here is playing a star-studded duo, right? But it's about the timing. When we were watching them on the winner side, it was incredible what we were seeing out of them. And then here, it seems like it's getting a little bit tighter, a little bit nervier in the darts.
Yeah, I was shooting earlier, so I didn't get to see a whole lot of their matches, but I did glance over a couple times, and yeah, they were definitely trading some big marks back and forth.
How's the tournament been going for you today?
We shot really well. Nothing to hang our heads on. We lost against great darts, so we shot well. The other team shot well. We just weren't on the winning end of it.
Well, I'm familiar with what that feels like. Don't worry. Don't even worry about it. Although, I mean, right now, it looks like Catholic, if he gets his 15s, it pretty much backs us away and does get it. A white horse there for Catholic. I like how you joined in the booth and they're going to blink and you miss it in this third place match.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked over. I saw Sean earlier, and he's been throwing fire all day. I don't remember him having a bad round at all. He's just been shooting great.
He's so incognito. He's one of my favorites having the stream because a lot of people that aren't in the know might be like, who's that going on there? Because he doesn't wear the jersey. He's always super relaxed and calm cadence.
Yeah, he snuck up on us a few years back for state. You know, I think I shot him. He shot Bob. He shot Porky. He kind of blew right through all of us to win the singles cricket at Ramo. And we know who he is now, and he's been shooting fire.
Well, there you go. See, speaking of fire, 6-0 combined, huge round there. And that was unfortunately the one time where we really saw Bob and Benny fall off. They were honestly solid throughout the whole tournament. But hey, third place in this pro doubles event's not bad.
No, I mean, that's great shooting with all what competition there is in this one.
Now
I would have been fine with third place.
Yeah, absolutely. Who would it be? You're placking, you know? Now, you talked about how Sean Cafflish kind of came out of the woodworks a couple years ago at Whammo and kind of surprised some people. I feel like right now that guy in the room is Luke Pritzel. Luke Pritzel really kind of doing some damage lately.
Oh, Luke is a young upcomer. He's out of Sheboygan, Random Lake area.
That's not a real place. Sheboygan?
Sheboygan.
It
yes.
sounds like something I'd look up on Urban Dictionary. Is that
Yeah.
real?
It is very real. In fact, like Johnsonville Brats is like 10 minutes from Sheboygan, so it's right in there. I lived down there for a bit. Anyway, Luke, he came through. He won, I think it was a singles 501 last year, Division One, and he's just shooting awesome.
Yeah, I mean, he's incredible. I mean, we saw him play some great performance, and he won singles at Whammo this year, I believe. I don't know if it's D1 or D2. I can't remember.
D1.
There was a lot going on for me. It was the Whammo, and that's all I'm going to say on that one. But here's what we got coming up here, Scuba. We got Henze and Rip, Kaflish and Larson in our pro doubles final. And I mean, you take any of these teams and it's likely to see this final, but I'm excited to see if Wisconsin or Minnesota secretly sneaks this one in.
Yeah, I mean, if Dustin can throw consistent, they have a great shot. We know what Henze and Rip can do, and we already saw what Sean can do today. He's throwing fire, so I think the pressure is more on Dustin.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the pressure is also equally on Rip. I mean, we saw in that King Seat match and where Henze literally hit 7 mark, 7 mark, 6 mark, 7 mark, 7 mark in a row. And then finally, when Ken Rip was hitting in the 3s and 4s every single time, once he got a big 5 mark in there and got just enough of a push, it got them through the door. So I know a little bit of pressure is going to be on Rip to try to bring it up a little bit here.
Okay. So we'll see. We know who the 2 big shooters for each of the team is, and if they get the help they can get, it should be a great match.
Exactly. Well, if you're talking about big shooters, his stature in Henze, dude, that guy is tall. You're going to see his head eclipse the camera the entire time. Him and then Tyler Henze, I finally get to meet him in person at TOC. Of course, talked to him plenty of times before that, but man, they are tall dudes. I'm not short either. I'm just looking up the whole time. My neck hurts.
Well, I'm a screaming 5'8", so everyone looks tall to me.
That's fair. Well, here we go. These guys are getting underway here. Jason Watt perfectly sums up Scuba. You have a face for radio, bud.
Oh, that's a great compliment. I love it. Yeah.
Are you going to return that BDG jersey now? Is that what happens?
Yeah. I'm going to sell that. I'd probably get like $1.50 for it.
I'll give you 2.
Okay.
I like
Sold.
it. You can see Ken there getting some warm-ups in. Sean's right over there. So these guys are going around and getting set up here. I mean, so let me ask you this. What's your team for the team event tonight?
Originally I wasn't going to shoot team, and then at the last second here we did throw a team together. It's me, Henze, Rip, and DJ.
Ooh, all right. That's a pretty good team to just throw together. Just say it all casually. Oh yeah, just happened to find some guys and figured we'd throw together and play darts.
Yeah, I mean, I even told him, I said, I got to wait a little bit, see how I feel. And I don't know, a couple beers later, I feel good. So let's give it a shot.
You know, I almost thought about asking Bobby if I could play the pro-am because Rick Henze asked me if I wanted to play the pro-am. I was like, ooh, I would love to have you carry me. That would be so fun. So that sounds good. So you have a little bit of skin in this game, I would say. Just a little bit. You like everybody, but you want your partners they're going to be playing with to shoot well.
Yeah, I mean, I told him I'll try to give him 70 points a round. So
70 points. There you go.
Yeah. My old one has been a little struggling so far this year, but I'll be fine.
Well, it's all about hitting points and getting the score down, right?
Yep.
This is the most Joe Buck comment I think I've ever made.
Yeah, if I can get it low enough to give them an out, and they take the out, and then my
you
job
win
is
the
done.
game.
My job is done.
There you go. Oh man. Oh, hi Travis. You can see him waving into the camera there. Uh-oh. Now everyone's trying to
There's
figure out
Matt
where
Bella.
it is.
Yeah.
It's all downhill from here.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Here. Now, can I ask you a question here? The question I have is, there's only a handful of tournaments that let you do like 4-man teams. It's not something you see at every event. You'll see it at like NDA. You'll see it here at Plover. I know Darts Live does a lot of 4-man stuff, but for the most part, it's not as common. How do you kind of keep warm in a situation where there's so many darts that are thrown between when you get the throw?
Well, I guess the best part of it's 0-1, so you're basically aiming at the bullseye. So it's hard to say it. To stay warm on it, you're just hoping for the best every time you throw.
That's what I usually hope for.
Yeah.
I don't go there and be like, I hope for the worst.
Yeah.
I hope this dart breaks in half midair.
Yeah.
No, it's also cool because you get to see the different dynamics. I mean, we see the Black Saddle team rocking it around whenever you're at events, and of course, there's so many good dart teams out here. The Milwaukee Monsters are ones that did a tear. Got to meet Phil Glomsky at Mickey Mousky, as Porky said. Scott Kirshner in the chat. What's going on, sir? How you doing? I was just talking with Benny about how I used to play you guys in the same Darts Live League back in the day, rehashing that story. So great to see you in the chat here. Hoping to be able to go up to Janesville and see you guys out there soon.
Yeah, Scotty, we miss you, buddy. Wish you were out here this weekend.
Certainly. I mean, let's be honest. There's so many good shots. I've been saying this a million times. There's so many good shots out here. And the fact is that there is even more that are right on the cusp of that I expect to see here next year. So it looks like we're going to be here in just a second to get things going. We're just waiting to see. I think these guys are about to get dialed in here. Did you just get called to a board there?
I'll double check the bracket right now and see.
Oh boy. If you get forfeited because you're in the booth, there's nothing I can do. Sorry. Actually, yeah. No, there's nothing
I don't have a board assignment yet, so.
Oh, there you go. Well, if you want to hang out, this is going to be a good one. It's not going to be something you want to miss because there won't be much misses. Here we go. We're underway here. Hinsey and Rip are your king seat holders. They have to get double dipped by Catfish and Larson. And that's a tall task. To double dip in this in the pro division is really hard to do.
Oh, definitely. But sometimes that team that comes out of losers bracket, they've been shooting a while and they're hot. You never know. They can come out just shooting fire and take that first set real easily.
Yeah, I mean, we saw 2 double dips last night in the men's non-pro and the pro singles there. And then on the other end, the women's side was the only one to not have a double dip. Hope your fans are calling.
Yep. I got a board assignment. Gotta go.
All right. Well, hey, that's Scuba Steve Diker joining us in the booth. We appreciate you spending some time talking on the mic with us and wish you the best of luck in your match, sir.
Yep. We will hopefully not be back too soon, but I'll be back sometime this afternoon.
It's okay. Most people don't want to be back soon if they're with me. So, yeah, that was Scuba Steve joining us in there, and now we're underway for this final. It's definitely cool to get a chance to have different people come in and have a chat. It's weird because I'm the one that typically doesn't do solo events. I'll get added on, whether it be right now I've been added on to the Bullshooter Tour to be with DJ and Gordon out there. Of course, the CSC, I always have Sean and Will with me. And then they bring me out to their individual shows as well sometimes. So it's pretty unique that I do a solo show, let alone this is the first time I've ever done a solo show in person. It's been a great learning opportunity and experience. And of course, appreciate everybody that's been supporting the Eagle Eye Sports page here. I know we're a new and up and coming page, sister company to USA Darts. So let us know that you're tuning in, watching along. Maybe tell us where you're watching from, as we're excited to be bringing you continued coverage of the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship 2023. Huge 9 mark there for Catfish. Rip only gets 3 there. So Larson can just tear down those 18s and keep going along. Does go for the safer route, gain some points first. Has a pretty significant point advantage, basically requiring Rick to play perfect right here. Gonna have to work his way in. Needs to find at least one trip. You got to keep yourself in the running here. Does find it. 58-point difference. So Sean is able to just go ahead and knock out these 18s. If he does it in one, can move to open another number. Does do so. Can just keep chugging along. Oh my goodness. What an 8 mark there from Gafflish. Great shot there. Kin is going to be stuck on the 15s now. Needs to bet him. That's a great start to that, though. Oh, kind of got away from him. Has to get around to that dart now. You kind of see when he has his follow through, kind of pulls his arm up and over a little bit instead of kind of, a lot of times you'll see either point out and hold or point out and down in like a singular motion. So he kind of, pretty interesting how you see that follow through from him. And you see Larson on the other hand, right? He has a lot of that wrist motion. You can see kind of flicks his hand out, which is pretty unique to see in high level play. And then Hensey, pretty much textbook. Can't really make any notes on his throw. Firm as a statue, firm fall through, good grip, and it shows why he's building a dart dynasty with him and Tyler. They just have the fundamentals down pat. One more bowl for game number 1. There we go. Combined 4.95 versus a very lax 3.29, but the 3.9 was because there wasn't much that they could do against the firepower and the timing of the shots there from Sean and Larson there. Oh no. All on the wire, all well thrown, does not hit for Hensey. That could be catastrophic. And a huge shot there. You can see we had a hand pointed up in the background there because everyone knew Catfish wanted to take away those 20s. Does do so. Rip's going to need to get his own playground up and going. And a huge 7 mark there from Rip City. So now Larson needs to answer right back. Needs to make sure these are closed. Does do so and regains a little bit of point lead. So pretty much an even keel game at the moment here. A very aggressive game as that as well. Oh, wow. What a shot this would be. Loading it up. 3 in the bed there for the Juggernaut. What a good shot there. And with the 5 right back, advantage starting to go towards the Minnesotans here, though. Yeah, Ken isn't able to get the extra credit on those 18s, but does get the shutdown where he needs it. Oh, a little bit of a comeback here on the 16s potentially. And I do like the big switch over there. Down 13 points. You're going against some higher ground. Nothing wrong with taking a look at that shot. You can see the frustration. It was well timed, well thrown, just doesn't connect. Hensey taking the confident shot going down to those 15s. Since it doesn't connect, he does kind of just have to go back up. Still pretty well ahead. 5-8 versus a 5-5 in this final. And there we go. 9 mark, 3 in the bed for Catholish. Catholish playing some amazing darts this event for sure, and just showing so much consistency at the moment. Ooh, I do like the look there on the 15s once again. You already have the mark on there. If he hits a single, he can stay there for another. Fortunately, does miss and had to go back up, but was trying to get that second number to match with the point advantage. Oh, Larson tried to use the backboard and it deflected out, not counting anything for him. That's the second time that's happened to him, at least on the stream. It did kind of catch right into the flight and got flung out, though. Very unfortunate. And he tries to switch back over to those 16s on the last. Sean just keeps inching over more and more. Well thrown on all three, just doesn't click. Unfortunate shot and unfortunate timing there. It's only even score. So 2 16s and a single 18 or 15 will give a 2-house advantage going to the Bulls. Oh no. Oh no. Now it's just a tied score. Still a tricky shot because even if you do close both numbers, you're still leaving the opponent's 3 bulls. But I think you take that risk or load up the bulls. There's no in-between shot here. He's taking the in-between shot, going for the 18s. And going for the 15s there does get the close. So just did it a different order. Basically had the close first and just kind of mixed it around. So good shot there. Forces Hensey to have to hit these 3. Oh no. There's 1. And there's 2 and 3. 1 apiece now in this first part of what could potentially be a double dip, depending on if Sean, Catholish, and Larson here can come out on top. Here we go. The diddle is complete. Let us know. It's 1 apiece right here. Hensey and Rip need to win it here if they want to just go ahead and call it a day for the morning events that are now into the afternoon. Catholic and Larson, on the other hand, need to complete this game to go into another dip. Gets 5. Was able to kind of save it after was a little bit of a wonky first 2 placements. Oh, good start to that for Larson. He's looking down. Doesn't connect. I think I would have preferred for him to stay for at least a 4 mark upstairs before taking that look. It doesn't matter what I prefer. These guys are way better than I am, especially right now. Rip City decides to stay downstairs and find 6 on the 19s. 72-point difference. 4 mark needed on the 20s to get that point lead back. Oh, doesn't click. Just 2 there. Bad timing for Sean to do that. Rick Hensey wants to lay down the hammer, get rid of his 20s. Good mark. He's going to try to work it in. Oh, no. Does go right back down and then back up. I think I would have just preferred for him to stay up all 3. I'm not sure why he shot it like that. Not sure about that. A little bit of a questionable decision at that moment. Looks like it's not going to hurt, though. Even with the last star trip there. Definitely within striking distance. 20s are going to go away this turn. If everything goes according to plan, 20s are going to go away here. '20s are gone. Needs to get the point lead back now. Needs to get the point lead back now and does get the trip on the last. Yeah, you need at least 2 singles on those 19s. So that was a very important last start there. Well, it's a little bit of a nervy final at the moment for these guys. Woo, and he went right at those 19s there. I like the look. Doesn't click, though. Rick is not the type to have 2 strugglesome turns in a row. This is going to be a big one, I have a feeling. And 7 mark there. I was wondering if he's going to take the look or not, but he felt good about the placement of the second dart, decided to just follow it in there. 110-point difference. So 7 17s needed now. I like the switch on the 18s here. He moved over to try to get that dart in the 17. I almost think maybe we might have had a better angle at those 18s there. Ken was trying to take a chip shot there. It doesn't go in the hole, though, that he was seeking. Now point gap closed just a smidge there. Starting to get a little bit ground back, especially with those points, or with the second house, excuse me. A great last start there brings it back within 10. I would say this is one of the most important turns into this leg here, because if Rick hits the big shot, gets a couple numbers closed, or points a bunch of 19s, it resets the tone. But if he does anything not monumental, it kind of sets a dicey scenario here. Rises to the occasion. The Juggernaut executes flawlessly on that 8 mark. 67-point difference. Larson wants at least one more trip here. Well, throwing 5 mark. But again, we're back into those dire straits now. Sean Kaflish and Larson here. And what a last dart there for Rip. Huge dart. That's massive 7 mark there. Massive. This might just be good enough to get them the final here. Not over yet. But if I were a betting man, I would wager that Rick Hensey puts away these 15s and pounds at least 2 bulls here. I am a betting man. Take anybody up real quick. You guys are too slow to take that bet. Here we go. Finds the 15s. Now he might just throw another 19 here for good measure. Oh, yep. Lost that bet, guys. You should have taken the under. Larson goes ahead and pops those 19s just in case. Kind of just playing for a miss there. We need 5 bulls on the next go. 2 bulls is all Rip needs for Minnesota to sneak a title here. Ooh, well low. And does correct. 2-1. And they do what needs to get done here. And you can see that will do it for the pro here. Congratulations to the winners. And Catholic and Larson making a huge run on the loser side of the bracket. Congratulations to those guys as well. But Hensey and Rip do decide to take it in style, if you ask me. All right, taking a look here. What's coming up next for us is going to be the, I believe we're going to have the women's final because the 3rd place match is currently going on. So we're going to have that women's singles final. And then we'll take a look here at our other brackets, see how we're doing. Looks like we're also in the 3rd place match currently for the non-pro doubles. So, yeah, that's the plan. We're going to get the non-pro final and the women's final back-to-back next, guys. So it's going to take just a moment. They're currently both in the 3rd place match. And then afterwards, don't worry, we're not done. We got our afternoon event starting. And then after that, don't worry, we're not done. We got the evening events, our team events here. So let's go ahead and take a moment here. I'm going to hear from Garrett Rakowski and talk about his tournament here, his experience with Plover, and everything else. I'm Nick DiChiria here, bringing you coverage of the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship 2023. We'll be back with the action in just a moment, guys. Well, hello, everybody. We're here at the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship. I am Nick DiChiria, joined by the Bullets, Garrett Rakowski. Garrett, how's it feel to be here in Plover?
Man, this is one of my favorite tournaments for sure. Soft tip. It's all I do, of course. But I've been throwing this tournament for 5 or 6 years now. Not always my best, but you know, just the competition that comes here, it's awesome. I love being here.
Well, we're excited to see you here once again. Now, what's your expectations for this weekend? Are you excited? What's the event out of the lineup that you potentially look the most forward to here?
The event I look forward to the most is the Pro-Am event. And the reason why is because I'm shooting with one of my buddies named Kevin Ustby. I still can't say his name. Known the guy for 10 years, but still can't say his name. But anyways, I've known him since I was smaller. So him and I have played once or twice, but never a Pro-Am event. And the way he's throwing, the way I'm throwing, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. Of course, I love throwing with Joey Beecroft, too, and everybody else. So, you know, it'll all be fun.
Well, it's always a good time here. And let me ask you this, right? So there's going to be a lot of people that have their eyes on this. I actually see a couple of youth players out there currently. What advice would you give to one of those youth players that might see some of the big shots like yourself, Matt Bella, and whoever else ends up getting a chance to see? What advice would you give to those young shots?
The main advice that I've followed throughout my 5 years competitive playing would be that you just have to remember it's a game, have fun with it, and if you have that talent to take it to the next level, then keep practicing, keep putting your time in. Things will fall in place. Keep challenging yourself. You know, if you're getting your teeth kicked in, find a way not to do that. That's what I did.
And then one last question. First off, we just want to congratulate. Your hair is fixed from Whammo, so we're doing good there. But I see you shaved the facial hair. Can you tell us a little bit of the reasoning behind that? Hot topic.
So, Rob, I'm still waiting to see the picture of your head shaved. I'm waiting, and I still haven't seen it. I think you're 6 days late now. I mean, you're the one that brought up this. He's the one that said, hey, Garrett, let's do this. And I said, no. And he talked me into it. I shook his hand. We were sitting at a dart tournament, of course, of all places, KDC in Kenosha. And I finally said, fine, we'll do it. And I haven't seen his picture yet. So that's why I called him out the other day, and I still haven't got anything. But, yeah, you know, we're doing a No Shave November from here. So, this is only 5 days now. But it'll get a little frisky by the end of the month.
Well, I'm excited to see what you bring to the table, Garrett, as it's always a pleasure to see you. And, of course, everyone, keep watching for our coverage here of the Plover Tournament here at Doug's Sports Pub Darts Championship 2023.
Let's get started. First, let's talk about the dartboard and what all this means. So let's take a closer look at the dartboard. This kind of board is called a sisal board, used with steel-tip darts. Usually it's referred to as a steel-tip board. There are other types of boards, like electronic, also called plastic tip or soft tip, and these used soft or a plastic tip on the dart. But for this demonstration, we're going to use the steel-tip board. On the dartboard, there are 20 numbers, and they correlate with each of these 20 segments. For example, let's say you throw a dart and it lands here. This segment is worth 20 points, also known as a single 20. If your dart landed here, it would also be worth 20 points. The same rule applies for all of these large segments. If your dart goes into any of them, it's worth a single of that number. Now let's say your dart goes into this smaller segment here. This is called the double ring, and any dart that lands in this outside ring is worth double that number. Now if your dart goes here, this is called the triple ring. Similar to the double ring, if your dart lands here, it will be worth triple the points of that segment. Finally, if you hit the center of the board, or the bullseye, it has a numerical points value too. The green or outer bowl is called a single, and it's worth 25 points. The inner or red bowl, commonly called a double bowl, is worth 50 points. Any dart that goes outside the double ring is outside the scoring area and counts as no score. Now, some of you may feel intimidated by the math here, but really, as you play more and more games, the repetition will help you memorize these segments until they are all as easy as a single 20, I promise.
So you want to get into darts, but you're not sure how. We can definitely help with that. We're A to Z darts.com, and we've been a darts specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to azdarts.com.
Alrighty, everybody, it is time for the third place match, the doubles 501. Looks like they weren't started when I went out there, so I was able to try to get them moved over, and then they secretly started without me looking. So here we go. That's game number 1 here. I believe that is Casey Jones that took that one. So here we go. Super excited to see how this one plays out here for these guys. This is going to be Utsby and Gabriel versus Pritzel and Jones here. This is the doubles non-pro, so it's actually going to be that 501 split score format. A little different change up from what we have seen. So we're going to get the third place and finals here, and we're going to get the finals of the women's as well, depending on how the timing works. If the women are done first and ready to play that final, then we'll cut to that one and then come back to the final here. So plenty of action left here at the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship 2023 here in Plover, Wisconsin. Of course, I am Nick DiChiria bringing you coverage of this one. Back-to-back hat tricks. Let's be up in here now. How about back-to-back hat tricks that we're seeing in this non-pro bracket? And here we go, Pritzel. You blew it. Only getting one there. Lax moment for Luke. So when we're seeing this fat bowl format, you're going to notice like a lot of players right now. If I was Casey here, my goal, I would probably go ahead and try to pound a 1080 in here. Try to leave yourself the out. It's open out format, and he does go up there for it, knowing A, that Luke had a miss up on the first go here and could potentially do a freeze. And then B, that they're going second anyways in a fat bowl format. I do like the attempt of the shot. Unfortunately, it was a catastrophic miss because he wasn't able to regroup after the first dart. Oh, question marks. A rare sighting. They were having a laugh about it, looks like. Oh, missed up and Lasser does not leave an out. So huge moment as Casey can be the first one at and out. If he hits a hat trick here, 159 is a finish in the open out format. Great shot there. This next going to be trip 20 for trip 13. Now it's up to Luke to make sure he's not frozen on the next go, because freeze rule will be in effect here. Minimum hat trick, but honestly, yeah, going for the 180 there, because even a hat trick probably would have still caused a freeze here, but Luke kind of knows. So the freeze is guaranteed regardless of what happens here. So all Casey's able to do is going to go up and try to tee up nicely, get as low as possible. You can see regardless of the situation there, Casey just having a laugh with Luke. Respect that. Oh, you have to get yourself low, though. It's not necessarily important at this very moment. It's important after Luke leaves himself an out, because once you're frozen, the odds of you actually getting a chance to shoot at an out again is extremely low, especially in high level play. Trip 15. Oh, trip 13 now. Leaves 26. So now Luke has to leave himself an out and trust that Casey will bring himself low, and hope for misses from Utsby and Gabriel here. Two 20s. Sold. Let's be Gabriel. Make it one apiece here. Let's see who wins the diddle. This is third place match to get into the final here. Sitting in the seat, waiting on the winners here, Kraus and Kopp, which we did get to see a little side view earlier when we had a little lull in the action. Went ahead and zoomed in over there. Got to watch that take place. Been live now for just under 4.5 hours, and we're going to be live the rest of the day. In a little bit here, there will be a brief intermission. I'm talking like minutes on the feed, because eventually Facebook does require you to refresh your feeds every 8 hours. So that'll be later on towards when we get closer to the team events. But I'm bringing coverage all day to all night here. Ooh, lax start there. Only 70 points. I mean, the rule of thumb when you're playing a non-pro doubles 01 event like this, especially this type of format, the minimum you throw every single time has to be 2 bulls. Now, you're obviously, it's just unrealistic to expect hat tricks every single time, although certainly possible, and some players will, especially in pro divisions. In non-pro, you're going two bulls around. If you're hitting 2 bulls around, you're more likely not going to freeze your partner unless the other team's playing perfect, and you're going to more likely have at least a shot at the out, especially going first. Oh, this could be huge capitalization here. If Luke can hit a big round here and recover from the lax last game. Good first start there. All right, can someone buy Luke some new dart tips? Go over to the Booyah Darts booth over at the side there. Get you some. Get you some, son. Uh-oh. Haywire on the second. Back-to-back hat tricks. If Casey and Luke win this, they'll be back-to-back finals appearances, getting one last night for both of them playing against each other in the non-pro, and then would get it there together this time. Oh boy, look at this. Look at this. And Luke kind of just says, oh, that's how I do that. That's right. To do this in the last leg decider. Yeah, have completely taken the throw. Bristol and Jones have. On track for a 10 darter, near perfect game, depending on your definition of a soft tip perfect game. I mean, basically, you just kind of have to hope and pray. If you're Utsby and Gabriel right now, neither of them on an out. Casey will have 6 darts at 51. Luke Pritzel probably going to have at least 3 darts in and out as well. Yeah, Chris Mart's saying, making it look easy. That's how it feels right now for these guys. Oh, my. Oh, my. Why not? Why not have both of you guys on the 10 darter here? That's some great stuff. Great time for the partners to sync up there. 6 hat tricks have been hit. Oh, my. Struggling to speak my words. You guys think I sound loopy now? Wait till we get to the team event. Frozen at 138. $51 for the 10 darter. Oh, you blew it. I'm just kidding. It's all right. Oh, no. Even has a laugh to himself, and now Luke's yelling at him. No immediate danger. Luke will get a shot now for the 10. Trip 17. Goes high down to the double and collects it. 11 dart leg there for Luke. Casey was on track for the 10 as well. Some good shooting from these guys in the third place match. Luke Pritzel, Casey Jones making back-to-back finals. Once his enemies now as partners here. Exciting stuff going on the dartboard. Coming up right now is going to be the finals. We're going to get the non-pro men's doubles final, and we're also going to get the women's singles final, if I'm not mistaken here. So that's going to be coming up right now. I believe we're starting with the non-pro men and then going over to the women's. Oh no. Don't tell me they accidentally played it. Oh, they did, didn't they? I apologize, guys. Looks like they did play the one in the background. I did ask them to hold it. Unfortunately, that does happen with these events, especially with the overlap into the afternoon events. Now, I know they want to get things going, but it looks like Abby Spot did a double dip against Kayla Lewison. So looks like that is what happened there. So huge things happening on the dartboard. The Queen Seat gets taken down in a double dip. So we're going to get the non-pro men here coming up for the finals. Do apologize about that missed final there, though, guys. So they're going to get to the board. We're going to put on music here for a minute, and we'll be right back with the action. Here we go, folks. Looks like the final is underway here for the non-pro men's doubles here. We got Pritzel and Jones, Kraus and Kopp taking a look here. Kraus and Kopp were on our stream on a little side cam view we had earlier. And of course, Pritzel and Jones, no strangers to the live stream this weekend. Luke having a little bit of a struggle with some leg, trying to get back in line. Kind of going over to the left there. So Kraus now just needs to make sure he catches up with that B score line. Keep everything nice and even. We'll guarantee that. Can he get a little bit more here? Gets a hat trick there. Good shot from Kraus. They are your seat holders. So they just need to win in this first match here. Looks like we got some fans, Jamie and Derek. Got Brandy in the chat and Carol cheering them on. Let us know who you're cheering for, guys, who you got in this one, and who you're excited to see. Excited to have this final here for you. Again, just want to say one more time, apologies for not getting that ladies final there. If anything, it's because I have a vendetta against Abby Scott. I'm just kidding. Do apologize about that, though, guys. The Pro-Am is getting underway, by the way. Looks like they're getting into the first, now second round for the men's doubles cricket Pro-Am. You also have the women's doubles 301 going on as well. And then men's non-pro singles 501, which the men's non-pro singles looks to be underway as well. So full room, full boards, full action, firing on all cylinders here. Blake saying, let's go, Marshall Dartis. Of course, talking about the Marshall darts there. I've been seeing that around on Facebook. '81's going to be the shot, not frozen. Oh, doesn't connect on the trip. Goes 14 for Bull. Bullseye. Casey Jones takes leg number 1 there. And the first step to what there's going to be an attempted double dip here. So look like we got a special guest in the room here. It got sitting next to me, Scuba Steve Diker, once again on the mic. How'd your match go? You disappeared for a little bit. Did you win some?
Yep, we got by our first match. Glad to be back here for a few minutes.
There you go. I'm happy to see you. This is the finals of the doubles non-pro from this morning here. And then we're jumping right into the action nonstop. They attempted me with a couch in this room and said, you get no rest, no breaks. Let's go. And I love it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see who's shooting here, what teams are. So it look like Jamie Kopp. We got Casey up here.
Yeah, we got Casey Jones and Luke Pritzel together. We're playing against each other in the non-pro finals last night, by the way. And our partners today now in the finals. So back-to-back finals for them. And then Derek Kraus, Jamie Kopp are the seat holders here.
Okay.
So this is the first match here. 1 leg advantage currently for Pritzel and Jones. Yeah, you kind of walked in the room. I sat you down. I said, all right, you're on the mic. Let's go. Yeah,
hey, Peter, how you doing?
We saw in the previous match, in the third place match, Pritzel and Jones both wins. Hat trick. They were both on for the 10-darter. So they were played practically perfect. And then, of course, Casey Jones misses all 3 for 51, and he just laughs. Has to laugh about it, and they end up taking it. So they were impressive form earlier, but some up and down performance. It's been really high highs and some really low lows for these guys at the moment. Hat trick there for Kopp. Kopp cops it.
That's big, shooting out of the first spot there.
Now, here's a debate we've had on the stream before, Scuba. We talk about, I think personally being the B player and the split score 501 is one of the hardest things you can do in darts, because you have to factor in freezing a lot more. You have to set up your partner a lot more. And the A player, your goal is just simply to score points and take it out if you get there. Would you agree or disagree?
Oh, absolutely correct. Usually, shooting with Bob, if I'm in the first spot, I don't even worry about his score. I just worry about it at the end if I get froze or not froze, and if I got the chance to take it out, I don't wait for anyone. Just go.
Exactly. There you go. Yeah, I remember to really drill the lesson, and I was playing when I used to play league with Kenny Doyle. If I ever froze him, he would purposely take it out to say, "Hey, don't freeze me." And only in league matches, for the record, not in tournaments, obviously. But that was one of the ways he drilled it, because that beep position, it's hard. You have to factor so many different things, and really stay on your toes.
Let's see if Jamie here can throw in at least a ton to give him first look. That was unlucky there.
Yeah, as long as he stays true and hits at least one bull here and decent fallout, he should still be good at leaving out, but it won't be a pretty one. He needs both of these darts to connect. I'm gonna just stay on the bull there. No need for anything fancy. Oh, does fall, but falls into the 7, so leaves it out.
All set up.
Just as he planned.
That's kind of a Green Bay thing that Matt Gauthier always said. All set up.
All set up. All ready to go. Oh, might have a finish right behind him. Yeah, 164 is a great leave there from Casey Jones. Yeah, they will really want to have a chance to take it 2 straight. It's up to right now. The pressure's on Krause. He has to make sure he scores about a low ton here.
Yeah, at least a low ton.
That's nothing fancy, but you just want to make sure you have no potential to freeze. And extra credit to also be at 164.
Yeah.
Does it? Same thing. Pressure on Pritzel. I had to say, he has like one of those last names I'd really like saying. It's pretty easy. Reminds me of pretzels. I like pretzels.
That's what I keep saying too, is pretzel.
Sure, he doesn't get that all the time. Great last bull. So the freeze right now, not a worry at the moment. Both these A players are just going to take swings at the outs.
Yeah, you got nothing to lose at 180, especially when you got to get down below 10, for a freeze. So
yeah,
might
at
as well
that
take a
point, you
look
might as
at
well
it.
just stay at it the whole time. Exactly. Doesn't connect. Let's just switch over to the bulls now to leave 60. Does do that.
It's a good round.
Good, but now we get to see another attempt. 164, also a hard combination finish. Does at least get to go bull first, though. So you get the guaranteed points lowered a little bit here. Went for the trip 19 round. I personally have always been a fan of just doing the 2018 instead, but I don't know. I don't know why. I've always been like that.
I've done that one different ways, and I guess it all depends how you feel. Some days you feel good at the top of the board. Some days, that bottom looks good.
Certainly. See the same attempt there?
Yeah, just high.
The other reason, too, is like now hitting that single 19 on this format, you can leave yourself 45, which is not a bad leave, but you're going back into the bowl. So it just depends on how you're able to set up after it. So not frozen. So 174 is also able to go, but the hardest of all these outs that we've seen, well, equally hard as that. I would say even harder than a 180 because you have to go to the different beds. First one's, going to the side here. Flukes hits this. This would be crazy to take the first dip. Oh my. Come on, do it for us, Luke. He does it! A 174
Big shot.
For a 12 darter in style. 2 straights. Now we're going to the final dip here. That is how you do it in style. They all wanted a shot at the big one, and he's the one that takes it.
Yeah, fantastic darts there.
That's also a testament, though, to all these players. When they did miss that first dart or the second dart, whichever one it was, at going for their outs, they still stayed true to bring their score down. Yeah, that's incredible. That was an incredible shot from Luke. Luke's not going to be on the non-pro list for a while now after this, huh? Especially for the in-house, at least.
Right. Yeah. And if he did a bowl shooter or went down to Chicago, he'd be on the pro list easy.
Absolutely. Same thing. I mean, a top 4 in any of the events do get on the in-house pro list for 2 years here at the Doug Sports Pub Dart Championship. So Cops have started us off. Another best of 3 here.
Good low ton start.
2 around gets the mic, especially going first. If you're both throwing 2 around, the other team has to play perfect to break your throw, assuming you take the out. These guys might be fired up. I can hear some Beastie Boys going on out there. You can tell the energy in the room. It was kind of like a somber morning. Everyone's a little tired from last night. And Peter's saying hat trick would have frozen from Derek. Do you think that would do you do that and give a look, cop a look at 60? Excuse me, I can't even read right now. You know, the fatigue's getting to me. I swear I haven't even had any Busch Light today. No, I believe it would have tied, right? Is that right?
Yeah, if I remember the scores right, I think that would have been a tie. KC was at 74. Jamie was at 60. Hat trick would have got down to 14 at 74. 74 is a tie, not a freeze.
Yeah, exactly. Would have pushed, or no, yeah, exactly. Would have been a push, I believe. And even if our math is wrong, here's the answer to your question. If you can get 74 to Casey 76, there we go.
76. Okay.
So if that's the case, I mean, here's your answer, right? Is if you can force a freeze, it basically guarantees you a win 9 times out of 10. It is so hard to lose if you freeze the other team. So yes, absolutely. If you can force a freeze, and especially with a hat trick and nothing fancy, I would normally say yes every time. Kraus loads it up.
Hi, Carol. That's Jamie's wife. Always rooting everyone on. She's a very good supporter.
For sure. Definitely been in here. Anytime Jamie's anywhere near the stream board, she tunes in the chat there. So
Yep.
Love to see it. Love to see it. And thank you guys all for tuning in. I'm going to be honest here. I was a little concerned. I knew that we weren't going to be on the USA Darts page today if we were going to have you guys tune along, sit along with us. But I mean, the viewership has been steady. You guys have been rock solid and awesome. And I couldn't thank you enough for tuning in with us for the Doug Sports Pub Dart Championship 2023 here. It's good, but we've been seeing amazing games. Right now, there's so many other streams going on, too. I mean, we got on the USA Darts a stream going on, as Jeff says, Scuba, you're my hero. You're
How you doing,
hero.
Jeff?
But we have the Waterbury going on in Connecticut for USA Darts currently. And then on the other end, we have the Bullshooter stream for Arachnid going on in South Carolina. So there's a lot of darts going on today. So we appreciate all you guys tuning in and hanging out with us. Go ahead and also feel free in those down moments to show some love to the other guys, but don't forget to come back here. We know that you know we're your favorites. It's a very complicated way to say that. Oh, Cross is going to set himself up nicely here. Finding a Hattie. Kara saying Scuba's everyone's hero. Yeah, so she mentioned there also, let's mention the work and fundraising Scuba does for autism awareness. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, every April is Autism Awareness Month. I do have a 10-year-old son who's autistic, so every April I do a fundraiser dart tournament as prizes and everything, raffles. It's a good time. I mean, we set up at a bar with indoor volleyball courts, and we put 10, 11 boards down there, and average close to 90 shooters the last few years.
And that's awesome. That's amazing.
For a great cause.
Oh, certainly is. Look at that. I didn't even know that. You have never mentioned that to me.
You never asked.
Oh, that's fair. Well, how did I know to ask? Setting me up for failure there. Oh,
Okay, well,
boop, 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 boop. Breaking news.
Yeah.
Scuba Steve is on board. Bob Anderson coming in yelling, screaming even. Sorry, we had to mute the mics. He was yelling so much.
I'll be back a little later again. You guys take care.
All right. Best of luck, Scuba. Yeah, it's nice to have different people hang out with me here doing the solo event, bringing them in. So always thankful. I told Scuba, I was like, anytime you want to come back here, sit down, jump on the mic. Double 11. Cross and Cop take leg number 1 here in the second dip. You said, is that leg number 1? Turns around there. Especially because they're not in like a match mode or anything. It's easy to forget about. And it's always good to double check. Nothing wrong with it. Well, here we go. Let's see if they're able to hold the throw. Casey Jones and Luke Pritzel here. If they do so. And it looks like that's going to be a great start on that campaign. If they're able to do so, we'll make it a last leg decider here. Got Justin Krause in there. How's it going, everybody? Sorry, I know. We were all just here to watch these guys and talk to Scuba, but you're stuck with Nick DiChiria at the moment. Oh, look at this from Luke. This seems familiar. Last time they both started with hat tricks for Casey and Luke. They ended up going both on for the 10 darter, getting themselves down to 51. And then they blew it and threw a stinking 11 darter. Garbage. Garbo. Krause right behind. Sinks it. Finds a hat trick of his own. It's going to be hard to break this throw, though, with both these guys on hats to start. It's all about continuing it, finding the momentum, rocking along. Oh, another hat trick there. Here we go, guys. Buckle up. This is why it's the final. Here we go. Ooh, unlucky on that last. Ooh, yeah, it looks good for a second there, but yeah, unlucky on that last start there. Back-to-back low tons, and not bad at all. Just everyone else is on a tear at the moment. They kind of dragged that one a little bit low. Was able to correct pretty quick here, though. I personally think Cross needs to take a look at the 1080 here. He doesn't do so. I think just guaranteeing the first look at the out is really important in this league, especially because they have the first game advantage. They're going second here, and you know for a fact Luke and Casey are 9 times out of 10 going to leave themselves out from this point. You might as well take the shot knowing that there's a good chance you won't be frozen. Yeah, Kurt, you and I, same wavelength right now. I agree with that. You can see 98, excellent leave there. And we'll basically guarantee a look, as there's pretty much no way to freeze unless for some reason Luke misses all 3 darts. So guaranteed to basically get a look at 98. Let's see if he gets 3 or 6 at it, depending on the setup here. Oh, unlucky on the last. Does still leave it out, but not a pretty one. Of course, we did just see a 174 out in the previous part of this match. Not a pretty leave. Unlucky dart on the last there for Luke. but also on a finish. So looks like we're set to go one apiece here, more than likely, if the outs get taken. We'll see. Kraus needs to make sure the 171 isn't frozen. As long as he gets below 161, it's guaranteed to not be frozen. So here we go. We will see. Casey will get shot for 98. If for some reason he isn't likely to hit it or doesn't feel comfortable, making sure he gets below 7 to freeze here is important. But take the look first. Bull now over to that trip 16. And nails it. Doesn't need to worry about any of that freeze stuff. 1-1 here. They're going to diddle. And then we're going to go into the action here. Oh, Cop does not connect. So bounces out. Gets a redo, though. Just needs to regain composure and follow it. Shrugs his shoulders there. Not happy with that one. Oh. Oh no, Casey let that out of his hand funny, kind of dragged it down. And the last leg decider, the start is oh so crucial. Oh no, he's looking around trying to get back the dirt. That's funny. All right, Jamie, you get the start here. You get to set the tone for this match. What do you got for us? Wants all three. Gets all three. Jamie Cobb finds it. Starting off with a hat trick, taking full advantage of that wind diddle. Well, Alexander, I'm not sure, but as soon as this game is over, I'll move the camera over. If they're still playing, we can kind of catch a look at it. But do want to finish covering this final here. Unfortunately, I don't have a good angle of it on my other camera. Or else I would tell you. I promise I'm not going to keep secrets. A little bit wayward on last one for Kraus, but does exactly what he needs to do. Jamie started off with that hat trick. All he has to do, score a low ton every time. And that going first, he just needs to hit 2 bulls. Anything else is extra, right? Guarantees that he won't freeze his partner unless the other team plays perfect. Luke hits the hat trick here. First one's kind of hanging high. Need to be careful about deflections. That one kicked down, so that was good. Is able to just pile it in. Another hat trick there. So Casey just needs to focus on bringing the score down, and Luke has to try to go for the 9 here. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. This is the last leg in the double dip. So Casey needs to just get his score in line. Needs to try to find something. Gets 2 bulls there. Kraus, on the other hand, just again, 2 bulls around is all he wants. He keeps applying the pressure on KC, and it keeps the pressure off his partner and just tells him to keep on scoring. As Scoop and I were talking about the A guy, you're just focusing on scoring. The B guy, you have to focus on everything else. There you go. Gets that low ton. Luke has to take a look at this 9 here. Needs to shoot right at those 20s. Set up the 9 darter. See, he goes at the bulls here. I don't agree with this look. I think you take the first start up. It's last leg. There's nothing else to lose. Worst case scenario, after your first start, you switch to the bull anyways. 120 and 150 is not that different. We'll see if it hurts or not. Kopp is still on track for the 10 darter. And is still on track. He gets a big clap there. What a time to do this in the final. Now at 51, we'll get the first look at it as well. Jamie Kopp just performing like a beast at the right time. It's all about timing. We'll say it over and over again. Casey does leave himself out on the outside chance. So now Luke just needs to make sure that he doesn't freeze, and will give his partner a chance on the off chance 51 isn't hit. I say off chance because it's open out here. But there is that finals pressure. You never know. Yeah, Pritzl needs to score big here. Those 2 bulls, he's pretty much guaranteed to not freeze his partner and sets himself up nicely. But 51 has to go and is likely to go. Jamie Kopp for the title. Two 17s. Needs a big old single here. And gets it. There we go. So you can see that was a huge win for those guys over there. And that's a huge final that just took place on the board. Congratulations. And congratulations to every guy on there. I mean, Casey Jones, Luke Pritzl put on a great showing. Second place after last night. Casey getting first in the singles and Luke getting second. And then Jamie Kopp, Derek Krause get the job done. You can see how much it meant to him. Some big hugs and everything else. I believe Alexander asked me to zoom in over on this board over here. So we're going to just take a little look at the action. Let that sit there for a second. And that would conclude our morning events. It is 3 o'clock Central. The afternoon events are fully underway here. So here's what you have in the store, guys. All right. We got the men's Pro-Am double cricket. We got the men's non-pro singles 501. And you got the women's doubles 301. So that's what we're going to be watching here. We're going to get some matches over on the stream board in just a moment. Of course, we've been going live at you for over 5 hours today. We had 6.5 hours last night as well. Just me hanging out, bringing in different friends and having conversations with you guys in the chat. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I know for a fact we're all very appreciative of it. Going to be just a brief intermission here, and then we'll be back to the action in just a little bit, guys. Nick DiChiria here at Plover, Wisconsin. Hey everybody, how's it going? Nick DiChiria here at the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship 2023. Sorry about that 30 to 40 minute intermission on the commentary. Turns out I'm going to need a little bit of a rest before I get everything going here, and had to get recharged, get the social battery burning too, and go say hi to some friends because we're currently 6 hours into our coverage. I predict we have another 9 to 10 hours of live stream in front of us here. It's going to be a long day still ahead, not even halfway there. So I wanted to make sure to give a slight little rest to everything before I got going here. So excited to be bringing coverage. Now, I'm joined by someone in the booth here. Who are you?
My name is Andrew Douglas.
Well, hello, Andrew Douglas.
How's it going there, Nick?
Welcome in. Yeah, we're going to be covering some of the non-pro singles going on. This is the singles 501 that we're seeing here. So excited to be showing this one. Now, I believe you were on one of our live streams the other day for the PBD Nationals. Is that correct?
I was on the All-Star Triples with Garrett and Porky.
That's right. Okay. I was like, I definitely saw you on the stream for one of those. And so I was like, it was either Nationals or Triples, one of the two. It's the remote ones all blend together for sure.
They blend together no matter what you're doing. It's always, you're looking at everything nonstop. It's always going on.
Well, right now we got Jordan Zemansky, my Uber driver for the weekend. He picked me up from the airport. He's been a wonderful host and good comedic relief. And of course, going up against John Gemini, which is a cool name. I feel like that's not a real name. Like, is that really your last name?
I was wondering the same thing when I saw that. I was like, how can that be somebody's last name?
It's pretty dope. I'm not going to lie. So same thing here that you guys have been seeing. Best of 3 formats that is going on. We currently have all of our afternoon events underway. We have the men's pro-am doubles, which you're going to see plenty of coverage of. We're going to get some love to the women over at the women's doubles, and then, of course, the men's singles that we're seeing right now as well. Tonight, team events still in front of us. Long day of coverage, lots of darts to be had. This is exciting stuff.
It is. It's always a good time. This is actually my first year up here. I've been shooting for a couple of years now, but this is an event I've been told that I should get to no matter what I do.
Yeah, well, that's what everybody says that's been here, right? It's the player favorite tournament. Now, what part of the town are you from? What part of the area?
I'm from a town near Milwaukee called Waukesha.
Okay. See, every town, basically, other than the big cities in Wisconsin, are made-up names.
It sounds like
I heard
it.
about Sheboygan earlier. That sounds like something I'd look up in Urban Dictionary.
Well, there's Manitowoc. It's another one. You're like, what is that?
Yeah, absolutely. But then again, I mean, Kissimmee in Florida, there's some weird ones down there, so I guess I can't talk too much.
It's definitely some weird names for Wisconsin, but I know that a lot of it's from the Indian tribes are actually what comes out for these names.
Oh, just look at that. You're giving like intelligent answers, and I'm over here saying Sheboygan's made up.
Hey, it's what happens. I mean, when you live here your whole life, you kind of learn some of the stuff like that.
Well, there you go. Well, I lived my whole life and chose not to learn much. That's actually my approach. Jordan leaves out on the last start there. Find the bull to leave the 168. It is open out, so important to know. It's just about leaving the finish here.
Definitely. 156 isn't a great out, but it definitely is still an out for someone.
Yeah, well, it's just not a bull first out.
I would have gone triple 20 first on that one myself.
Yeah, your opponent's on a finish. I don't think you shoot it like that. That's a little bit of a mathematical error there. Pressing from Sheboygan.
See, it's a real town. Somebody's telling you.
I thought that was real. I thought that was someone was yanking my chain there for a second. Yeah, see, going for the bull first there means that there was no chance of the out. Now, the 168's a big ask, don't get me wrong, but it's still a hittable out. And you never want to leave your opponent a shot if you can.
I mean, it is 3 triples, and I mean, there are going to be definitely 3 big triples, but it's definitely better than leaving a 106 after.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it looks like it's not going to go for Jordan here.
Oh, and hitting a 2, leaving a 149. Probably not what he was hoping for. He's probably hoping for a bullseye in the last start.
Yeah, needed to try to get it in range to put a little bit of pressure on this as you expect John Gemini to take leg number 1 here.
And just like that, he does.
Yep, so that's 1 out of the way. Now, have you been playing here this weekend?
Yeah, I played the singles cricket yesterday. Shot pretty good. Didn't shoot my best. I was kind of hoping to be a little bit better, but shot above my average. And then I just shot the singles myself just a little bit ago. I did go 2-2, so it wasn't too bad. Barely lost my last 2 matches by 1 dart out each.
Well, there you go. Hey, and that's the way it goes sometimes. It's just a dart or two that makes a big difference.
Yeah, when you're on, I mean, it doesn't matter what you're hitting. So the person you're playing is on too. That 1 dart is what's going to do everything for you.
Certainly the case. Well, just a reminder, guys, when you're looking at this non-pro bracket here, first off, non-pro doesn't mean much out here. Non-pro out here just means that they don't currently have that title, but there's so many talented shots that we've seen. But secondly, with this 0-1, if you're going first, your goal, you just need to hit 2 bulls. Nothing fancy. If you're hitting 2 bulls around, that means the opponent behind you has to play near, if not perfect.
It gives you a better advantage at that point because when you're going first with 2 bulls, they have to either go 2 bulls or they have to go a hat trick, high ton, just to even stay in the game with you. I mean, as of right now, it looks like John Gemini is behind a bit because he didn't get the bullseyes in the last round.
Yeah, he's just going to try to close the gap if he can. But he's not in a position to break the throw here. You're going to notice with a lot of these, it looks like, he had to take a big look there. I thought maybe it misregistered or something. But you're going to notice with a lot of these matches, especially in a singles 0-1, a fat bull format, they go the distance almost every single time in best of 3s.
It makes it more so because when you go first, you have that chance to do everything like Jordan just did with the hat trick there. It gives them a 1-5-4 out. You have the first chance at the outs.
Exactly, and he will have the first inch, and he will have 6 at it as well. Yeah. So 1-5-4, and that's a great out as well because it's a bull first out. 2 bulls, then you can go over to that 18. As long as you don't fall into the 1, you're gonna have a good time.
1, 2, 3 on this those are the worst numbers you could ever hit when you're going up there for a bullseye even.
Absolutely. Goes a little wayward, but just needs to focus on bringing down. And I would focus on a setup dart here. You have 6. He decides to just go ahead and leave 38 open out. So it really doesn't matter which one you leave because you're just going to probably go single anyways. But I would have probably preferred a little bit more of a technical step shot, maybe like a trip 16 for double top.
That's actually kind of what I would look at too, especially when you have that. Or I would go down for that 19, leave a 19 bull, then even go out there.
Yeah, exactly. But no harm, no foul. We'll get 6 now for 38. So looking set to go 1 apiece here and go to a last leg decider. Just needs a stack on top. And barely.
Wires of both.
Barely. He doesn't get it though. You can see Jordan's all business. He is feeling some kind of way right now. It's been a long weekend for him already, including he did help with the setup here and everything as well.
I do know that he shot last night and he wasn't super happy with how he shot last night. And then earlier today he was hoping to be a little bit better too. But I mean, he's on point right now. This is why he's on the winner's side.
Well, you know what he wasn't happy about? Was his $80 Taco Bell run that they did last night.
$80?
That's what I said. How do you spend $80? No, there was a couple other people. It wasn't just him.
Okay.
Do you want to give him some credit? But $80 at Taco Bell is like, what, at least 50 burritos.
It's got to be. I mean, you're 50 burritos, 50 tacos at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, looks like they're close on this diddle here. From our point of view, it's a little hard to see. You guys probably have a better view of us, but they're getting underway. Last leg decider here. Jordan Zemansky, John Gemini. A lot of John Geminis in chat.
I mean, it sounds like he's the guy that everybody wants, and it looks like he's going to be starting too.
No offense, Jordan. You're just an Uber driver. Just kidding. Take it back. Here we go. John Gemini to start us off. See if the pattern of holding throws will continue or if someone can manage a break.
And again, as you said, always wanted to get the 2 bullseyes if you can. Definitely on the first side, it's going to be the best one for you.
Yeah, 2 bulls around gets the money. Makes them all better.
All right, we got Jordan up now. Hopefully he can match him, if not getting better there.
Oh, there we go. Let's go, Jordan. Millie's in there. Yeah, but a lax start doesn't really do anything. Pretty much a wash for a first round there. But slight breakaway for John. Let's see if he's able to continue that pressure, continue mounting it.
All right.
One thing to know with John's throw, he does not have that real exaggerated follow through. He pretty much kind of stops and almost like the dart just somehow keeps propelling forward.
He doesn't come back either. He kind of sits here and just goes and like pushes it through his hand.
I'm gonna say he uses like ESP or something.
It's got to be something.
I don't know.
I don't think it's actually his coming out of his hand. I think he's just using his mind for it. It's got to be something.
Apparently. And then you see Jordan on the other hand, he does have a little bit more of a strong fall through, but he tends to pull his hand down a little bit, causing a little bit of misdirection sometimes. But you're going to see unique throws across the entirety of this tournament in every level, in every facet of this event.
Ooh, that's a big hat trick there.
Certainly is. 168's to leave and not in range at all to set up. So Jordan is not going to be able to do anything except try to get himself in range to set up next round. And needs to get himself in range.
Definitely. If he hits this, he's gotten better range. There he goes. Hat trick back. I mean, that definitely helps him, gets him a little bit closer. But he's still behind. He still can't even go for a checkout yet.
Yeah, exactly. 168 doesn't have to go. I think that personally just going for the setup here instead of the big combo is more than okay. If he does want to shoot the 120, to still would leave 48, but that's the risk, right? You just went left. Now, if he goes for another bull, just leave 53. So
That's what he does.
Yep.
It's probably the best thing for me, going bull and leaving it at 53. I probably would have gone a hat trick there.
Yeah.
And then
not even worried about.
Not going to worry about the triple 20 at all on that.
Well, you do see Jordan does leave a 117 for pressure.
Definitely, that's definitely going to help him. If John at all falters, I mean, Jordan's got the chance at it.
3 for bull. Ooh, falls low, but that's fine. Open out, single 15. Does get it there. John Gemini, 2-1 over Jordan Zemansky, the Uber driver.
It's got to be better than just an Uber driver. I mean, obviously, with how he's shooting today.
Yeah, no, he's a little bit more than Uber driver, but, just having a laugh with him indeed. But yeah, we're excited to continue showing you guys the different events here. Let's take a look. As you can see, the room is still nice and full. Plenty of dart action going on. Coming up next, more likely going to be getting a Pro-Am match for us. We're going to see what's going on. In the meantime, let's go ahead and take a look here and hear from our sponsors and some of the players out here. We did some interviews earlier. So start off with talking with Garrett Rakowski. See what he has to say about being back at Plover this year and his expectations for the weekend as it is still underway. Guys, we're going to be bringing you nonstop coverage of these events here. We had a little break there, but we're back and better than ever. Andy Douglas, myself, Nick DiChiria in the booth. Be back in just a moment, guys. Well, hello, everybody. We're here at the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship. I am Nick DiChiria, joined by the Bullets, Garrett Rakowski. Garrett, how's it feel to be here in Plover?
Man, this is one of my favorite tournaments for sure. Soft tip. It's all I do, of course. But I've been throwing this tournament for 5 or 6 years now. Not always my best, but just the competition that comes here, it's awesome. I love being here.
Well, we're excited to see you here once again. Now, what's your expectations for this weekend? Are you excited? What's the event out of the lineup that you potentially look the most forward to here?
The event I look forward to the most is the Pro-Am event. And the reason why is because I'm shooting with one of my buddies named Kevin Ustby. I still can't say his name. Known the guy for 10 years, but still can't say his name. But anyways, I've known him since I was smaller. So him and I have played once or twice, but never a Pro-Am event. And the way he's throwing, the way I'm throwing, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. Of course, I love throwing with Joey Beecroft, too, and everybody else. So, it'll all be fun.
Well, it's always a good time here. And let me ask you this, right? So there's going to be a lot of people that have their eyes on this. I actually see a couple of youth players out there currently. What advice would you give to one of those youth players that might see some of the big shots like yourself, Matt Bella, and whoever else ends up getting a chance to see? What advice would you give to those young shots?
The main advice that I've followed throughout my 5 years competitive playing would be that you just have to remember it's a game, have fun with it, and if you have that talent to take it to the next level, then keep practicing, keep putting your time in, things will fall in place, keep challenging yourself. If you're getting your teeth kicked in, find a way not to do that. That's what I did.
And then one last question. First off, we just want to congratulate. Your hair is fixed from Whammo, so we're doing good there. But I see you shaved the facial hair. Can you tell us a little bit of the reasoning behind that? Hot topic.
So, Rob, I'm still waiting to see the picture of your head shaved. I'm waiting, and I still haven't seen it. I think you're 6 days late now. I mean, you're the one that brought up this. He's the one that said, "Hey, Garrett, let's do this." And I said, "No." And he talked me into it. I shook his hand. We were sitting at a dart tournament, of course, of all places, KDC in Kenosha. And I finally said, "Fine, we'll do it." and I haven't seen his picture yet. So that's why I called him out the other day, and I still haven't got anything. But yeah, we're doing a No Shave November from here. So this is only 5 days now, but it'll get a little frisky by the end of the month.
Well, I'm excited to see what you bring to the table, Garrett, as it's always a pleasure to see you. And, of course, everyone keep watching for our coverage here of the Plover Tournament here at Doug's Sports Pub Darts Championship 2023.
Let's get started. First, let's talk about the dartboard and what all this means. So let's take a closer look at the dartboard. This kind of board is called a sisal board, used with steel-tip darts. Usually it's referred to as a steel-tip board. There are other types of boards, like electronic, also called plastic tip or soft tip, and these used soft or a plastic tip on the dart. But for this demonstration, we're going to use the steel-tip board. On the dartboard, there are 20 numbers, and they correlate with each of these 20 segments. For example, let's say you throw a dart and it lands here. This segment is worth 20 points, also known as a single 20. If your dart landed here, it would also be worth 20 points. The same rule applies for all of these large segments. If your dart goes into any of them, it's worth a single of that number. Now let's say your dart goes into this smaller segment here. This is called the double ring, and any dart that lands in this outside ring is worth double that number. Now if your dart goes here, this is called the triple ring. Similar to the double ring, if your dart lands here, it will be worth triple the points of that segment. Finally, if you hit the center of the board, or the bullseye, it has a numerical points value too. The green or outer bowl is called a single, and it's worth 25 points. The inner or red bowl, commonly called a double bowl, is worth 50 points. Any dart that goes outside the double ring is outside the scoring area and counts as no score. Now, some of you may feel intimidated by the math here, but really, as you play more and more games, the repetition will help you memorize these segments until they are all as easy as a single 20, I promise.
to get into darts, but you're not sure how? We can definitely help with that. We're A to Z Darts.com, and we've been a darts specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to azdarts.com.
Well, hello, everybody. I am Nick DiChiria, joined by Matt Bella here at the Plover Tournament. Matt, you're coming off a big win at the finale in Kansas City, Missouri for the TOC. Can you talk to us about what that win was like for you and really, like, now that you've had a chance to resonate with it?
I don't think I have gotten over it yet. It was just a unbelievable experience. I don't know what to say. John and I shot really well together. We carried each other really well, and we had a little luck along the way, you know?
Absolutely. And now you're coming off a great tournament performance. I mean, do you expect that to carry over? Is it on your mind at all when you're playing this weekend here?
No, you got to have a short memory with this stuff. I mean, just day by day, keep it going. Hopefully you stay hot, but sometimes you don't.
Exactly. Well, a lot of people, I would say this is one of the player favorite tournaments. So we go to a lot of different events. All the players are excited for this one in particular here. Can you tell us a little bit about your history of Plover and coming out here for the Doug Sports Pub Dart Championship?
Well, this is my favorite tournament. I'm from Plover. This is like a home field advantage for me, although it doesn't always work out that way. But it's just a great time here. Everybody gets along, and it's just a great time. Everybody's got to come experience this once.
So let me ask you this, right? We have a lot of different talents in here. We have a lot of different great shots to watch and surprising amount of pros as well. For a lot of the people that are going to be watching online, what advice would you give them if they get to see some of these talented darts for the first time ever, if they want to get into the game of darts?
You got to have a short memory. Don't let a bad round get you. Just focus on the next round. You know, short memory.
And then last question for you here. What's going to be your event you're looking the most forward to this weekend?
All of them. I just have a great time here. I mean, it's local for me. I don't have far to drive home. You know, it's just a great time. I love them all.
Woo! Leonard Gates. But we're not going to get the 6 dart out. Just immediately lost my confidence. We'll see. Ooh. All right, we'll finish this up and then we'll move on to steel tip. Right in the bottom corner. Oh, God.
Here we are, folks, bringing you some more action here at the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championships in Plover, Wisconsin. I am Nick DiChiria bringing you this one here as we are into a Pro-Am matchup for our afternoon coverage of this tournament here. Of course, huge shout out to Booyah Darts and Flight Faction, the sponsors of this event. And of course, 5-Star Lanes for hosting us for this tournament. 38 boards, lots of darting action, and a fan favorite event. Excited to get back into the mix here, everybody. Going up here, Bella Wilkinson versus Townie and Dersh. Bella, to start us off here. Guys, we've been having a lot of fun bringing you coverage of this. I've had a lot of fun. I do apologize about some of the lapses here, as the transition from the morning to the afternoon events was not as tight as we would have liked for some of the matches, and some there's so much going on, so many people eager to play. And while we were more focused on getting the rest of the hall up and running, the stream board unfortunately got ignored. I went out there and I've been trying to round up people, so I promise you there's not going to be too many long breaks left, especially because we're getting through those first few rounds. Just a heads up for our Facebook viewers, we will be refreshing our feed here in just about an hour to give it a nice fresh refresh. Best of three is going to be our format here, all crickets. Seeing 9 marks start there for Benny Dersh, Benny and the Jets. Travis, they're finding a big trip on the last. Tim Goodwin, chat saying, let's go, Benny. Tim, how you doing? Welcome in here. And a huge shout out to all you guys that have been tuning in. Certainly be happy to stream here again. Happy to be out here in person this year. Get a chance to do some interviews. I've been bringing a lot of different players back in the mic. Andy Douglas, Scuba Steve, Ricky Bobby. We don't talk about that one. And we also have had countless others. Travis Wilkinson, Casey Bates in here. Will Stewart joined in yesterday for a little bit as well. So we've had a lot of different people to call games with, a lot of people to talk to. It's been a really cool, unique experience because it turns into like the pseudo interview, and also lets other people see what it's like to be on the mic. Because it's definitely hard to basically hold a conversation while also pay attention to what's going on the screen. And it's been interesting seeing how different people handle it. But honestly, lots of talented people, not only on the dartboard, but off the dartboard here in Wisconsin as well. Great shot there from Benny, finding 7. Looking strong in this one. So Trevor's just trying to get a foothold here. Needs to get this number closed. Does find it. Another one help close that point gap, but Doob kindly just catches on the top. 4 marks there. You can already tell, by the way, from Bella Wilkinson, Townie, Dersh, these Pro-Am teams are basically just pro teams, if you ask me. There's just so much talent. That Whammo will said it, and he said it best. Divisions 1 through 4 in Wisconsin, if you take their state tournament, is basically interchangeable. Any given day, one person in Division 4 could be in Division 1, vice versa, because of how tight knit and how high octane the talent is out here. So certainly one of those things that excited to see, because you never know who's going to rise to the occasion and really perform. There's no clear favorites out here, just people with a hot hand and people that don't have it. So Benny there finds a single 19. Falls into the trip, and with a big point lead, goes for the close and last. Great shot there for Benny Dersh, who is on fire at the moment. Townie giving him all the support he needs as well. They really haven't been breaking a sweat too much, averaging a 6.8, and the 4.6 is not bad at all from Bella and Wilkinson. It's just, I mean, you're going against a 6.8. Townie now stepping up. Just needs to continue the momentum here. Gonna just try to pop the 16s on the second dart. Does do so. Over to the 15s. Oh, he doesn't hit it. Brings it all the way down to a measly 6.33 combined average. Garbage. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Good shot there. 2-house advantage. Massive point lead here in leg number 1. Oh, Birdshot Bella. It's 9 in there. More like a Ringy Bella. Still debating on which nickname we like better. I'm not sure. The fans have gone both ways. I asked Matt, I was like, what do you think of that? Because everyone keeps asking me which one to go with for you. And he's like, Ringy Bella sounds dumb. And I was like, it sounds pretty cool, actually. I kind of like it. Now, if you guys want to follow along, especially when we have these breaks in the action, you want to see when we're coming up next, see what's going on, CompuSport.us. You go over there, click the tournament section, type in Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championships. Once you click on that button there, you'll be able to type in any player's name or just go on the drop-down list in the top right corner and be able to select any brackets that is currently up, running, or has already run. Be able to follow along with your favorite players. Of course, you can hit that notification bell on any of the players that you like. You'll get notifications directed to your smart device whenever they are up and called to the Aki. So that way you never have to miss a moment of darting action. Our streaming board on there will be streaming board 15. Double bull there. Needs to try to load it up as much as he can. I mean, does get the point lead by 3 points, but it's a little too late in this leg, but not in this match. Looks like they are going to get their throw broken, combined 5-3-8, which they were in the 6s for a majority of this. Really good stuff to see. He just needs to get a single bull, single 19. Gets the single 19 out of the way, over to the bulls. And it gets it, leg number 1. Well, it gets bare minimum 5 mark open. Benny had the hot hand, went 9 mark, 7 mark, 7 mark on the start for the last one. At least that's what I think it was. Who knows? It's been a long weekend already. Finds the 19s on the first. Gets caught up in the traffic jam on the second. Connects on the third. 7 mark there. Benny Dersch playing in a form at the moment. Travi Patty, what you got for us? That guy came up to me when he heard. He's like, hey, have you been calling me Travi Patty on the stream? And I said, maybe. And he's like, okay. Just like, he's such a class act. Travis has always been the nice guy. We joked about it in the CSC. There was a mishap in season 1 where we had a ruling that didn't go his way because of a technical error that was out of everyone's control. And we talked and how well he handled it. We always said that there should be a Wilkinson Sportsmanship Award with how nice he is to everybody. That's a very lax round in there from Townie. Big door opener. See what Bella does here. Gets the 19s closed. It's aggressive on the 17s here. And does hit on the last. That shot's great if you close with 17s. Big risk, big reward there. Now 2-house advantage. Matt rang the Bella. Oh, Benny, what you got going on? You know what? I'm curious. I need to ask him because he does that like long composure there, and he's actually dialed in. He doesn't take nearly as long as what people have seen him do in the past. I'm really curious what he's thinking about, like what's running through his head when that's going on. I don't know if he's just trying to psych himself up, if he's trying to just visualize the number, but it seems like he's thinking about something because he doesn't do as much on the second, third. So it seems like that's when he's strategizing and getting dialed in. It's a little longer than most when they approach the board. Very interesting. I always like asking players some of their different idiosyncrasies that you don't often cover. When I was at Kalamazoo the other weekend here, just about 2 weeks ago, Randy Fern comes up to me. He's like, I got a fun fact for your live streams next time I'm on them. And I was like, what's that, Randy? He's like, you know what I listen to in my headphones? And I was like, what's that? He's like, it's only ever Elvis. So just rocking out there. Randy Fern just chill as a cucumber. Cool as a cucumber. Chill. Same difference. Millie saying Hinsey and Lapine doing great. As you see, yeah, there's certainly some teams doing solid right now. This, of course, is a winner side match, top 8 winner side. You see Catfish over there, with Gillingham, Hinsey, Lapine, and then you see Anderson and Diker. I don't know who these guys are. I never heard of them. On the other side, there's a bunch of different teams. I won't run you through all the names. You guys have been seeing them, and you guys will continue to see them. Like I said, follow CompuSport.us if you want to see the brackets there. Super cool stuff, though. Seriously, so much talent in this room. So last leg, it was a 6-0 plus for majority of it up until the Bulls that were dropped into about a 5-3, 5-4 for the Townie Dersh team. Now we're seeing on the other ends a little bit of an off leg, finding a 4-0 combined and not really having too much of a foothold. All Travis has to do here is guarantee that they don't lose to 20s and 17s in the same turn. So needs to score a couple points here. He's in some trouble. I don't think he should go for the dagger on the 15 here. He needs to either find that 20 or go down to the 17 for the cover shot. Ooh, and a 1 mark there. This is a door opener, not the shot you wanted to have. I swear Travis is going to hit me because of all the times that he puts on the stream board. Win, stream board. Win, stream board. Puts him in dire straits, though. Tiny needs to capitalize. Gets the point lead, has to go for the closes here. See, I don't think you're going to get a better shot, especially with the 20, at least the 20. I understand if you want to leave the 17s and go like point close. But you have to get rid of something because you're not going to get too many good looks when you're running a 15 versus a 20 to be able to close, especially when you're down 2 houses. And also on top of that Townie and Dersh can play a little bit riskier. They already have the first leg under their belt. No harm, no foul, though. 2 mark needed to get the point lead now. Again, first, third, triple takes a look. Otherwise, you're going to stay on the 15 for all 3 at this point. Gets the bare minimum point lead and finds the trip on the last there. 56-point difference. 1 trip on the 20 gets the point lead, so at least 2 up top. Hits the cover on the 17. Some of my words there, but decides to go for the dagger. Doesn't twist the blade, though. Single 15 only ties the score. So 5 mark there. Not a bad shot from Townie, but obviously not the shot had in mind wanting to get that first start trip instead of being relegated to stay on those 15s. At some point, they're gonna have to take a look at the 20 and 17s. You can't just you can't keep going with the lower ground to versus the higher. I know you guys hear this a lot. It's one of those points that we reiterate. It's because it's that important in the longevity. On the other hand, though, I mean, Bell and Wilkinson really not taking advantage of their numbers and really not loading it up as much as they should. They're going into us now, Tony Dersh, with a 6-point advantage. Get this at least one number out of there. Get rid of the 20s, go back to your 15s. Or get rid of the 20s and 17s. No matter what, I think you need to take a look here. Finds the 20s. It's a good mark on the 17. Let's see if he decides to follow it or go back to the 15s. He decides to follow it, finds it. Great 6-mark close. Still leaves game shot now. Travis, 4 bulls to the double 15. Finds the first double. Taking a moment to recompose. This is an important dart. Oh, it doesn't click. Needs to stay true. And yeah, you can see the frustration. He got the first and wasn't able to capitalize with the rest here. And this might be a 2-0 win for Townie and Dersh. Ooh, deciding to bury on the 15s. I like the shot. I still think you probably could take a one look with match darts in hands. We'll see if that comes back to bite or not. We've seen these bull races get super dicey. Bella finds one, but he has to move over to the right. You can use it as a little bit of like a backboard to sneak into the double. Oh, but he goes high. It's going to be hard to get that in there. Does find another single, but not exactly what he intended there. Wanted a little bit more with that. He's going to go right at this here at the first start clicks. He's going to stay there. If it misses, expect him to go back to the 15s. Methodical as ever. Here we go. Now up 101 points. Good number to be up by. Might just try to go back to the bull. No outshot available after that. Yep, and hits a double. Great shot there from Benny. Good recovery after the first dart miss. Now Travis has to hit 5 bulls. Anything less, it's game over, and you're going to the loser side of the bracket. That's going to be a hard dart to get 2 doubles in. Yeah, his whole flight's basically blocking. Tried to overcompensate throw and just kind of chucks on the 15 there. Townie and Dersh about to go 2-0. And does so. There we go. You can see some handshakes, some respect for the guys for each other there. And Travis just he's gonna come and yell at me. He's gonna be like, well, every time the stream board all of a sudden something goes haywire, I have a feeling. He's not one to make excuses at all. It seems to be having some bad luck on the live stream, but throwing some great darts and was right in the mix there. So we're going to have our next match here up in just a second. We're going to take a moment to hear from some of our sponsors, take a little walk through our tournament here, and then let's hear from the Booyah Darts stand, which is here alongside with Flight Faction. So guys, Nick DiChiria here bringing coverage of this one. Be back in just a moment. Well, hello, everybody. We're here at the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship. I am Nick DiChiria, joined by the Bullets, Garrett Rakowski. Garrett, how's it feel to be here in Plover?
Man, this is one of my favorite tournaments for sure. Soft tip. It's all I do, of course. But I've been throwing this tournament for 5 or 6 years now. Not always my best, but, you know, just the competition that comes here, it's awesome. I love being here.
Well, we're excited to see you here once again. Now, what's your expectations for this weekend? Are you excited? What's the event out of the lineup that you potentially look the most forward to here?
The event I look forward to the most is the Pro-Am event. And the reason why is because I'm shooting with one of my buddies named Kevin Ustby. I still can't say his name. Known the guy for 10 years, but still can't say his name. But anyways, I've known him since I was smaller. So him and I have played once or twice, but never a Pro-Am event. And the way he's throwing, the way I'm throwing, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. Of course, I love throwing with Joey Beecroft too and everybody else. So, it'll all be fun.
Well, it's always a good time here. And let me ask you this, right? So there's going to be a lot of people that have their eyes on this. I actually see a couple of youth players out there currently. What advice would you give to one of those youth players that might see some of the big shots like yourself, Matt Bella, and whoever else ends up getting a chance to see? What advice would you give to those young shots?
The main advice that I've followed throughout my 5 years competitive playing would be that you just have to remember it's a game, have fun with it, and if you have that talent to take it to the next level, then keep practicing, keep putting your time in. Things will fall in place. Keep challenging yourself. If you're getting your teeth kicked in, find a way not to do that. That's what I did.
And then one last question. First off, we just want to congratulate. Your hair is fixed from Whammo, so we're doing good there. But I see you shaved the facial hair. Can you tell us a little bit of the reasoning behind that? Hot topic.
So, Rob, I'm still waiting to see the picture of your head shaved. I'm waiting, and I still haven't seen it. I think you're 6 days late now. I mean, you're the one that brought up this. He's the one that said, "Hey, Garrett, let's do this." And I said, "No." And he talked me into it. I shook his hand. We were sitting at a dart tournament, of course, of all places, KDC in Kenosha. And I finally said, "Fine, we'll do it." And I haven't seen his picture yet, so that's why I called him out the other day, and I still haven't got anything. But yeah, we're doing a No Shave November from here. So this is only 5 days now, but it'll get a little frisky by the end of the month.
Well, I'm excited to see what you bring to the table, Garrett, as it's always a pleasure to see you. And of course, everyone keep watching for our coverage here of the Plover Tournament here at Doug's Sports Pub Darts Championship 2023. Here we go, folks. We got another great match here for you. Top 4 winner's side Pro-Am match. We have Bob Anderson, no stranger to our stream, and Scuba Steve Diker making his first appearance as a player, but not as a commentator, as he has been on the mic several times, hopping in and hanging out in here and calling some games with me. Super appreciated. Of course, Skylar Lepine, a gentleman that I've gotten a chance to commentate a few times, especially in his CSC stuff and some of the remote streams we've done for the PPD. And Rick Hinsey, whoever that is. Oh, wait, Tyler's dad. That's right. That's right, among other things, but we'll just go with Tyler's dad today. Here we go, folks. They're just about, yeah, they're giving the thumbs up. They're underway and ready to go. Excited to see how this one goes. Of course, I am Nick DiChiria, bringing you coverage of this one here live in Plover, Wisconsin. So some of the interviews been playing. One of the ones was with Matt Bella, which we did just see on the stream. And in the interview, I said, "Hey, Matt, you said you lived here in Plover your whole life. Besides darts, what do you recommend to do around here?" And he said, "Go somewhere else." So just kidding. It's been wonderful being out here. Definitely a smaller area, a little bit more relaxed and intimate out here. And it's super exciting to just see everybody, shake the hands, meet the people out here, and spend some time with the Wisconsinites. The only thing I'll say is don't trust them when they say try the cheese fries. It's not actually cheese fries. That was a lie. Although it was still pretty good, but it was a lie is what it was. I think it took a year off my life eating that. The amount of cholesterol. Rick Hinsey, starting us off, has had some great success on the live stream and loads up the 20s there, starting off with a 9 counts from the juggernaut, Rick Hinsey. So, Scuba, you spent a lot of time talking darts with me. Let's see if you can back it up. I say back it up. He's actually super humble and has only come off as super humble. 5 and 5 to get going. Bean just gets the 3-mark close there, giving Bob an opportunity to kind of even up this match, but really can't take control on this turn. Yeah, Rick's just trying to go 1, 2, 3 on the close, but doesn't connect on the second dart. That could be costly. Does find on the third. It was a little bit of a risk there. All he had to do is close. Anything else is extra, right? So he got the job done, but with no flair at all. So Scuba Steve now going to try to load up downstairs. You can see Scuba, the one thing is he does actually have his elbow kind of out and to the right and then kind of brings it in on his follow through, kind of making it a 1-track motion there. But since he has such a dark follow through, it works out pretty well for him. Bob just gets 4 here. Guys, let us know where you're tuning in from, where you're watching along, as it's been so much fun bringing you guys coverage of this one. I want to know where you're watching from. I'm watching from the Pro Shop here at 5 Star Lanes, if you guys are curious. Dominic DiChiria must be related to some darts guy. I don't know. St. Augustine, Florida, tuning in. Thank you for tuning in, Dad. Appreciate you. Tim, appreciate the kind words. Definitely try to keep up the energy. I'm not even going to lie, as Lapine does take the first leg here. We are currently 7 hours into today's broadcast. We did 6.5 hours last night. And between when the stream ended and started the next day, it was already less than 8 hours. And I can tell you by the time I got packed up, closed up, back to the hotel room, and then back here for the start, I had a whole hour and a half of sleep to my name today. So feeling good, living off coffee, water, and a dream. Scuba Steve started us off right. Oh, it doesn't connect on the last. He does a little point to the side there, but it gets the 6 mark and does a little pump there. Oh, the best Henzy, Kara Henzy tuning in. Tyler's mom here. Yeah. This Henzy guy here. I guess his first name's Rick or something. The Juggernaut. May have heard of him. Bob Anderson, as a refresher, did have a big win at the Tournament of Champions in that CDI event with Cheyenne Richards. They played it great together and had a good time. Randy, pleasure seeing you as well, and thank you for the kind words, my friend. Single 13 kind of slipped out of his hand. Trying to recover. Oh, yeah, there's no worries about me actually falling asleep in this room. Although they tempted me because in the pro shop that they have me in, they have me in the bowling pro shop, right? There's a couch right behind me. And so it's just like over there. And every time I just can't turn around. I have my back turned to it because it's just over there like whispering sweet nothings into my ear. Scuba continues with the consistency, finding another 6. You know what's crazy to me? Just a reminder to all you guys that are tuning in right now. This is a Pro-Am event. This is a Pro-Am event. This is a Pro-Am event. Scuba Steve Diker, Bob Anderson, Henzy Lapine. This is some good teams out here. This is some disgusting teams out here. Let's just be honest. Let's be frank about it. Bob's just continuing to have a good weekend and showing it on the dartboard. Wants to find these 15s. Oh, you screwed up the 6-0 average, Bob. Come on. All jokes aside, well ahead in this one, making it more than likely going 1 apiece now in this best of 3. Yeah, Pro-Am. Now, the Pro is defined based off the Arachnid list and off the in-house list that they also have. So if you place top 4 in any of the events, you're automatically on the list for 2 years. And a lot of these guys were here last year as well. I know for a fact, I believe Bob was, Steve was, and Rick was. I'm not sure if Lapine was. But I did cover this event remotely last year, so had a lot of these guys out here. It's just tough room. It's a real tough room. So many talented shots. Henzy finds 4. Bob, to pack this way, make it 1 apiece. 1, 2, 3 on the Bulls. No immediate danger of an outshot. Can just stay on it. Does try to stay on it. Only gets the 1, though. Lapine just going to try to pivot outside opportunity. Big thing is just getting the point lead here and hoping to make a forced error happen on the other side. Oh, but he's getting caught up in a traffic jam there. And yeah, the 1 there is not going to do it. Off leg for Lapine and Henzy. Again, winning that first one, you kind of expect every team to kind of hold their throw. Almost all these have been going the distance. Very few have gone 2 straight. The majority of the finals have also had at least 1 dip, and no one's failed a double dip. If they won the first dip, they have completed the double dip. So a lot of interesting things happening out here, and you can kind of see the storylines develop. Well, they didn't expect to have another shot. Henzy going to try to pound it in there. Find the Bulls. Double ties it. Needs to get at least 3. Don't know how he's going to sneak in a double. Yeah, wasn't much room for him there. So Bob just 1 bull. Needs to find one bull. Oh my. No, and now all of a sudden leaves a game and match shot. Leads the white horse. The scores are tied. Lapine gets a shot now. It's a hard shot, but gets a shot. Oh, but that dart just kind of got away from him. I almost wonder if that was at the 20 at all. I think he was just going bulls the full time. You need to get that score back in line. This is a weird wave of bad air for these guys. And again, the same shot is left. What is going on right now? Oh, guys, just a warning. They're playing Cotton Eye Joe in the hall right now. I can hear it through the door. This is such an interesting leg. Rick's not going to be able to capitalize. Just going to have to go back to the bulls. That is two different shots now that they've had potentially for the white horse to win it 2 straight. Bob needs to regroup here and just load up the numbers. This is some nervy darts right now. Does decide to go for a... He doesn't... The 19s are closed, Bob. The 19s are closed. What is going on right now? I'm the one with an hour and a half of sleep, boys. What is going on? This is insane. These guys are definitely a little bit on the struggle bus. Lapine finds the 20s. Doesn't get the 18, just barely. Needs to go back to the bulls and add a few more points. Oh, but threw it well outside on the last. Very shaky leg from everyone involved. I say that because of the standard and prowess that these guys have shown us and will show us like time and time again. Scuba Steve stops messing around. Does make it 1 apiece there. Oh, man. If you're rooting for some of these guys here, I imagine you're on the edge of your seat. Like, what's going on right now? Diddle time, everybody. Diddle time. Well, here we go. Leg number 3 here. Let's see how they get started. This is to get into the match to play for the king seat. On the other end, board 12. Gillingham and Cafflish playing together against Towney and Dersh, which we did see earlier on the stream. So they will get the winner of that match will play the winner of this match for the king seat here in the doubles cricket pro-am event. Lax start from Rick. Well, Bob, you got the extra warm up on the 19s. Let's see if you use it. I still think he stayed true and close it down here, especially at 80 points. Does get it on the second. What single trip on his closed attempt on the last go? Pops the 20 on the last there. So now a 9 mark is required to regain that point lead. Five mark gets it more than halfway there to regaining control of the point lead, but let's see. Scuba can dictate how this match goes with a turn like this. Yeah, I agree with that shot wholeheartedly. No reason to move off those 20s until you hit a trip. Once you hit a trip, you have free reign to go wherever you want. Well, boom goes the dynamite for Rick Hinsey there. Did just get an update from Chad. Looks like what we're going to be getting is the women's Queen Seat match. Casey Bates, Abby Spot rematch from last night's finals. If you guys get a chance, rewind back in the stream. I'm not sure exactly when, so have fun searching for it. But of course, this whole stream's worth rewatching. Hopefully, did have a chance to chat with her on the mic. Asked her about what's like being a newer player in the scene, only playing for 4 years and performing so well and getting second place in a women's singles event here. And second place here, I mean, we always talk about when you go to these bigger Wisconsin tournaments, it's basically like playing for a national title with how tough the pool is here. So no matter what, if you talk top 3 dart states in North America, in the United States, obviously, if you talk top 3 dart states, no matter how you order it, Wisconsin's always going to be in that top 3. It doesn't matter if you rank it 1, 2, or 3. There's always room for debate there. And this is coming from someone that's never lived in Wisconsin. So just a heads up, here's what's going to be happening. All right. We're going to finish out this match here. It's 1-1. Randy asking, who are the other 2 top 3? In my opinion, for dart states, that's up for debate. I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other. I mean, I am biased because I do think Florida does have a good spread of top-end talent, but does have a smaller dart population compared to a lot of states. South Dakota is a real sleeper state because they also they compete with Wisconsin for the largest state tournament, so therefore they have a huge pool of population. Missouri automatically in the running just because of Jules Van Dongen alone. Lots of different shots. Just to give you guys an update, we've been going live for 7.5 hours here. Facebook does kick us off automatically at 8 hours. So what we're going to do is after this match finishes, we're going to cut the feed real quick. It will not cut on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, you can just keep watching. Don't even worry about it. But if you're on Facebook, we will cut the feed temporarily and then bring it back live to you. Literally, you just hit the refresh on the page after about 1 minute there, and it'll be live again. Randy saying Texas. Texas is obviously a contender as well. Of course, you got Leonard Gates, Ram Guevara Jr., which is the number 2 guy in Texas, which did beat Leonard Gates, which kind of makes him tied for number 1. But that was just one great match there, and a very, very great match indeed for the 3rd place of the CSC. Yeah, you have so many dart states. Andy saying Arizona. Andy Douglas was in the booth with us earlier. Of course, Arizona. Can't go wrong with AZ. Tom saying going Florida, Texas, Wisconsin. Not in that order particularly. I would say Florida, Texas, Wisconsin's pretty agreeable. I think that would probably be my list currently. Not in that order. I don't think you can actually label 1, 2, 3. It's just too hard because there's too many metrics. Are you judging based off best woman? Are you judging based off best guy? What defines best soft tip, steel tip, all the above, overall category? It's too hard to judge. You know what? I want to go with Maine. Let's go with Maine, Rhode Island, and Wyoming. That's my top 3. Bean finding the trip on the second dart. Does go for the dagger shot on the last. Doesn't connect, but good go at it. So Scuba now needs to hit a big turn here. Needs to get a momentum shift of some kind. Oh, look at this. That's what I'm talking about. 3 in the bed there. Scuba Steve making me sound smart. Appreciate that, buddy. Although, let's see. Rick Hensey's right there. Oh, kind of blocked himself out. A triplet, a tied on the first dart there. So only finding 2. Yeah, all that work to tie it. So now, see, Bob does find the second dart trip. He's probably just going to end up staying there. Yeah, he's going to have to. If he got the first dart trip, he goes for the 5 mark close. Has to just stack it up over there. So now Lapine here. Needs to find another one. Doesn't get it. Goes to the left there. This is back over in the hands of Scuba Steve now. Hit a 9 mark on his last go. How's he going to follow it up? 2 marks on the 17 and close on the 15. Gets a huge lead here. Oh, but that dart left his hand funny. I still, it's hard. Like, if you close for the 17s, you're leaving Hensey with an opportunity for a 9 mark. If you go back to the 16s, you're getting an opportunity for them to bet on you. So decides to just go over there, hits the trip, and decides to go back. So we'll see what ends up happening. Hensey, if he goes trip, will have the point lead, but it does have the X on the 17s. It's getting into some dicey territory. Gets trip, and goes for the close and falls low on it. No matter what, you want to get rid of the 17s this turn if you can. I think you go ahead and just pop it. You risk the 7 mark, sure. But at this point, a single, where is it most effective? The answer is the 17 right now. That's always the question you ask yourself. Oh, this would be a huge shot, though, for Skylar. This would be a huge shot here for Skylar. That's a huge shot there for Skylar. Big 9 mark there. Yeah, Scuba really wanted that one. He needed to take full advantage of the bulls there. Tries to go over to the 15s on last. I think staying on the bulls might have been the move. I don't know. We'll end up seeing here, right? Rick now gets 1, 2, 3 for the match here and to move into the king seat match. Yeah, great recovery in the last there. Oh, good last start there from Bob. Brings it down to a 2-bull race. Oh, Lapine needs this. Needs to find the double on this last here. Really important dart and doesn't connect. Now 2 bulls for Scuba Steve. This is back and forth. They really just handed this opportunity back and forth multiple times in this. And there you go. You get the double. And last Scuba Steve does get it there 2-1 with Bob Anderson. Henzi Lapine into the losers bracket here, but not out of the tournament yet, guys. So here's what's going on. Just a quick reminder to everybody. What is going on here? We got the women's queen seat match coming up here. That's what's going to be coming up next, as that's going to be Casey Bates and Abby Spots going at it here. But because we're close to that 8-hour mark, I don't want to accidentally cut in the middle of their match. On Facebook, they force us to get off after 8 hours and restart the broadcast. So if you're watching on YouTube, don't have to touch anything. You're good to go. If you're watching on Facebook, the feed's going to refresh real quick. Don't get alarmed. The feed's literally going instantly back up. All right. So it'll be gone for about a minute or two. Might have to refresh. And we back to the action here. Of course, I am Nick DiChiria, bringing coverage of the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship 2023. Be back with the action in just a moment, everybody. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you are back on Facebook, we did do a little refresh there as we hit the 8-hour mark, but we are watching the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship 2023. I am Nick DiChiria here in Plover, Wisconsin. This is the women's queen seat here, so very important match. Spot and Pickett, Wilkinson, and Bates here. So this is going to be a good one. Of course, seeing a rematch of Abby Spot and Casey Bates there, as that was such an amazing final that we had Casey in here talking with me on the mic about how that match was for her. So excited to kind of see them get a little bit of a rematch at each other. See, that's Miss Pickett throwing it at the board now. And excited to see. So we're a slightly different format than what we have been seeing here. We're going to be seeing that split score, but it's going to be 3-0-1 for the ladies. Here we go. Abby Spot now up to the hockey. Of course, I would say by far in the room right now, she has been the most dominant female. She has already won 2 finals so far. So doing well for herself and getting some plaques and titles. This is Casey coming up now. 185, just going to focus on setting yourself up with the finish here. Freeze rule is in effect, so got to keep that in mind. But honestly, with how fast they're scoring, we'll see how much it comes into play. Wanted to go for that true 15, went high into the 10. Does a little shimmy on over. They pick it up on the board now. Just going to focus on adding pressure, trying to set up a potential freeze here, slow down Bates. Just needs to stay in the Bulls no matter what. And gets 2. That's a huge shot. Puts all the pressure now on Wilkinson to perform here. One more bull. Oh, doesn't quite connect here. So 195 combined. The 131 doesn't necessarily have to go. Just needs to get below 81 here. So, yep, one bull. Just don't bust it no matter what you hit after. Can't bust it now. So, is now frozen on 75. Bates cannot take it out. All she can do is set up, get all the way down to 1 to 2 points here. It is open out, so however she feels most comfortable. Needs to get within single digits. That's all she cares about. She's been playing for 4 years. Goes bull first. Single 12. Needs to be careful not to bust. And does hit the single 12 once again there. Good shot from Bates. Setting up the freeze. Doing what she needs to get done. Yeah, but right now, I mean, we talk about it. If you get frozen, the odds of you win the game goes into maybe 10%. Oftentimes, 9 times out of 10, the team that did the freezing will come out on top. 195, no out available, can only set herself up, and all Casey can do is just wait in the meantime. Needs leaving out. Does not. So 6 starts now for 70 and 12. Open out here. Abby Scott, see what she's got. Oh, Abigail does go a little haywire there. 35. Just going to try to clean it up here. Can leave it on any single she wants. Set it up any way she wants. Not really any particular pressure at the moment. Decide just leaves a double 16 there. Casey's going to go ahead and just hit the button here. Nothing she can do. Single 12 now. For game number 1 here. Drills it. 1-0 advantage in the queen seat here. Only a race of three, race of three, best of three here. So it's going to be very quick games, especially with that 301. I mean, you can see potential 6 starters. These girls are more than capable of it. We've seen some high averages. I mean, when we were watching Casey and Abby in that final, the second leg there, they were both throwing after 15 rounds in the high 4s. And it was seriously, I'm telling you, the best, debatably the best match there. Either that or there were so many good ones. I'm not even going to start listing them all. Just go around, click on the stream. You get to see some cool stuff. There's been so much talent in this room, and we've definitely been spoiled here on the live stream. Abby's trying to leave the bowl or hit the bowl there to leave a finish. Would have been a 177. No one on a finish yet. So Wilkinson now goes low and right, can work her way in. Oh, that was actually a good look. Looks like right on the wire and does find the one bull there. Now Pickett's opportunity to try to break away here. Everyone kind of saying similar ranges. No one on a finish so far. Well, here will not leave a finish. So advantage still to the team going first. Casey just going to try to clean up this 182. Hat trick will leave 32. Just going to say another bull to try to bring down our score. Like that shot, 63, 13 for bull on the next go. Showing her consistency and why she's been performing so well out here this weekend. I mean, this is one of her first real tournaments. She gave it to me. She was like, I'm more nervous to do an interview on the mic than I was playing. And I was like, well, that's a good thing. If you don't feel nervous while playing, that's a good trait to have. I was one of the things I struggled with the most as a player. I always felt nervy when I was playing with a partner. Singles, I didn't really care as much. I was just playing for myself. Does leave a finish there at 156. So now Pickett needs to make sure she's on the out as well. She might be off the Wednesday team. Does find it on the last there. So you can hear there's some fans coming in. I got Rick Kinsey hanging out back here watching. Seeing some of the darts action, taking a little peek here. Getting away from the craziness in the hall. As you can tell, it's day 2 of a Wisconsin dart tournament right about now. Oh, 9. Doesn't find it. Trip 15. Now the shot. Ooh, gets away from her there. And that might be a fatal error there. It could potentially give Spot and Pickett the 2-0 win. 79 is eligible to go. 19 for trip 20. Trip 19 for double 11. That will work. And that will go. Look at that. Abby Spot showing why she's one of the top in the room. Look at Scott go. Great Scott. I don't know. We could do like a Back to the Future reference there. If Will and Sean was here, they would probably be doing that right now. And I'd be like, oh, I don't get the reference. So you guys get it. So, alrighty, guys. Well, we got another one come up here shortly. Let's actually go ahead and take a quick moment here. We're going to take a little walk around so you guys can see what's going on in the venue here. And then after that, a little ad from Booyah to say hi here. And we'll be back to action in just a moment. I promise you, non-stop at the board. We're going to be getting people left and right. Don't go anywhere. Leave your phone on. Get your charger. Get your extra battery. I'm going to be here all day. I've been here all day, and you guys will be too. This is not a question. This is a demand. See you guys in just a moment. Nick DiChiria here, bringing coverage from Plover, Wisconsin. everybody? I am Nick DiChiria, joined by Matt Bella here at the Plover Tournament. Matt, you're coming off a big win at the finale in Kansas City, Missouri for the TOC. Can you talk to us about what that win was like for you and really like now that you've had a chance to resonate with it?
I don't think I have gotten over it yet. It was just a unbelievable experience. I don't know what to say. John and I shot really well together. We carried each other really well, and we had a little luck along the way, you know.
Absolutely. And now you're coming off a great tournament performance. I mean, do you expect that to carry over? Is it on your mind at all when you're playing this weekend here?
No, you got to have a short memory with this stuff. I mean, just day by day, keep it going. Hopefully you stay hot, but sometimes you don't.
Exactly. Well, a lot of people, I would say this is one of the player favorite tournaments. So we go to a lot of different events. All the players are excited for this one in particular here. Can you tell us a little bit about your history of Plover and coming out here for the Doug Sports Pub Dart Championship?
Well, this is my favorite tournament. I'm from Plover. This is like a home field advantage for me, although it doesn't always work out that way. But it's just a great time here. Everybody gets along, and it's just a great time. Everybody's got to come experience this once.
So let me ask you this, right? We have a lot of different talents in here. We have a lot of different great shots to watch and surprising amount of pros as well. For a lot of the people that are going to be watching online, what advice would you give them if they get to see some of these talented darts for the first time ever, if they want to get into the game of darts?
You got to have a short memory. Don't let a bad round get you. Just focus on the next round. You know, short memory.
And then last question for you here. What's going to be your event you're looking the most forward to this weekend?
All of them. I just have a great time here. I mean, it's local for me. I don't have far to drive home. You know, it's just a great time. I love them all.
So you want to get into darts, but you're not sure how. We can definitely help with that. We're A2ZDarts.com, and we've been a dart specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to azdarts.com.
Let's get started. First, let's talk about the dartboard and what all this means. So let's take a closer look at the dartboard. This kind of board is called a sisal board, used with steel-tip darts. Usually it's referred to as a steel-tip board. There are other types of boards, like electronic, also called plastic tip or soft tip, and these used soft or a plastic tip on the dart. But for this demonstration, we're going to use the steel-tip board. On the dartboard, there are 20 numbers, and they correlate with each of these 20 segments. For example, let's say you throw a dart and it lands here. This segment is worth 20 points, also known as a single 20. If your dart landed here, it would also be worth 20 points. The same rule applies for all of these large segments. If your dart goes into any of them, it's worth a single of that number. Now let's say your dart goes into this smaller segment here. This is called the double ring, and any dart that lands in this outside ring is worth double that number. Now if your dart goes here, this is called the triple ring. Similar to the double ring, if your dart lands here, it will be worth triple the points of that segment. Finally, if you hit the center of the board, or the bullseye, it has a numerical points value too. The green or outer bowl is called a single, and it's worth 25 points. The inner or red bowl, commonly called a double bowl, is worth 50 points. Any dart that goes outside the double ring is outside the scoring area and counts as no score. Now, some of you may feel intimidated by the math here, but really, as you play more and more games, the repetition will help you memorize these segments until they are all as easy as a single 20, I promise.
Woo! Leonard Gates. But we're not going to get the 6 dart out. Just immediately lost my confidence. We'll see. Ooh. All right, we'll finish this up and then we'll move on to steel tip. Right in the bottom corner. Oh, God.
Well, hello, everybody. We're here at the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship. I am Nick DiChiria. Here we go, ladies, gentlemen, and darters alike. We got the King Seat match underway in the Pro-Am. Anderson and Diker, who were dominant over the Hensey-Lapine matchup there, as Rick Hensey sitting next to me, just glaring. And then Towney and Dersh, which we did get to see earlier. And of course, I mean, having Dersh has been playing great and kind of showing everybody, hey, I'm willing to get back into it. And rumor has it, he really is trying to get into the CSC mix here. So trying to get in the work, and excited to see what other events he's going to, and makes me excited for what other things are possible. But this is the King Seat. This is an important match for these guys here. You want to go ahead and win. When you're talking these best of 3 formats, anybody can win at any point in these brackets. So to get to the King Seat and have to be double dipped at least gives you that little extra breathing room that's ever so important. Of course, I do see a lot of you guys tuning in and giving us some support. Appreciate every one of you. We've been live for over 8.5 hours today, which is 8 times longer than I slept. So that's cool. That's so cool. Here we go. All right, Benny, you're blocking Bob here. Seeing the reflection off Benny's dome. Nothing but love there, Benny. I didn't mean it. Will paid me to say that. Will Stewart. Sorry. So Benny just trying to get settled in here. Didn't get really punished for the lax opening that they had, so able to take advantage and just kind of go right at these 20s. Needs to load up. And that's hanging. That's an awkward position. Yeah, goes ahead and hits the cover shot there. Nothing wrong with that. Doesn't connect on the last, but at least gets a little bit of saved grace there. So just a heads up, it looks like, unfortunately, we ran out there and there's just so much parts because this is such a big tournament here. I don't believe we were able to get the non-pro singles final. So I do apologize about that. Ben Zodrick, I apologize if I butchered that. He got first there, second place to Mitchell Day. Oh my gosh, I'm just crushing it. And then third, John Gemini. Thank you, John, for having a very easy last name. Very much appreciated, sir. And then, of course, we still got the women's doubles going on. We did get to see the Queen Seat already. Taking a look at how that one is developing here. Looks like we're hitting the end of the 5th, 6th match area. They're trying to get it right around there. So we'll be able to get the third, hopefully, and definitely the finals. I'm going to make sure. I'm going to go down there. I'm going to lay down the law and say, guys, I'm not missing more finals. So I do apologize, of course, as sometimes things get overwhelmed here. And we've been very active. I've been going out there, talking with the tournament director, trying our best to get everything sorted, to get these players in line here. So big thanks for everyone that's been watching along and giving us your patience and your grace, as it's been a lot of fun covering this over on Eagle Eye Sports. And if you're seeing Eagle Eye Sports for the first time and want to know what it's about, we are a sports streaming platform sister company to USA Darts, designed to not only cover more dart action, but also other niche sports as well, such as cornhole, disc golf, chess. Who knows? Maybe even we'll throw in a boxing match. Get me and Sean Green in the ring. Who knows? Anything is possible when you have an eagle eye. That's not their saying. I don't know why I try to act like it was. But yeah, there's certain platforms. You're going to expect to see a lot of new stuff. You're going to expect to see a couple of different rotating casts here, as you see myself, Jeff McMahon, and others taking the reins on this platform to try to continue to grow the game of darts and every other sport that we put our hands on. Downey here. I'm going to try to take a shot at these 19s at some point. Wasn't able to find the trip. Decides to take a look on the last and doesn't connect. So let's see what Bob does. The 19s are open, Bob. So you're good to go at them. Finds the trip. They're going to have to stay. See Garrett Rakowski walking around there. So many great shots. It's such a pleasure to be in a room like this. I mean, getting a chance to talk with the likes of like legends like Ben Dersh and Scotty Miller, and seeing Rick Hensey, whoever Travis Wilkinson is, and seeing all the you get to see so many different personalities and people out here. It's one of the most humbling rooms to be in, because everyone's just here to have a good time, and It sounds corny as it is, as we see a beautiful 8 mark there from Benny. But this is just a room full of people that really love the game and are passionate about playing this sport. Scuba Steve just going to try to pound in the 17, try to answer back as best he can. 5 will not do quite enough. Downey still be able to dictate here. 4-0 combined versus a 3-4-3 at the moment. We've seen some games get into the really high averages here. We've seen literally so many different doubles matches and singles matches hit in the 6s and the 7s. We've seen some near perfect games. We were dang close to we had a 1 dart missed perfect game earlier as well, and some high octane action. Just the level of standard that's been going on consistently is very impressive. And so when you see these lulls, it seems almost so jarring when you see like a 3-4-3 combined, because we're so used to seeing 5s and 6s. Guys, sometimes they're human. Most of the times they're machines. Fun fact, every dart player is actually just a robot. Bob just finding 4 there. But he can kind of dictate control as he pleases here. 67-point advantage. Throws the first one up. Now he's going to take a look downstairs. Ooh, maybe. Maybe. Let's see what he's got. Does decide to do the switch. Might pop back up. Might stay on it. Does stay on it. Just gets the 2 singles there. Well thrown. Doesn't quite connect the way you wanted it to, but not a bad shot here. Forces Scuba to use all 3 darts.
I'll get it for sharing.
All right, we need the close on the 17s here. Townie needs to get that. Anything because he gets his extra credit, but really looking forward to just getting that out of the way. Now back up to the 18s. That was not a Maloney approved double, by the way. That was just a normal. That was a little extra. Here we go, going up. Townie needs to get a trip here. Needs to expand that point differential. Not quite. Just enough out of immediate danger. But wanted a little bit more because Bob can still do a big momentum swing here. Oh, well low for Bob there. You're going to have to walk that one off and get reset. And he's talked about that, right? We talked about it at TOC, and he says sometimes he just has this like little hitch that comes in and it affects one of his darts, and he just has to step back. And usually when he does that step back, it's a good sign, as we can see here. He's able to just kind of reconnect and able to just kind of make things fire straight again. Impressive recovery after that first start there. So now Benny just needs to hit the big dagger darts here, get that 16-15 close. Might just try to pad a little extra points at the beginning. Gets those 18s. Now over to the 16s here. Gets those 15s. So stick the knife in and twist it. I just stuck the knife in, didn't twist. Still a great shot there. Looking like heavy favorites to hold throw for leg number 1 in this king seat match here. Of course, guys, this is the afternoon events that we've been covering. We just saw the conclusion of the non-pro singles. This is the pro-am doubles, and we got the women's doubles going on as well. And then after that tonight, you think I'm done? No, we're not done here. We got more darts. We got the team event, the men's team event, and the women's team event. Huge shout outs. I did get invited to play the team events. Jeremy Byrne, Jake Schreiber, and Ricky Bobby said, hey, you want to play? And I thought about it for a second. I said, absolutely not. So do appreciate that. Thank you, boys. Appreciate it. Gets the close, bare minimum done. All you cared about there was getting those 15s out of the way in the favor and looking forward to the next leg here. More than likely, Bob's going to try to put some pressure and load as many bulls as he can and hopes for a forced error. Go try to work it in now. Does find the double and plenty of room to place another right on it. Oh, barely catches low, but that was a well thrown shot from Anderson. So now they're able to go right at these bulls here, though. No outshot available for the other team. Feel free to throw at least 2 at it. Catches low. And then doesn't find it. So now he's going to have to just go and grab some extra points there. And throws his hands up in frustration. Not a good round. And that's what, again, when we talk about those forced errors, hitting those big shots, and then the opponent doesn't hit what they need to do. Well, now Scuba can set it up so there will be a game shot available on the next go. Potentially. Looks like he wanted to go up for the 18s there. Kind of got away from him. Gets that 8-point advantage. And you're going to make sure that there's a solid point lead. Does not want to accidentally leave an outshot. Needs to get over 25 points ahead. Needs to get at least a single here. Hits the trip. Good at last start there. 64-point lead. Means that Bob hits 3 bulls. We'll get that back. Needs to work that one in. Can still get that point lead and take a dart out of the hand. And that's what you have to do. Hope for these opportunities, because in a best of 3, you can't give up another leg and say, oh, it's okay, I'll get him back in the next. Just gets 2. See Benny probably do the same approach he has been doing. First dart, if it sticks, he'll stay. Otherwise, going up for a trip. That's what he has been doing in the past. There's also always the option of just loading it up and burying in points. It's never incorrect. But he's more than talented enough to go ahead and knock out 1, 2, 3. Deciding to load up. Going a little bit haywire. And does not get a significant enough point lead. Outshot is available now. Double bull, single 15, trip 18 is more than doable for Scuba. Oh, it doesn't quite get the double. He's switching so quick to those 18s. It's the second time he's done it, but now he's left it tied. His same shot back towards the other way. I'm not sure if I love that. Wanted him to stay on for at least one more, maybe get the guaranteed close on the 15, even though they're not particularly pointing on it, just to save a dart in your own hand. And Townie was just forced to stay up there. Does take away the outshot, though, because Scuba just shot a single 18 on that second dart, meaning Bob's going to have to load up the bulls here again. But this is scrappy. I mean, let's be honest, especially for the center to play for the king seed of this match. It is scrappy play, but it's also a little bit of fatigue. It's a long day. So again, we've been live for 8.5 hours. We started an hour after the first event did. These guys have been playing all day because almost all these guys have had deep runs. So a little bit of fatigue setting in. Huge last start there. Does get a single. Takes the dart out of the hand of Dersh. Blaine King asking, what is it streaming on? We're streaming on the internet over here, Facebook, Eagle Eye Sports, and also the Doug's Sports Pub Darts page as well. And then we have the Eagle Eye Sports YouTube as well. Yesterday we did have the USA Darts page, but today we left it to our friend Jeff McMahon to stream the Waterbury Classic. Of course, give us a follow if you're new here. I see a lot of us are tuning in over on the Doug's page in particular. Love to see you guys over there. Happy to have you guys. Man, he throws up his hands there. Scuba does not have an outshot. Gonna have to get 3 bulls here. Gets 1 bull. Doesn't get the double there. So this is going to be a big opportunity. Tony's been more conservative between Benny and him. So we're going to see if that ever translates here. At some point, you got to take a swing. He's trying to load it up. Needs to hit another single. Does hit another single. I mean, this is really just a scrappy tug of war. I mean, for the level of what we're seeing here, and this is nothing but with love and respect to these guys, but I mean, the round 18 to see a 3-2 versus a 3-5 for these guys is not the standard we're used to seeing out of them, and it's just waiting for someone to wake up first. You're asking for trouble playing this game. Have the confidence, know that you're the bamf at the board when you're throwing, because there's no one else on the hockey but you when you're at the line. With the points down, Benny's going to start upstairs to those 18s once again. That's the other thing, is that Dersh and Towney have just not had that first start triple luck. They've been hitting those singles and forced to stay with the strategy decisions that they're making. First start trip. Gonna try to work another one in, it looks like. Does find it. Might as well load it up now. Finding 7. First real breakaway we've seen in a little bit here. Good shot from Benny Dersh. 113-point difference. 5 bulls needed now. If Scuba does not feel confident with that dart, he needs to get underneath it. Either accept the fact that you're going to get probably a single on this or take away a number. It's your 2 options. Decides to try to get over top. Downey now. Going to look right at these bulls here. I do like that Party in the USA is playing, and you see the nice big USA jersey. I can hear the music going on in the background here, so I think that was planned. Catches low. You can still work it in with. There's still not an outshot available. Is going to do so. Can stack on top of that as well if he likes. Kind of got away from him there. You can. It's just the pressure of the moment. It's no. When one person's struggling, it seems like it spreads. It's contagious. It's hard to have a one-sided match when everyone's equal talent. Oh, Bob felt a little bit of frustration. They're well low for him. Working his way back up. Hey, you know what? Good follow on the 15 there. It at least saves the dart at some point if the opportunity comes, but there's no way that Benny doesn't throw all 3 at the bulls and doesn't hit it in at least 1 or 2. That happens. I'm eating my left shoe. Perfect, thank God. Towney and Dersh take leg number 1 here, and was a 21-round scrappy affair. And these guys, they know for a fact it doesn't matter because they need to wake up, play great, because they know whoever's coming back from that 3rd place match in to the finals here, and whoever comes out on top here, the ability to get away with something like this, you're not going to have that opportunity. You need to dial in what's going on and to collect. And that's a good start to a Scuba Steve 6 mark. Huge last on the last. Of course. Good, huge last dart there for Benny Durst is what I was trying to say. You can tell, sorry guys, I'm trying my best to keep the energy levels up here.
He's doing a great job.
Who's that? Who is it? Is that
the
Travis Wilkinson?
You know my last name? I didn't even know anyone knew my last
I
name.
knew your last name before I did all this fancy stuff. Because I believe we met 2019 TOC, right? Because I remember I came up to you because I did 1 or 2 guest spots on the original CSC.
I think the first time we met, we hugged.
Probably.
Because it's just what we are.
Yeah, well, exactly. You're also a very friendly, approachable person. You can see Towney there, frustrated, catching the 3s with all the darts right now. So, I mean, you were sitting in the room here, you were watching this in the background. What's going on with these guys? Why do we see such a struggle from them and not this leg? This Scuba there just pounds a white horse.
I don't know where you're going with this because that was a white horse.
Yeah, but I mean, like you saw it, right? There was a moment where all these guys were struggling to hit what shots they normally find with ease. Is that just, sometimes just some bad mojo, or?
I think so, because it was like, it's kind of like the lull of the tournament. It's like the middle of the tournament. And people are just going through the tournament, going through the motions, and then once you start getting to the end, people start picking it up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Start shooting good, like we're seeing from Scuba and Anderson.
Anderson finds those 16s, now over to the 15s. What has been a very dominant leg after a shaky one to start.
Yeah, because I wasn't here for the first one.
Mhm.
What is this game? 2?
This is game 2.
Okay.
Yes. It's a game 2 here. So you can see here, Donnie just trying to make a stand. Now, I mean, that's impressive to come and like shake off a very rough leg and to be able to snap right back into reality there.
And, well, he's he's good enough to do that too. Like they're in this point, like Townie is very good. He might have had a couple of rounds where it was a little shaky, but he's fine. He'll find it.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, and same thing with Dersh, a seasoned veteran of the sport. You expect him to get there at some point. It just happens where you catch bad air. And Benny will tell you, he doesn't play as much as he used to. He's trying to get back into it. And that's another factor that plays in is sometimes when one thing starts going wrong, you start overthinking everything. And then you remember, oh, wait, I'm good at darts. I can just throw them.
Exactly. And I think everyone, like darts mainstream right now, knows who Benny Dersh is.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I mean, long enough to know who he is. He hasn't been on the main stuff like DOC or anything like that recently, but
maybe soon.
But I hope so. I hope so.
So one apiece now into the diddle here. And I'm going to wager right now, Travis. I'm going to take this hypothetical $5 bet with you that I think both teams here shoot over a 5. I think they're going to wake up because it's a last leg decider and turn on when they need to.
Yeah, I think it's going to be like 5, 4, 8 or higher.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to say.
And that's the standard, right? We talk about it with this Pro-Am and the Pro Doubles that we were saying is that like 5-5 team average is like what will most consistently get you wins. If you're throwing less than that, if you're throwing a 5 team average, you can lose. We've seen 6-0s, 7-0s lose.
And they know that. Everyone playing knows that.
Yep.
Like if you're not averaging that, you're not going to win.
Certainly. Drew saying me and Benny played back in the day and had some heck of a matches. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well said, Travis. I mean, could have said better myself, and I tried.
And you did. You did say it. And I copied it.
Yeah, you did phenomenal there. Now, you went and helped here with the setup. You did work with D&D Amusements. I mean, it's what goes into setting up an event like this? How like getting all the boards over here? I mean, there's a lot of logistics to go behind something like this. It's a lot to handle.
There is. Like if anyone sets up a tournament, they know you got to get the boards ready, got the settings ready, everything. Like I know the TVs aren't perfect today.
Well, actually, the stream doesn't really know that.
But the stream doesn't know that until now. My bad. But no, it is. There's a lot of logistics. But if you run a tournament and you set up a tournament, you kind of know.
Yeah,
like it's not hard.
Exactly. It's just
you
logistics
just know how to
and organizing.
Yeah.
Blaine asking what position. This is the king seat match that we're seeing here. Of course, if you guys want to follow along and see the matches and see all the other brackets that are going on, CompuSport.us. You go over to the tournament section, hit Doug's Sports Pub. You'll be able to find all the events as Benny hits a 9 there.
That's a big one. That was a good one.
Well, no such thing as a bad 9 mark.
No,
well, that's
I know, but like that was like perfect timing. Like
yeah,
you're going first for your team. He's second. And he hits a 9 mark.
And I'm telling you, these guys, it's the last leg decider. They're gonna heat up. They have to. They don't get a choice.
They have to. Yeah. Like you said, it's not going to be under a 5.
Yeah. 7 mark there for Bob Anderson.
Sorry, Josh.
Yeah, these mics are a little sensitive here, so you gotta make sure you get nice and close to them.
I talk with my hands.
People just want to hear your sultry tones.
I talk with my hands.
That's fair. That's fair. I get it. Hey, as long as it's just as nice for me to not be talking to myself here for a little bit, going a little stir crazy in the pro shop here.
I mean, the mic holders are exceptional.
I literally have the mics being held inside bowling balls. Oh, look at that from Scuba Steve.
Let's go, Scuba.
9 mark here. Again, we talked about that first leg. We were like, what is going on? This
Okay.
does not make sense.
We should have said anything over a 7.
Anything over, we would have seen like geniuses, because these guys are on fire now, because they know it's a last leg decider and they have to. They don't get a choice.
And that's when it comes out.
Oh, he needs to kick it through the uprights here. Connects it.
And he did.
5 marks there. You almost feel like it's not enough at the current moment, because he lets Bob still have control
That's what
here.
Bob does.
Should be able to go right the close here if he wants to. I know he likes to do that point first mentality,
Yeah.
so we'll see. Decides to
Does,
go
but-
right at it.
Yeah, he's a little higher, like high enough for it, but you know if he would have hit it, he wouldn't point.
Yeah. Yeah, with the second dart missing, though, has to go over to the 20s. And doesn't connect, so starting to hand a little bit of an opportunity over. Downey. Catches low, just has to work his way into that treble.
Trip is big right now.
3 there, not quite enough. Does force Scooby here to have to throw a couple points on this turn regardless. Could go for these 18s pretty early, but he's going to go get a couple extra points on the board first and then to pop the 1-2.
You knew he only needed 2. Like you can go the 2 right away, or the point first and then 2. I mean,
Yeah.
them thinking they're gonna hit a triple every time anyway. So
Certainly. I mean, that's the plan. They go up there, and when you're playing the mentality, they plan on what they're going to hit, and they plan on what the best miss would be with a lot of the shots.
Yeah.
And you could use another one of those 17s. Catching 5. Short 7 points. Kids, again, neck and neck here.
I mean, it's close. It's just, let's see what Bob does.
Yeah, I mean, it's within striking distance, and that's the goal. You always want to be within a 9 mark of your opponent, or 9 mark ahead of your opponent, depending on where your position is.
So he goes for points. Just in the second. I mean, that's a big opening for Townie.
What a shot this would be if he can follow another. Gets the point
Do
lead.
you think he's going to close? Nope.
Yeah.
But I mean, I get it.
He's taking that B position, right? He's focusing on just being the anchor, getting the points.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, sometimes you get in that mode, and when you feel it, you feel it. You go for the close. But I get it.
Absolutely.
In this situation, you kind of got to just do what you got to do.
Oh, look at that.
That was a big hit. Like, if he would have missed, Betty Durst was behind him.
Yeah, I mean, that was a do or die shot. He hit it, and that was a huge dart from Scuba, and kind of potentially a momentum shifter.
Right.
But both these teams still in the 5s. Vinny here can make this work. Trip will get the point lead.
He can make it work. No.
It's another.
There it is.
Another good
That was a good shot.
But we're getting to that risky point now. Your 16s and 15s versus the 20s. It's something where in the battle of attrition, you're going to end up losing because you have to hit a 7 to their 6 every time, basically, or 5 to the 4, whatever. Maybe you basically have to hit 1 mark extra on top of whatever they hit.
Right. Bob needs a hit here, and he does. That was a big dart.
Yeah, it certainly was. It was a must hit dart.
He needed that one.
So Townie,
he can take control.
Yeah, 58 needs a single now at least. Ooh. Yeah, I really wanted at least a single there to take a look at those 20s. I still think debatably 10 points down, he could have taken that look regardless.
He could have, yeah, absolutely. But like if you're on a mission,
Yep.
that's just what they're gonna do. Here comes Scuba. Oh yeah, you just win all points, which is smart because you're on the 20s versus 16s. You might as well.
Yep, you're gonna win the long battle at that point. So great shot there from Scuba. We love to see it, and now forcing again the hand of Benny. So within 9 mark distance. I definitely think, I mean, it's just been such a long day for throwing for all these guys. We're seeing some fatigue factor. You hear about it with some of these players talk about their overseas experiences. And the one thing is, while you can see these guys in Europe plays these real great bursts of matches, a lot of them aren't used to playing for the long full days, multi-event days that happen here in the States. And so you notice those guys that come overseas here get exhausted. And Danny Jansen talked about it quite a lot, and on top of other players as well. And those guys that come for the Emmys Wish in Janesville. Yep. They talk about, they're like, you guys throw for a long time, and that's what creeps up on you, and it forces you to try to play good. How do you play good for 16 hours?
If you're not used to it, it's hard.
Yep. That's the same idea of like when people play one league match at a time versus multiple. We see that a lot nowadays. Yep. To try to qualify for some of these events and try to get these high positions on the ranking list for stuff like the PPD or the Booyah Cup and everything else.
Well,
still even keel, basically.
It is.
No breakaway here.
It is. Like, it's close. Let's see what Scuba does. And it's kind of a pressure shot because, like, you have a chance to, like, put the game away.
Yeah.
And obviously you didn't do the first dart, but that was big darts.
That was massive. It does.
That was a big dart.
It's a risk, though. Benny
it is.
Has a hot hand. 9 mark shot here potentially. Doug Barry giving us a little story there. I'll read that to you guys in just a minute. Look at this, Benny. Yep, this is exactly exactly what we wrote up. Needs to hit this 20. This is massive.
This could be huge.
This will be huge. He's dialing in. I feel like it's going.
Yeah, there it is. And that's classic Benny Durr.
In the moment you need it most. Now his team, after 11 rounds, 5-9-1 versus a 4-9-1, and we talked about both teams are going to be in the 5s, if not more.
And Scuba and Bob were like in the driver's seat most of the game, if not all the game.
That aggressive close,
and that
challenged the 9-1.
That one shot.
That's it. He took the challenge. There was a risk. It didn't pay off necessarily. It made it a 3-2 bull race now.
That was also huge. Closing that 15 was big because
and
he has to go bold.
Townie definitely has been struggling a little bit in this match.
Yeah.
He's been playing great this leg in particular, but in the first 2 was struggling a lot, particularly on the bulls. Right. So it's a challenge here.
It's just how do you deal with the pressure?
Well, that's the first starts hanging over, so you need to be careful, and that's why. Kind of tried to place that dart and kind of let it go a little early there. That's why it dropped so low. Now it needs to go from a side angle and try to really drill in this double. Imagine throwing a 5-9-1 going into the bulls combined and potentially get it knocked to the losers bracket. This is an important moment here.
But this is what we've been dealing with all weekend.
All weekend, nonstop.
Not even just this weekend, but every tournament recently.
No, with the quality of play and just everybody's able to turn it on. Scuba Steve needs 2 bulls here. Sneak away with the Kings. He finds it in 1.
Got in the dart.
What a great dart there from Scuba.
I'm sure we'll see all of them again.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see that they know that was a one to sneak away with there.
Yep.
So we will be back with action in just a second here, guys. We can see, we do want to real quick. Doug Barry left us a little story here, so we'll go ahead and light up the fireplace and real quick and get in the story time. Back in the early 90s when we played League, first of all, we kept track of paper of out marks, on paper out marks and hat tricks. And the bar would mail in the results. For reward of achieving these amazing feats of hitting a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 marks white horse hat tricks, you would receive a pin for each for the first time a year. Plus, cricket was a full 50-point bowl. That was the thing I bet I have over Mike Maloney is a 5-mark pin. LOL, maybe. I'll give up my treasured awards and send him a set. Now players average 5+. Back when we got called out for participation awards. Yeah, I remember when I first played my first travel league, I had those NDA pins for if you average a 3-0, a 4-0. I never got the 5-0 pin though. I was never cool enough for that one. No, and then if I ever average a 5-0, I'll put up the mic and go back to playing darts full time. So John Pilgrim saying, "What's up? Let's go scuba, guys."
Well,
we're gonna see some more darts here in a little bit.
Oh yeah, it's coming down to it. It's if that was a good match, I think we're gonna get a better one.
Yeah. Oh, certainly the case, guys. So we still have the Pro-Am, and then we have the women's event. We're gonna have these matches lined up pretty quick fire here, as those brackets are winding down quickly, and the team event's about to take off underway here. Nick DiChiria, Travis Wilkinson in the booth. Be back in a moment, guys. Here we go, guys. Tie-breaking leg here in the fourth place match. Sorry, I did have to step away there, so I kind of left you on the overshot with some music. So I do apologize about that, but I didn't forget about you. I can promise you that much. As we are here, this is the third or fourth place match to get into the third to see who plays into into their chance to get into a spot into the final. I swear, guys, I apologize. The exhaustion is getting to me just a little bit, but I can tell you the energy in the room is keeping me going and keeping me alive. Rakowski finding 6 there. McCoy just finding a 3 mark there. The team event is getting underway, by the way, everybody. So they are just now pulling up and starting those brackets. Solid close to the 19s. Anything else is extra credit here at the moment. Getting another single 20, so solid start to it. Does have the X on it, so no immediate danger. You can see this is Casey Jones stepping up now. Finds those 18s. I wonder, yeah, he decides to stay there. I think if he hit that second dart on the trip, he would have taken the shot at the 20. I think 6 mark on the 18s is more than fine there, but Garrett can really bury it. He wants to try to get a second number up open with the X. You know those 20s are bound to go away at any point here. McCoy, you're taking a serious moment here to decide what he wants to do. Depending on the lay here for him and the angle that he likes to go in at, I think just, again, you want to kind of just get rid of those 20s. Does decide to do so. You have that debate, right? You have that internal debate of deciding what you want to do and how you want to execute, because you don't want to make a clerical mistake or strategical error. But at the same vein, sometimes you just got to go with what feels right. And in that situation, that shot made more than enough sense. It does leave the opportunity here, right? If you see, let's be here, they close on the 17s, they can just go ahead and try to take the 18s, but it isn't going to happen. And so that gamble did pay off. You get to close, but doesn't actually punish much more. And now you made them downgrade from the 20 to a 17. Casey Jones just needs to find the first start trip, and they can do whatever he wants. Might want to stay up there for one more at least. Catches low, just stay on it. Oh, kind of gets away from him there. Garrett there does exactly what planned out. That was the bare minimum game plan, right? Trip 17, single 18 was going for the trip and hoping so he can go back down and expand that point lead. Keeps it within 31, so a little bit of a tight race, and does leave a 9 mark chance for Bob McCoy here. But it's a chance that he has to hit big. He has to collect all 3 darts. First one's good. Second one's good. Gonna take a look here. Hits it, finds it. Signed, sealed, delivered. Bob McCoy hitting a 9 mark at the right moment. Great shot there. Let's be right now, has the pressure on him. Gets it within 2 points. Obviously wanted more than that, but we'll have to take it in this situation here. This is a huge moment. Casey Jones hitting the 2s, not able to get those 15s there. Surprised he took 2 darts at it. You take the first dart at it if you want, but realistically, expanding the point lead's more important there. You want to go ahead and force a 9 mark or more advantage. So now Garrett needs one more single at least. Oh, and you can't go low on it. You don't want to be down 3. Had to stay there. Lacks a moment for both teams, both throwing a 4-1-4 at the moment here. This is the 4th place match tiebreaker, by the way, guys. We are going to get to the women's doubles final. I went ahead and let them know. I said, hey, we want to get this on the stream. We know the 3rd place match is currently underway. Please, please, please get those ladies over to us. I wonder if this match is going to get Townie and Dersh, by the way. Just a heads up there. And a huge 9 mark there for Bob McCoy. What a shot. Amazing stuff there. McCoy and Jones taking a huge moment in this one. Casey Jones finds it, gets a little fist bump of celebration there. And that is going to do it in this one. Tiebreaker match. You can see the handshakes going on here. Now we're going to get into the 3rd place match here. We're going to take a look here, just making sure. I'm keeping a close eye because I know we've accidentally let a couple finals slip by that we were supposed to be covering. So 3rd place match is still underway here. So more than likely, what I'm going to request, because that has been going on for about 20 minutes now, so they're probably getting close, if not completed. I want to go ahead and let them know, hey, we're in women's finals next. They do have it pre-marked on here. Women's finals next, and then we're going to go back over for the Pro-Am finals, because that's about to play the 3rd place match, and then we'll go on to our coverage of the team event this evening, guys. Thank you for your patience and hanging out with us for our continued coverage. We've been live for 9.5 hours today, with only brief intermissions. So excited to be bringing you this one. We'll be back in just a quick moment here. We're going to kind of take a look around the room, see what else is going on. Nick DiChiria here. Be back in just a moment, guys.
darts, but you're not sure how. We can definitely help with that. We're A to Z Darts.com, and we've been a darts specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to azdarts.com. Woo! Leonard Gates. But we're not gonna get the 6 dart out. Just immediately lost my confidence. We'll see. Ooh. All right, we'll finish this up and then we'll move on to steel tip. Right in the bottom corner. Oh, God.
Well, hello, everybody. I am Nick DiChiria, joined by Matt Bella here at the Plover Tournament. Matt, you're coming off a big win at the finale in Kansas City, Missouri for the TOC. Can you talk to us about what that win was like for you and really, like, now that you've had a chance to resonate with it?
I don't think I have gotten over it yet. It was just a unbelievable experience. I don't know what to say. John and I shot really well together. We carried each other really well, and we had a little luck along the way, you know.
Absolutely. And now you're coming off a great tournament performance. I mean, do you expect that to carry over? Is it on your mind at all when you're playing this weekend here?
No, you gotta have a short memory with this stuff. I mean, just day by day, keep it going. Hopefully you stay hot, but sometimes you don't.
Exactly. Well, a lot of people, I would say this is one of the player favorite tournaments. So we go to a lot of different events. All the players are excited for this one in particular here. Can you tell us a little bit about your history of Plover and coming out here for the Doug Sports Pub Dart Championship?
Well, this is my favorite tournament. I'm from Plover. This is like a home field advantage for me, although it doesn't always work out that way. But it's just a great time here. Everybody gets along, and it's just a great time. Everybody's got to come experience this once.
So let me ask you this, right? We have a lot of different talents in here. We have a lot of different great shots to watch and surprising amount of pros as well. For a lot of the people that are going to be watching online, what advice would you give them if they get to see some of these talented darts for the first time ever, if they want to get into the game of darts?
You got to have a short memory. Don't let a bad round get you. Just focus on the next round. You know, short memory.
And then last question for you here. What's going to be your event you're looking the most forward to this weekend?
All of them. I just have a great time here. I mean, it's local for me. I don't have far to drive home. You know, it's just a great time. I love them all.
Well, hello, everybody. We're here at the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship. I am Nick DiChiria, joined by the Bullets, Garrett Rakowski. Garrett, how's it feel to be here in Plover?
Man, this is one of my favorite tournaments for sure. Soft tip. It's all I do, of course. But I've been throwing this tournament for 5 or 6 years now. Not always my best, but, you know, just the competition that comes here, it's awesome. I love being here.
Well, we're excited to see you here once again. Now, what's your expectations for this weekend? Are you excited? What's the event out of the lineup that you potentially look the most forward to here?
The event I look forward to the most is the Pro-Am event. And the reason why is because I'm shooting with one of my buddies named Kevin Ustby. I still can't say his name. I've known the guy for 10 years, but still can't say his name. But anyways, I've known him since I was smaller. So him and I have played once or twice, but never a Pro-Am event. And the way he's throwing, the way I'm throwing, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. Of course, I love throwing with Joey, Beecroft, too, and everybody else. So, you know, it'll all be fun.
Well, it's always a good time here. And let me ask you this, right? So there's going to be a lot of people that have their eyes on this. I actually see a couple of youth players out there currently. What advice would you give to one of those youth players that might see some of the big shots like yourself, Matt Bella, and whoever? Well, looks like we'll have to cut Garrett Rakowski short there, much like the left half of his hair. Unfortunately, there time to get going here because what is going on here? The ladies' finals for our afternoon events here for the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship 2023, brought to you by Flight Faction and Booyah Darts. I'm Nick DiChiria, bringing you coverage of this one. Excited to see how this one transpires here for the ladies. Of course, we got a chance to see these two ladies play against each other a few times already. And we've already got a glimpse at this matchup, if I'm not mistaken, here. So excited to see. That's Abby's spot on the board there for Spot and Pickett. Casey Bates went first for her team in Wilkinson. Just getting the one bowl. Wilkinson walking away. So far, no one able to set themselves up with an out yet. Pickett now just going to try to make sure her score is in line as well. Played a solid performance when we saw her on the stream earlier for this matchup. Spot and Pickett are your queen seat holders here. Casey here. Going to the left of the bowl, going to try to work it in. Does get one. Falls out into the 14 there, but 154 is a solid lead because that's still a 2 bowl then trip shot, which is going to be your goal for those higher combination finishes. Abby's spot will leave a finish. 1-3-1, kind of got a little haywire on the last one, but a great finish as well. Will be one of those combination finishes for her. Bull trip double. So now Wilkinson gonna make sure she leaves one. And does so. 164. It's about just getting yourself on a finish. You always want to have that chance. And also, of course, making sure you don't freeze your partner. You don't want to lock him out of anything, and you want to make sure to connect where you can. $154 will be the first look. Bull, trip 18's the shot. Finds the first bull. Finds the second bull. Oh, come on. Come on! 154, Casey Bates. The prodigy finds it. Amazing shot there for the talent that's been playing only 4 years here. Doug Barry taught her everything she knows, according to her. Great shot. Now Abby's spot to go first. Of course, guys, if you're watching along here, we are back in the action here. After this, we'll go right into that Pro-Am final as well. So go ahead and give us a share. Let people know that we are live and bringing the action. I know we've had a couple of long breaks here and there as we've been getting everything going. I do appreciate everyone's patience with that, as it's been a long day. Everyone trying to get organized, everyone trying to get settled in, and so I appreciate each and every one of you. I mean, seriously, I've gotten so many messages and kind words, and the Doug Sportsman people have as well, and they deserve every bit of it. So thank you guys so much for tuning in and giving us your love and support here. Oh, that is so unlucky there for Pickett. That was definitely a bull. Definitely a bull. Well thrown dart. That was very unfortunate. She knows it. Lax turn from Wilkinson there. Abby's the front runner at the moment. Finds another low ton. Putting a lot of pressure on everybody else to keep up. Spot found the spot. Good last start there from Bates. We'll leave a nice finish at 130. So you can go that 20s route or the Bulls route as well. Big sets herself up on 140. Wilkinson needs to get low. She needs at least 2 bulls here. Yeah, and now basically as long as Abby doesn't bust, is guaranteed to freeze Casey Bates here. It's hard. That B position is the hardest part. Just because again, you have that extra pressure of knowing, okay, I have to make sure I don't freeze, blah blah blah. It's definitely a tough position. Abby was just making sure that they were not in danger of accidentally not freezing. So good dial in, realized that she was safe and was able to throw that 8 to lead the bull and freeze Casey on 130. So she's just going to bring it down. Are you going to be streaming the Lime Kiln Grand in February? I'm not sure. I don't believe so. Of course, if you want to find out what events we're going to be streaming, usadarts.live. You go over there and you can see upcoming live events, and you'll see all the events that we have booked and coming up. And if they do want to get streamed, you never know. We always reach out to us there. They have a little form or an email you can submit, and those go through like Will. Of course, you can also reach out to some of us directly as well. And we'll check the calendar, check the events, and see what we can do. Hat trick there from Wilkinson makes this interesting, puts pressure on Spot. Puts a lot of pressure on Spot. That's actually a great shot there. Really impressive stuff. Spot needs this. Oh, no. Double 16 and gets it. Good recovery from Abby there. Great stuff. Great stuff. So game number 3, tiebreaker. Spot and Piggott need to win this one here. They don't want to go to a second dip as Casey has been on fire and Wilkinson has been right in form as well. Well, here we go. Tie-breaking leg for a potential first of 2 dips, or will it end right here? Non-pro final will be up after this. Abby Spot finds the bull in the first, is going to try to load it up. Is looking likely to. Gets a hat trick. Abby Spot finds it. Casey Bates going to try to follow and suit if she can. Goes high and right, needs to dial it in. Does get 2, doesn't leave herself an out, but keeps herself on the tail of Abby. Oh, Pickett gets 2 up top. You got to be careful. That's going to deflect out if you're not careful. And yeah, see, she tried to get underneath, kind of drag the dart down as it would, instead of taking either a side angle or just going for a cover shot. You hit the 2. You might just be able to move to the side and go somewhere else. Wilkinson finds the first bull. Not far off in the score, but Abby well in front of everybody in the pack. Starting off with some perfection. Not going to get the 6 starter, but needs to make sure she gets, at least one bull here. 76 good. Can leave the 419s or the bull for double 13. You can even go 16 for trip 20 if you want. Casey knows that's not what she needed to do there. Very rough go at it, and what has been a great weekend for her. Casey Bates should really be someone that's on a lot of people's radar after this weekend, playing some phenomenal stuff. And Wilkinson doing nice as far as trying to get her supporting cast in there and making sure it takes 2 to tango in this event here. And these ladies have been doing great. Wilkinson needs to find at least a bull here. Just worried about getting that score in line. Trip 15, and Abby gets it there. 2-1 win, and that will do it for your ladies finals here. Congrats to the girls. You can see them giving some hugs and some love to each other there, as it's much deserved. They all played phenomenal, great stuff, and it was nice to see the Bates and Wilkinson duo come back for another shot at it. Good stuff all around there. Coming up now is going to be Bob Anderson, Steve Diker, and Brandon Towney and Ben Dersch going at it in the Pro-Am finals. That is what's coming right now. I'm literally going to get them over to the board. We're excited to be bringing you coverage of this one. Just a refresher, guys. I mean, this is a historic tournament. I've been calling this a players tournament just because of how long it's existed and how much the players talk highly of it. This is something where all the players are so ecstatic to be here. They're ecstatic because they know that not only do they get to see other friends, they get to go in a really talented room. I mean, people would pay a lot of money to practice against shots like this and to be in a room with such talented males and females alike. You can already see Towney over there. You can see Bob Anderson, Steve Diker, Banger's probably right around the corner as well. These guys are not going to take long, so I'm not going to go anywhere. Don't have to track them down. These guys are ready because the team event is underway now. So that's what's up next after this final here, right? We have the last 2 events that we will be covering here on Eagle Eye Sports. You're going to have the men's team 501 and the women's team 501. Both of those are going to be open in, open outs. On the men's team, there is that 2 pro limit in effect there. So that is what's going to be going on for those, as that's a exciting event. I think that's probably most of the players here favorite event because you get to play with all your buddies. You get to have a good time, good vibes, and a very competitive environment. And again, as I talked about with Steve Diker earlier when he was on the mic, you don't get that many opportunities to shoot a team event. You don't get that many chances to play a 4-man. It's not a common format. There is tournaments, there is leagues. I mean, it does happen, but it's not the norm by any means. You can see Pickens Spot taking a selfie in there, celebrating. Scuba Steve looking sharp as ever. Yeah, they're just getting a couple warm-ups in, getting Benny Durst in the room, getting everything all set up. Now, let me ask you guys in the chat. See, there's 100 people tuning in here, and we got some more that will probably be tuning in when they see this match taken away here. If you guys happen to be in the chat hanging out, how many of you ever played a dart tournament at a bowling alley like this? And not like on a sideboards, like how they have it in the lanes here. Because this is such a unique thing to me. It's not something I've ever seen in Florida, but maybe it just happens a lot more. I know last year when I covered it, definitely blew my mind the way they had it set up. Makes the aesthetic super cool with the blackout there in the backgrounds on the bowling lanes. Of course, there is also a volleyball court, let alone 2 volleyball courts inside with full sand and everything. On top of the game room area converted to a dart room, and the dartboards they already had here. 38 boards at Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship here. This is being hosted at the 5-Star Lanes, also known as Opie's Sports Bar. There's a bar, and of course the bowling alley and the volleyball course. Really just a jack of all trades this place is. I can hear the hall getting rowdy out there. I don't think you guys are actually able to hear it, but they are excited. There's everybody. This room went from emptying out to completely full again for this team event. Here I can tell you, because I can show you. I mean, even in the side room here, it kind of looks like a little light over here, and then you kind of go around and you realize there's a whole bunch of people over there, and then you look over here and there's a wall. So you can see it's pretty crazy stuff out here. Sorry guys, I forgot that the camera can't fully cover that angle. Apologies. As you can hear from my voice, we are still muscling through never say die mentality here at the Plover Tournament. See Townie there gaining composure on himself, trying to stay focused. He's had some real high highs today, right? We've seen him have these excellent moments of brilliance, and then we've seen some struggling moments as well. And it's about he knows there's a little bit of him as the X factor, knowing if he plays to his ability here, it's going to be a tall task for Steve Diker and Bob Anderson to handle. The Black Saddle boys are going to be having to fire on all cylinders for this one. Nate in chat saying in Chippewa Falls area, I have it having such a far backdrop. Yeah, it's definitely unique, but it's one of those things where after you throw the first few, you kind of don't even realize it anymore. It's also like if you ever play on like a Phoenix board, right? It has the way where it kind of gives you that tunnel vision effect, with how it has the sides of it so elongated, makes it a little trippy there to see. So one of those things that you kind of notice it until you don't. On the complete opposite end, whenever you play like a radical board, like whenever you're NDA and there's all 3 boards there, all 3 of the main boards in the US at least, you see radical, it just the board faces straight out there and you're basically just throwing right at it. And very interesting to see the different board designs and how they all are the same but just slightly ever so different. I see Benny Durst walking up to the board here. So now everybody has arrived. It means it's time for this final to get underway here. They got some Young Gravy playing out there. We'll still stand by what I have said since I got here. One of the first things I said on the broadcast is Wisconsin jukebox, kind of a bop. Just simply that's the case. They're just playing bangers left and right out here. Of course, I say that, and then tournament director pauses the music to make announcements. Hey, I'm trying to jam over here, all right? You guys can't hear it, but that's what's keeping my soul going. Putting some music in the background here. You can see Benny there. No stranger to our stream. None of these guys are at this point, especially in the Pro-Am event. We began a lot of coverage of them, and they're excellent. And also some of their closer affairs. We've seen all of it. We've seen these really close moments. We've seen these really dramatic rises to power. And I'm really curious to see how this one ends up panning out here. See if Dersh is able to get in over top of Scuba's dart there. Does do so in style. Dersh and Towney going to start us off here. It is time for the Pro-Am finals here, ladies and gentlemen. I am Nick DiChiria, bringing you coverage of the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship here in Plover, Wisconsin. He needs to capitalize on this start. Lax first start, corrected immediately on the second and third. 6 mark open there for the Benny and the Jetster. Steve Diker pounded in 7 right behind. Yeah, these guys are not going to have a repeat of the previous match. It's going to be nice and easy flow, and it's going to be top-notch play from them. They know that the dicey matches and those really scrappy games that we saw earlier compared to some of the great games we also saw them play, they need to have greatness the whole time. That is what is to be expected. If you're not throwing a 5-0 combined, you're not winning. At minimum. At minimum. Bob catching the right side of the dart there and kind of just dragging it over. Guys, I have been here with you guys for 10 hours. Been on the mic talking for, I would wager to say about 8.5, if not 9 of those 10 hours. So really excited. Thank you guys. And thank you, Benny, for that beautiful 9 mark there. Five-mark answer from Steve Diker. Yeah, 10 hours straight of being live here. Longest individual break we had was about 45 minutes in between the AM into the afternoon events. I went ahead and purposely stepped aside there during the first 2 rounds and just kind of walked around, drank some water, still ended up talking to everybody. No, me. I was like, all right, let's take a break from the stream. And I realized, oh, wait, I like talking to people. Kept chit-chatting anyways. Yeah, definitely a long day, but it's what I signed up for, especially because unfortunately I will not be bringing you guys coverage of the mixed events tomorrow. So I wanted to make sure. Normally we would do something like doing just the first 2 sets of events, maybe skipping the evening or doing the morning and the evening and not the afternoon. But since I'm not going to be here tomorrow, I wanted to make sure I got you guys action all days. Look at that. Benny Dersch on a tear in this one so far. Good stuff there. Three in the bed there for Scuba Steve Diker. Answers right back. Ooh, yeah. So again, we saw this in the King Seat match when we saw this exact same matchup. That first leg was 21 rounds, and they were both teams were in the threes and struggling. And now they know, all right, hey, we're ready to keep going. They're getting that second wind as we're getting into the evening, the team event's starting, and they know that they have a whole team of people waiting for them to play. They're trying to put their best stuff on the board right now when it matters most in the finals. Look at this from Bob. Finding 7 there. Benny, who's been on a tear, just needs to keep up the momentum and pressure. A trip to score. Pop a bull if he wants. Finds that trip. Decides to stay up for another. What's he going to do in this last? Goes over for the 16s, doesn't quite hit the dagger. I do love having the bulls in the back pocket because it gives you so many different options and makes every shot all the riskier when you're going for closes and now in the behind position for Anderson and Diker. The standard that they're playing at right now is excellent. Tiny finds the first start trip. Able to jump around, gets the 16s and to the 15s. A little pump on the side there. 9 mark, putting them 1 bull away from taking this first leg. What a shot. What a shot. Five, 7, 1 combined, and not even in the leg, down 3 numbers and about to be down the bulls as well. That's insane to see. Incredible standard from these guys here. Of course, Anderson and Diker are your seat holders as Benny does take that combined 6-1-2, beats out the 5-2-5 there. Here we go. Scuba Steve Diker to start us off. Leg number 2 here. Oh, kind of blocked himself out of the triple and still finds room, puts it in that top left corner. A well-placed dart. Gets 5 to open. Benny started off exactly how we need to, with near, if not exact perfection. He's gonna want to try to do that again. Try to take this 2 straight if he can. Oh, that's the first start's not gonna make things easy for him. Ooh, Bob's looking strong. Finding a 9 mark there. Bob Anderson. Downey feeling the frustration there. Bad time for a miss like that. Scuba's just going to attack these 18s immediately. Just needs to get a big close here. Yeah, you don't want to accidentally leave those open and kind of just give the opportunity right back over. Now a 2-house advantage and a significant point margin puts him in a good position so far. Oh, yeah, Benny. We love to see it. Finds a 9 mark there, Benny Dersch. Loading up to 17s, closing that range just a little bit there. And not much Townie can do here. Loading up the 15s is the only option available. So 15s go away here, and that'll be a 3-house advantage going into the Bulls. Gets the double 15 there. Scuba over to the Bulls, finds one. Combined 5-4 average for the Black Saddle team here. Sure, that's a fair point. Benny's throw, like he takes a little bit on that setup, but once he's going, he really does have one of the cleanest dart strokes out there. I mean, we talked about it on the Hulk Smash page in the past when Mike Maloney was naming some of the top dart strokes. By far, one of the best textbook throws. Definitely missed you out here this weekend, Sugar. That is just an earnest compliment. That's how you can tell I'm a little tired here. I'm actually just being nice to Sugar. I'm actually, out of the commentators, I think I'm the nicest to you, though. Downey just going to hit the Bulls end. Need a double on the last to take away a dart here. Scuba to finish it up here. Taps it. Makes it 1-1 in a tiebreaker situation. If Anderson and Diker win it, it is over. And they will be your champions. If Dersch and Townie win it, there will be one more best of 3 here for this Pro-Am event. That was a lax diddle from Benny. Scuba to try to drill it, and does do so. So Scuba, Skeeve, Diker, Bob, Anderson, Benny and the Jets, Dersch, and Brandon and Townie. This is your final, guys. This is it. This is what we're talking about. Scuba needs to make sure to get this close. Bare minimum open. Obviously, you want more, but basically think about it as you're going second with a handicap of starting at the 20s. That's kind of how you have to have that glass half full mentality. Obviously, he wanted at least 5. So now Benny's going to try to have an opportunity to close these. So if he hits at least 4 19s, you're going to see a shot. He's going to take the look. And goes a little bit low on it, but starts off with a 7 mark there for Benny Dersch. Now, Bob, with the 20s here, you expect him to stay up. If he goes trip, he can take the look if he wants, but prefer, honestly, to see all 3 upstairs. Plenty of room to put more darts in there. And finds a 3 in the bed. 9 mark there from Bob Anderson. Great shot. Downey has risen to the occasion so far in this match. We've, again, seen moments of brilliance and then seen some falling off points as well. Six mark there from Scuba. 6-0 playing a 5-5 currently. Benny's going to have to basically load up these 19s here. First start hanging, kind of awkward. Might have to go for a cover shot. Decides to try to sneak it in. Goes low. Decides to ends up staying there. You can tell he wasn't very comfortable with that because he tried to place the second 2 darts. That's why you kind of saw him go significantly lower than where he's typically been. Oh, the cover shot might have been more advantageous in that situation, but obviously you're not trying to downgrade your number. So we see a big close there. Bob's running along here and gets a huge shot on the 18s as well. Great 7 mark from Bobby Anderson. Yeah, dire straits right now for Benny. Anderson and Dyke are really just putting it on. Bob gets a single 15. Once, if this trip 16 goes here, I would say this one's just about a lock potentially. A little bit high, not over yet. Needs it to connect. Oh, almost gets underneath. Ball thrown dart just doesn't quite get there. So here's a big chance. Townie, this is do or die, now or never for this event. Load up those 16s or go on to the team event. What do you want to do? Oh, gets away in the last 4 marks. Solid attempt at it. Scuba again, just going to try to get rid of those numbers. We've seen some of these scenarios get dicey, but 2 16s and then a point should be just fine. Oh, no. Oh, no. We've seen scenarios like this before. It's gone topsy-turvy once or twice now. Gets a nothing sandwich at the wrong time. Now all of a sudden, this is kind of an evened up playing field. Benny knows first start trip, you can close to the 20s and the 18s here. It would be a massive 8 mark if it goes. Gets the first one. Gets the 20s. Can he get the 18s? Oh, it doesn't go. It looked good. He even said it felt good. You can see by his reaction there. Oh, tie to score. Oh, my goodness. What a shot there from Benny. Pressure's now on Bob. Basically, just in theory, only needs the 1, 2, 3, right? Does he go for the 2 single 16s? Does he stay up? Decides to stay up here. I don't think he's happy with that lie. Does he go for the close? No, he stays up for another one. 90-point advantage means that it leaves a 9 mark now for Townie. Trip 16, trip 16, trip 18. And now won't be able to get the point lead and shoot at the 18s. Sixteens have to go away here. Once you pack those away, trying to get a couple extra 18s on the board to secure some points. If he gets in 1, you would see a shot at the ball. Otherwise, yep, close here and you're going to go up to those 18s. Solid shots there. 60-point difference. That 18 did add a add a ball. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Sorry, guys. Benny needs to have that never say die mentality. We've seen these games get choppy on the Bulls. Does commit to the close there. We need 2 to close and 3 to get up. So that'd be 5 bowls in total. Bob Anderson needs 3 bowls for Anderson and Diker to win this 2-1 in the final. Good spot on the first one. Kicks low. Important dart. Super important dart. Oh, he kind of held that dart a little too long. That's part of his hitch he's been talking about, where he kind of holds that dart, has trouble. That was not his normal stroke there. Doesn't connect. A frustrating shot there for Bob Anderson. Downey needs 5 here. Isn't going to get 5, but can close the gap here. Gets 3, brings it within 2. 2-2 now is the bull race. Steve Diker getting a shot. And that will do it for the Pro-Am. Anderson and Diker get it there. Good shooting from the gentlemen. You can see some love, hugs, and respect from the guys here, as that will conclude the Pro-Am final. But guys, guess what? I got a good one for you. You might be saying, what do you got? What do you got? Is it really a good one? Let me tell you, it's a good one coming up here for you. The match coming up is going to be just after the board 23 finishes. It'll be the Doug's girls going up at it. Doug's aiming for trouble team going at it here on the live stream. So guys, it's now time for our evening events. We are in the PM. We're 10.5 hours into this. And guess what? We got about another 4 to 5 more to go, give or take. So I would say probably about another 4 hours to go. We'll see how long these team events go. So don't go anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. If I'm here, you're here. We're watching darts. We're having a good time. Of course, big shout out to Booyah Darts and Flight Faction. And again, if you guys want to follow along with the team of 501 brackets for the men or the women, you just go to compysport.us, go over to that tournament section and look up Doug Sports Pub. You'll be able to follow all the brackets there. Be back with that first round matchup in just a moment, guys. Nick DiChiria here bringing the coverage of this from Plover, Wisconsin. Hey everyone, Nick DiChiria here. Just letting you guys know we're kind of having this overhead coverage here of the side action for a second, but we're having our first match of the women's team 501 event in just a moment's time. We're just waiting on Moonlighting and Doug's girls to get on over. We're going to be starting over there in just a second, guys. Be back in just a moment. Here we go, folks. Excited to see how this one pans out. Moonlighting versus Doug's Aiming for Trouble, or just better known as Doug's Girls, going at it here in the Team 501 event. Going to be that best of three that we have been seeing. To go over our teams here and to let you know what we're going to be seeing as far as our action for the ladies here. Doug's Aiming for Trouble, Angela Rogers, Becky Gavin, Kristen Quimbley, and Sandy Winkler. On Moonlighting's team here, Heidi Cleveland, Heidi Yu, Karen Bakic, and Kendi Hess going on it. Sorry if I butchered any names here. Do you expect any more? Do you expect any less from me? Excited. These are our last events, the women's and men's 501 team events. This will conclude our coverage watching these here. So excited to see what the girls bring for us on the dartboard. This is going to be a lot of fun, folks. Let me know who you're cheering for, who you got. Of course, follow along on CompuSport if you want to see all the action there. Oh, doesn't quite get the hat trick. Good shot, though. See, Angela up at the line here has been hanging out in the room here, and actually wanted to give a shout out. She said, "Go ahead, shout out Steve Hilger," because she actually there's a couch in here and fell asleep for a couple minutes, just sitting back watching some darts in between some of the events earlier. So shout out, even if Porky's not here, he's here. So left hand side, that's going to be the Doug's girls team. Right hand side is going to be Moonlighting. See, that's if I'm not mistaken, Travis Wilkinson's mom. She's on the Doug's girls team. Yeah, I mean, you heard me mention it earlier when talking about the team event, but one overtone that we're going to have and probably mention a few times this evening is going to be the fact that when you're throwing on a 4-man team and it's going at it nonstop, it's going to be. Doug Perry in the chat, sorry, completely lost my train of thought. He said, "Let's go, Doug's aiming for trouble, or else I'm going to rename the team Doug's are in trouble." Yeah, they ran out of room on CompuSport, which is why I see the abbreviation there, and also I didn't quite have enough room on my scoreboard, so Doug's aiming for trouble, but honestly, everybody's been colloquially referring to them as the Doug's girls. Again, huge shout out to Doug Barry. You see him in the chat. Of course, that is the Doug behind Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship here, putting on this amazing event. Big shout out to Bobby Opie as well. Everybody here at the 5-Star Lanes and Opie Sports Pub team. And everyone's been running along. D&D Amusements, of course, putting things together. And the sponsors of this, Booyah Darts and Flight Faction. We're currently live on Eagle Eye Sports, Facebook and YouTube, and the Doug Sports Pub Facebook page as well for good measure. Roger's here. Wants to see what she can grab. Good last start on the bull, but isn't on a breakaway. So right now, Moonlighting kind of breaking out in front here, especially on that secondary score line. For ease of explanation, just because there is 2 people per score in this, with 8 people in total on the board, the top score A score, bottom score would be B score, and I'll refer to them by which teams were throwing on which respective side. Try to make it a little bit easier for you guys there. Starting to get a little bit more neck and neck here. Doug's aiming for trouble's team is starting a little bit behind, even though they had the throw here. Huge dart there does make up a big difference. Finding a low ton and leaving the first checkout. David got in the chat here. Congratulations on your win over there for one of the Chicago qualifiers I saw. Good shooting over there, buddy. Moonlight trying to get one of their score lines on a finish here. The bull will leave the 156. Might as well try to stay on it. Get underneath that dart. Doesn't connect. So 174 would be the first look with neither of the Moonlighting score lines being on a finish. No need to go at it. Just go at the bulls and lower the score. Get it in range. Now, this is a player favorite event that we're looking at here, right? This team event is all about having fun, getting set up with all your friends, and just going to be having a good time. One, two, eight. Not a bad follow on the last there. Good combination finish potentially. Neck and neck. Freeze rule is in effect, so you'll see that pop up on the board if it does come into play. Or you can see my subpar math try to tell you right before it happens. Not a finish on the last start there. 26 scored. 158. Cole saying average team equals most fun team. I get that. Missing dart here. Looks like they got it sorted there, having a little bit of a laugh about it. Continuing to bring down that score. 1-2-1. Again, not a bad combination finish, but the 1-2-8 coming up here for Moonlighting could be interesting to take an early advantage. After the first couldn't finish, but can continue to set this up nicely. Continue to just pound the bulls, considering a freeze rule definitely could be coming into play here. Open out, so no need to set up anything crazy. Could have gotten a single 13 to leave bull. $165 is the finish. So now this is important. Can the 172 get brought down and potentially set up a freeze? Oh, it might be able to. Oh, not quite enough for a freeze. Combined 170, not frozen by 5 points. So 121 can go. Go. What do we do here? Bull first. We're going up to the 20s. Going up to the single one for fun. Stay on the bull now. Not going to go. Trip 17 to leave 40. Again, also with that freeze run effect, nothing wrong with just staying on the bull to continue to bring it down. Nothing wrong with that shot at all from Miss Rogers. Trip 17. Double 18. Trip 12 for the fans. Trip 12 for the fans. Up to the 18. Single 18 there. Also, that's an important thing, though. Making sure not to bust. Puts a lot of pressure here on the Doug's Aiming for Trouble team. This B scoreline starting to get out of whack. Needs a big turn here. Needs to find at least one. Doesn't find a bull here. And now is guaranteed to have frozen the A scoreline. So basically the 71 is going to have to get brought down as low as possible, and the 124 is going to have to take the look if they even get a shot. Which anything's possible. You never know. Doesn't go. Does bust, but not really to any consequence there because the 71 is guaranteed to be frozen regardless. Only gets it down to 49. So 18 be a shot for the out now for Moonlighting to go up in the first leg. Oh, goes into the trip, unfortunately. Which does mean 124 can possibly go because that 99 did get busted. There was no potential freeze setup now. 124. This would bring the house down if they're able to get it. Good first start there. Lots of options. Staying on the bull because there was plenty of good fallouts. Unfortunately, doesn't leave it out. Needs to go ahead and stay true in the last. Oh, gets away a little bit. 45, one dart finish. There's no way to freeze the 99 there. So now we'll get a look here. Yeah, it just gets it to 67 there. You can see the frustration at the moment. This is starting to get into some dicey territory. 49's unfrozen now. Two 15s. Just needs to hit one more big singles. Needs to stay true on that dart. Oh, it gets dropped down. Unfortunate. She says, fudgesicles. Tries to hit a single 17 to bring the score down to 1. That's the correct shot. Must be sure not to bust the 40. Oh, I guess it doesn't really make a difference on busting the 45 here. You just want to take it out. Don't even worry about all that fancy stuff. Double 14. No way to bust that. Shoot it up. Gets a single 17. Combined 30 points there. So 67 again is not frozen. Needs to take it out, or at the very least make sure it's not busted. Oh no. Yeah, unlucky. Just getting 9 there. So not going to go. 13 and 17 now will both have a look for the Doug's Aiming for Trouble team. $18 frozen, just going to bring it down to 1, aiming for a single 17 or maybe a single 16, depending on preference. Single 17, just going to hit the button. Single 17 is now the shot for the other team. And they showed him where to hit it. You can see a fist bump of celebration. Doug's Aiming for Trouble. Sorry about that. Computer was acting up there for a second. That was a good shot there. Into leg number 2. This team event, best of 3 format here. Excited to give these ladies some time in the limelight, seeing some new faces, some familiar ones as well. On our live board here, want to take a look here at our other brackets, see what we got going on. I know the women's is getting underway here. Let's see how the men's is doing as well. Men's team event seems to be trucking along pretty quickly. Bunch of different teams. You got the Got Pork team, Throw Light Drinkery. Bunch of different ones. I'm not even going to bother listing them all because you guys are going to get a chance to see most of them here on the live feed. Did see a hat trick there for Doug's girls in the meantime while I was over here babbling. Well, Doug's aiming for trouble. Getting out ahead in that B position. Let's see if they're able to continue to press that advantage and potentially win 2 straight. We'll see if Moonlighting was right behind. It just got to a dicey, nervy game there at the end. It's all about keeping those A score lines at the top, the B score lines at the bottom, neck and neck. The closer they are, the harder it is to freeze. Good low ton there for Moonlighting. See, those B score lines are neck and neck. A score lines, slight differential, but nothing that isn't within a single turn striking distance. Gonna try to work our way up to that bull. One of the cool things about looking at team events like this, especially because there's only a certain amount of like number of pro requirements, but otherwise it's pretty much basically just an open event for all intents and purposes, right? Is it gives you the opportunity to play with players you haven't played before. You can get a good idea of some people you really like throwing with, their play styles, and it also just gives you a lot of insight. You're forced to see all these other people that on the same board as you, taking slightly different approaches, slightly different throws, whether it's how they hold or throw the dart, their strategy and approach to different situations. It can give you a lot of insight into your own game and into other people's games. One of those things that's really cool to see. And as we get a great hat trick from the Moonlighting team there, huge shots. It's one of those things that's really cool to see because it gives you a good idea of what's going on and can give you a good amount of perspective. Oh, look at this. Oh, doesn't quite connect, but keeps it neck and neck. And that's a huge come up for the Doug's girls there. Huge come up. No way to leave it out here with this last start. Just focus on bringing that score down. A 70-point lead on the Moonlighting. But of course, that Moonlighting B score is the one that's kind of taken out in front here. So things are getting a little topsy-turvy on the score lines, on the storyline here in general. Yeah, another bull. Another one. Look at this. Oh, 120. Look to the side and well deserved to look to the side there. That was a huge shot. Back-to-back huge shots for them over there at Moonlighting. Doug's aiming for trouble. Does not have an out. So the Moonlighting will have the first chance to add an out on the next go around here. Wants one more bull to just keep that score. And there we go. I was going to say, with it marked all over, I wouldn't be surprised if it went in, and it does go in. So not an out, but again, just making sure that that second score line will not get frozen more than likely. Yeah, not a finish there. Going to be costly. 96 is the look. I wonder if they're going to continue the bull force or if they're going to actually do the switch for the trip 20/18. Yeah, I went for the bull first. There went for the trip 15. Correct switch. Hit 5 for bull, maybe hit a bull to leave 5. Yeah, went to go hit a bull to leave 5, knowing that that freeze rule is very handy indeed. $119, so on a finish now, but Doug's girls might not even get a look at it. 41 could potentially go. Oh, you need to get a little bit more points here, Moonlighting. So right now combined to 191 here. You want to try to get as much points for the Douglas girls as possible. Score as heavily as you can, because there's potential for maybe not freezing this turn in particular without hitting a huge 9 mark, but instead freezing the next go around and taking the risk on if 41 goes or doesn't go. Yeah, not the round you wanted to see there. 41, 9 for double 16. Are we going to see just 3 big singles here? 11, 16, 16. Or so, excuse me, 11, 15, 15. There's the 11. Here's the 15. Oh, the last one doesn't connect, but doesn't bust either. 165 combined, meaning that actually it doesn't freeze. So this is a huge moment if 119 goes. Oh my gosh, single 19. Oh my gosh, what a shot! What a shot! Holy cow! 2-0 win. And what was certainly a surprising fashion. Oh my goodness. It even took her a second to react to it. That was a huge finish there. Massive stuff. That was incredible. Way to really bring it to, ladies. Way to bring it to indeed here, as you can see them all giving some hugs and some celebration. Love to see it. Doug's in for trouble. Those girls causing some trouble, hitting some good stuff on the dartboard here. Moonlighting will be going to the loser side of the bracket, but is still in the tournament. Sorry about that, guys. I accidentally kicked on the music there for a second. So good finish to that match here. We're going to begin the next one up here in just a moment. Let's go ahead and take a minute to hear from our sponsors. And then we'll be back to the action in just a moment, guys, here.
want to get into darts, but you're not sure how, we can definitely help with that. We're A to Z Darts.com, and we've been a darts specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to azdarts.com. Woo! Leonard Gates. But we're not going to get the 6 start out. Just immediately lost my confidence. We'll see. Ooh. All right, we'll finish this up and then we'll move on to steel tip. Right in the bottom corner. Oh, God.
Well, hello, everybody. I am Nick DiChiria, joined by Matt Bella here at the Plover Tournament. Matt, you're coming off a big win at the finale in Kansas City, Missouri for the TOC. Can you talk to us about what that win was like for you and really, like, now that you've had a chance to resonate with it?
I don't think I have gotten over it yet. It was just a unbelievable experience. I don't know what to say. John and I shot really well together. We carried each other really well, and we had a little luck along the way, you know.
Absolutely. And now you're coming off a great tournament performance. I mean, do you expect that to carry over? Is it on your mind at all when you're playing this weekend here?
No, you got to have a short memory with this stuff. I mean, just day by day, keep it going. Hopefully you stay hot, but sometimes you don't.
Exactly. Well, a lot of people, I would say this is one of the player favorite tournaments. So we go to a lot of different events. All the players are excited for this one in particular here. Can you tell us a little bit about your history of Plover and coming out here for the Doug Sports Pub Dart Championship?
Well, this is my favorite tournament. I'm from Plover. This is like a home field advantage for me, although it doesn't always work out that way. But it's just a great time here. Everybody gets along, and it's just a great time. Everybody's got to come experience this once.
So let me ask you this, right? We have a lot of different talents in here. We have a lot of different great shots to watch and surprising amount of pros as well. For a lot of the people that are going to be watching online, what advice would you give them if they get to see some of these talented darts for the first time ever, if they want to get into the game of darts?
You got to have a short memory. Don't let a bad round get you. Just focus on the next round. You know, short memory.
And then last question for you here. What's going to be your event you're looking the most forward to this weekend?
All of them. I just have a great time here. I mean, it's local for me. I don't have far to drive home. You know, it's just a great time. I love them all.
Well, hello, everybody. We're here at the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship. I am Nick DiChiria, joined by the Bullets, Garrett Rakowski. Garrett, how's it feel to be here in Plover?
Man, this is one of my favorite tournaments for sure. Soft tip. It's all I do, of course. But I've been throwing this tournament for 5 or 6 years now. Not always my best, but, you know, just the competition that comes here, it's awesome. I love being here.
Well, we're excited to see you here once again. Now, what's your expectations for this weekend? Are you excited? What's the event out of the lineup that you potentially look the most forward to here?
The event I look forward to the most is the Pro-Am event. And the reason why is because I'm shooting with one of my buddies named Kevin Ustby. I still can't say his name. I've known the guy for 10 years, but still can't say his name. But anyways, I've known him since I was smaller. So him and I have played once or twice, but never a Pro-Am event. And the way he's throwing, the way I'm throwing, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. Of course, I love throwing with Joey Beecroft too and everybody else. So, you know, it'll all be fun.
Well, it's always a good time here. And let me ask you this, right? So there's going to be a lot of people that have their eyes on this. I actually see a couple of youth players out there currently. What advice would you give to one of those youth players that might see some of the big shots like yourself, Matt Bella, and whoever else ends up getting a chance to see? What advice would you give to those young shots?
The main advice that I've followed throughout my 5 years competitive playing, would be that you just have to remember it's a game, have fun with it, and if you have that talent to take it to the next level, then keep practicing, keep putting your time in. Things will fall in place. Keep challenging yourself. You know, if you're getting your teeth kicked in, find a way not to do that. That's what I did.
And then one last question. First off, we just want to congratulate. Your hair is fixed from Whammo, so we're doing good there. But I see you shaved the facial hair. Can you tell us a little bit of the reasoning behind that? Hot topic.
So, Rob, I'm still waiting to see the picture of your head shaved. I'm waiting, and I still haven't seen it. I think you're 6 days late now. I mean, you're the one that brought up this. He's the one that said, "Hey, Garrett, let's do this." And I said, "No." And he talked me into it. I shook his hand. We were sitting at a dart tournament, of course, of all places, KDC in Kenosha. And I finally said, "Fine, we'll do it." And I haven't seen his picture yet. So that's why I called him out the other day, and I still haven't got anything. But yeah, you know, we're doing a No Shave November from here. So I mean, this is only 5 days now, but it'll get a little frisky by the end of the month.
Well, I'm excited to see what you bring to the table, Garrett, as it's always a pleasure to see you. And, of course, everyone keep watching for our coverage here of the Plover Tournament here at Doug's Sports Pub Darts Championship 2023.
Let's get started. First, let's talk about the dartboard and what all this means. So let's take a closer look at the dartboard. This kind of board is called a sisal board, used with steel-tip darts. Usually it's referred to as a steel-tip board. There are other types of boards, like electronic, also called plastic tip or soft tip, and these used soft or a plastic tip on the dart. But for this demonstration, we're going to use the steel-tip board. On the dartboard, there are 20 numbers, and they correlate with each of these 20 segments. For example, let's say you throw a dart and it lands here. This segment is worth 20 points, also known as a single 20. If your dart landed here, it would also be worth 20 points. The same rule applies for all of these large segments. If your dart goes into any of them, it's worth a single of that number. Now let's say your dart goes into this smaller segment here. This is called the double ring, and any dart that lands in this outside ring is worth double that number. Now if your dart goes here, this is called the triple ring. Similar to the double ring, if your dart lands here, it will be worth triple the points of that segment. Finally, if you hit the center of the board, or the bullseye, it has a numerical points value too. The green or outer bowl is called a single, and it's worth 25 points. The inner or red bowl, commonly called a double bowl, is worth 50 points. Any dart that goes outside the double ring is outside the scoring area and counts as no score. Now, some of you may feel intimidated by the math here, but really, as you play more and more games, the repetition will help you memorize these segments until they are all as easy as a single 20, I promise.
Here we go, folks. Got some more action here for you. Nick DiChiria here, bringing you coverage of the now men's Team 501 event here. We're seeing a hat trick to start us off, setting the tone for what's going to be an exciting affair of the team event on the men's side. And we already saw the ladies, but on quite the show for us. Undies Angels versus Not My Circus. Going at it here. Oh, this would be a heck of an answer. And it is. Good shot there. As going through the teams and what we got here on the Not My Circus side, that is going to be consistent of Byron, Chad, and Eric. And then we have Jake, Carter, Mike, and Shane on the other side there for Undies Angels. So some good guys here, making some good shots happen. Excited to see how this one plays out. Guys, let's know who you're cheering for, who you got going on in this one, as excited to be underway here as the Doug's Sports Pub Dart Championship 2023 here in Plover, Wisconsin. So you see some hat tricks on the A score lines and the B score lines, 2-point difference. So basically everyone here tied up, fair ball game. Well, so far, Undies a little bit ahead in this one. They are on that right-hand score side for the record here. Right-hand score side. Left hand will be Not My Circus. So Not My Circus currently at the throw line right now. Let me know in the comments. Have you guys ever played a team event like this? 4-man team, especially the split score style format. You definitely see a lot of those 4-man team events. They'll sometimes have 1 or 2 games where everyone plays the same thing, and then a couple where they switch it up and have you choose different pairs. So it's exciting to see the different kinds of formats here. I'm a big fan of the split score freeze format. Always like it because I always like the extra added pressure playing around the freeze roll. I've never understood people. I know it's a little confusing to try to keep track of, but I think it adds that extra strategical element to always keep in mind. Makes every dart that more tactful once you get to the under 400 range and to the 300. Hat trick there. Good shot for Not My Circus. Undies Angels needs to try to get themselves to an out here to be the first ones at one. First bull's good. Oh, kicks there, but you can stay on the bull for the 177. We'll leave the 177. On My Circus trying to get that second score in a line there, but sitting at 300 means that Undies Angels and their B score line here with a big turn can add so much pressure. Even just 2 bulls makes it really interesting on it, considering the freeze rule and effects that could potentially happen. Needs 1 more of those bulls. Oh, barely doesn't get in there. Oh, it is in there. Yep. All right. There we go. Gonna go ahead and back it up and tap it in. No, maybe not. Psyched me out. I don't have the best viewing angle here of the dartboard, so I do apologize. Wasn't quite sure what was going on there. The bull here. Oh, just going high into that 20. See what Tritt's able to do. 177 is eligible to go. See, I personally might have been more keen just to see immediately go for the freeze, because now you're getting dicey. You didn't get any bulls there. The other score's on 300. They have already one scoreline sitting at 90 for Not My Circus. Maybe just going there and setting up a freeze, just pounding the bulls instead of going for the 3-dart combo finish might have been better there. We'll see if I'm right or wrong. And that's a pretty huge shot there. So now 214 needs to get below 41 to set up the freeze. So that's going to require 173 points or more. So 174 points minimum. Trip 20, trip 20, trip 18, ton 80 basically. Doesn't even shoot for it. So it makes me really think that setting up the freeze play instead of going for the 177 might have been the move here. Let's see if it hurts. 90 has to be taken out for that punish to really go into play. Finds the ball in the first. Double top for Not My Circus. Single 20. Still open out in this field as well. Goes for the double 10 there. Risky dart. Does collect. Good shots there. Not My Circus on the board. Game number 1 here. Roy Harris in the chat saying, watching. Well, welcome. Lissandro saying, kind of different but cool to see, referring to the format. Brian in the chat saying, let's go, Brian. LOL. Probably because I accidentally read that wrong. Realized later in life that I might have dyslexia and things why I struggled back in the day. Back in the day, meaning school. Not I just struggle, but it's like kind of expected. It's part of my branding, if anything. Undy's Angels starting off with a hat trick here. They're not struggling. My Circus trying to answer with a hat trick of their own. Isn't going to be able to. All right, guys, it's now been almost 12 hours since I went live, and I was here before I went live, obviously getting everything set up as well. I want someone to go ahead and just take a clip of me doing that first introduction there at the beginning of the 12-hour stream, and then put together now. And I wonder if you can tell the difference. It's been a long day of great darts, and honestly, even if it wasn't just a long day of commentating and talking about the game, I can tell you for a fact what it is so many great darts. It's exhausting because I'm just putting all my energy into the calls, especially earlier on in the day. We saw some amazing stuff. Yeah, definitely. I prefer when they say the players' names as well. I did talk with the tournament staff here. It's not as bad in singles or doubles, but in the 4-man, it's just a little too hard to keep track of for not even just you guys, but myself included. That's why we're just sticking with team names, just to make it a little bit easier to refer to everybody by. So that will be something that we'll have in line for Plover next year. Already making plans. So many people come to ask, hey, are you going to be out here next year? Hey, you're going to be out here next year? Well, I can tell you, I certainly want to be out here next year, but it's a little too early to make that call and decision. You never know where the stream might take you. Hoping, though, because it would be my 3rd year in a row of doing it with them. So definitely putting some priority towards coming back to Plover because, I mean, seriously, such welcoming hosts. And hopefully, with you guys watching on the live stream, sharing this out, it'll get a little bit more known outside of the general area because this tournament's been around for so long and has so much prestige. And literally, you can't pay for better practice with some of these opponents out here. This is the type of competition that really helps you break the edge and really get to that next level. It's a low ton there. Not My Circus, just trying to stay if they can, but more than likely going to go one apiece into a last leg decider just by the pace that's being set at the moment here. Yeah, the non-pro singles bracket is a pretty gnarly feat. I think that's the best word to describe that there, David. I mean, when we were watching, especially Friday night in particular, we were watching Casey Jones versus Luke Pritzel. It was seriously lights out after lights out after lights out. If you weren't throwing a 5, you weren't in the leg. And really, a 5 was the bare minimum to be in the leg most of the time. It was some great performance out of here, and everyone just really brings their A game. This is some amazing competition. You can see Undy's Angels make it 1-1 here. So now it's going to be going to the diddle against Not My Circus. Solid hat trick open to start this tie-breaking leg.